Mic check, 139. Mic check, 139. She a move. Yes. Come on, grand risings. I know it's an early one, but we might have a bumper day. So like I'm saying, we're gonna take a little trip down memory lane. So I'm not gonna do no long introduction and then way there, but I'm gonna come and have a chat in between. But yeah, man, we're definitely laying down a challenge. Do you know what I mean? To the liar them and the this and the that and the retard. But what we're gonna do, like I said, just take a little trip down memory lane, and then we're gonna come back again, and then we'll do a proper show. But we know, I mean, it's done early. People are still doing their little things. I know it's a Saturday setting, so while you're doing your housework or your whatever, you can just have us in the back, and you know how it goes. So grand risings. Today is the 30th day of the 11th month, 2024. Do you know what I mean? Yes. Good morning, Randy. And we're going into the month of December. And there's a few reasons why I'm doing this still, and I'll probably explain it a little bit more later. But yeah, man, because you know we're coming up to a whole new year, this, that, and the other, and there's a few things that Ultra said last night that rang through still. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, man, we'll take a trip down memory lane, like I said, and yeah, then we'll come back and have a conversation. I'm definitely laying down, like I said, the gauntlet. You get me? Let Gummy know that I'm asking her, telling her, whatever the word is, to come with her white and mixed race talk that she keeps accusing me of. You know what I mean? Let's have it. We can either do it here, we can do it on her show, whatever, once and for all. Because I'm saying she just chats shit about us and me and makes up lies about us and me for content. Do you know what I mean? Just straight content, because whenever you're asked to provide any proof or evidence, it's just crickets. So I'm saying, like we've ever said, we are your content. Yeah. So that if that is not the case, pick up yourself, code. If that is not the case, then come with your chattings, come with your evidence, and let's have it in it once and for all. Because, like I said, we are the first. You know what I mean? We set the pace. Yeah, code. All of them sitting there where you love. But first of all, like I said, we're taking a trip down memory lane. You know what I mean? Because like I said, people are busy still already, and then we'll come back. But yeah. So let the people them know. Say, we want to have the conversation. Yeah, because I'm telling you, say, people them are chatting shit, and that we are just content. Do you know what I mean? It's just easy content. You know what I mean? To attack, you know, the outspoken, the melanated, the blah blah, you know what I mean, blah blah, all the, you know how it go already, and just use really stereotypical, just bullshit. But let's see though, right? And I'll show you why I'm even playing this one here. But this is just to be reminded. This is post Pussy Hector, yeah. All right, so let's start this. Like I said,
Ultra fun eating set is involved. Straight facts involved. Link coming your way. Link coming your way. So yes, family, that tune there was called So Proud. You know? Proud, man. And you know what I mean? I think pride, yeah, is something that's definitely lacking in many, but I want to just talk about even the younger generation. You understand what I'm saying? Because all right then, if we go back to the title of my of the show, yeah, and I've been a little bit rude, it could be argued, but that girl, yeah, this girl Isabella. I mean, first of all, do you not know what kind of happened at the park today? I'm gonna play it still, but just want to know if any of you not got a little idea of what happened today at the park. Right. All right. What am I saying? All right. Hold on, Ultra. I'm gonna send out the link to you. 1 second. Unless I've done it already, actually. Hold on. Yeah, family, there's one girl in it. Whilst I'm just in the engineering, because some of you may not know. Yeah, car. Some of you may not go, you know what I mean, to the other shows and so forth. But there's one gal. I call her one gal. You know what I mean? Car. Yeah. So the first time I got introduced, well, not even introduced. Let me say the first time I heard about this gal, yeah, was on Real and Maggie show. Yeah. Some of you may not pass through, but anyway, that's where I heard about this gal, right? And the reason why I heard about this gal, yeah, well, first and foremost, yeah, she was in the park a couple of weeks ago with one guy called Braden. Yeah, now I don't know if you don't know this guy called Braden. He's basically a white racist, you know what I mean, with a beard. Yeah, a young white racist with a beard. And a couple of weeks ago, he was at the park, and this girl was basically all over him. Do you know what I mean? However that got, yeah, and this was on camera and all of that. So obviously from this already, I'm looking at her sideways because we know how this guy Braden is, and he talks the most mess about black people, and you know what I mean, just the most nonsense. Some people accuse him of being bipolar and all that. Yeah, but like I said, I'm not even on them kind of nonsense talk. Yeah, Carl. There's people out here with all type of mental illnesses. You understand me? And don't go on like that. Don't get me wrong. I know people can have episodes. Do you understand me? But I don't know if you're gonna have you know what I mean? Me, I'm just saying whatever's in your heart, yeah, it's gonna come out in an episode, isn't it? You know what I mean? You know, like when someone they say the truth comes out of people when they're drunk. Yeah, I'm sure it's a similar thing with this. But anyway, I ain't no medical practitioner here trying to diagnose a man, but the talk is that, you understand me? He's got some bipolar and all the rest of it. All right, cool. So he's at the park spouting his normal nonsense, and this girl did it. Okay, couple days go forward now, and then it turns out that, well, the talk was that the girl was and I don't know about Uber in it, but she must have somehow spent out his Uber money. Yeah, I don't know. She must have been ordering Uber cabs and Uber food and all these things under his account. Yeah. And so basically people was after her. Well, when I say people, Ralph was definitely a spokesman, you know, for getting back you know, her money on behalf of Raiden, etc. etc. All right. So that was all that. I think it must have been, I don't know, Friday, Thursday, she's come and said, okay, I've got the money, this, that, and the other. But prior to that, yeah, what it is, family, is that this same woman, in fact, you know what? Let me play the thing so you lot know what I'm talking about, because some of you may not know, and no one's answered to let me know if they know what me I talk about. When they know me I talk about? Can you hear me? All right, I'm going to presume that you can hear me. All right. Let me just play the clip from the park. Yeah, and then big up Mr. Rats. I hope you don't mind. Oh shit, I've got to share the screen in that. Hope you don't mind me stealing your content, but I'm sure I won't be the only one. But at least I've asked nicely. Right, application window. Can someone out there just let me know that you can hear me, please? No. All right, thank you. All right, clear. All right, cool, cool, cool. All right, Melanated, you're a busy woman, so you have no idea. All right, so that means it's definitely worth playing the clip. All right. So this gal, yeah, this Isabella gal, yeah, that we're about to show you, yeah. She's basically come online during the week and said how, yeah, it's just even too disgusting, but she basically went home with Braden, yeah, on the day they went to Speaker's Corner or whatever, yeah. All right. And basically, these people, she was saying out this is saying young people are fucking disgusting. Yeah. So she was basically saying how they were having sex and whatever, and he was calling her his slave, and she was calling him slave master, and she was nothing like, yeah, when he was drilling me from behind, you get me, It was just disgusting. Them type of talk, innit? You understand me? But not, you know what I mean? Enough slave talk, enough master talk in the bedroom. You understand me? So from this, I'm a bun the little girl. You get me? My bunner, man. You're too disgusting. And even if that were to be the case, yeah, the mere fact that you got the fucking knockers to come online and talk them crap of thing there, you understand? Let me know so you're not right. Yeah. Worst, she described herself. No, I'm not black. I'm mulatto. You see what I'm saying, family? She said, no, I'm not black. I'm mulatto. You get me? So, and she had no shame in her game about talking. You understand how the thing got? You with me? So basically, family, you got old racist Braden, yeah, that talks the most racist things. Yeah, he's taken over this. He's taken home this little mulatto, nasty, dotty girl. You understand me? He's obviously banged her, drilled her from the back and all them thing there. And whilst he's drilling her, he's telling her what a naughty slave she is and all them blood cleats on their family. You understand? So you know from this already, me mud. You understand? And this is what she's saying on Big Big Real and Maggie's show, you know. So you know that ain't no one and two viewers. Yeah? That's going out to all 100, 150 people, and that's the type of thing she was talking. Very, very proud. You know what I mean? 21 years old, this girl is. You understand me? 21. And now watch this. Yeah, watch this. This is why I say in a family, me, all. Yeah, me, all. Because she's saying, oh, yeah, she's saying, well, it's all right now, because, you know what I mean? Because apparently Braden's got a girlfriend. When these things are going on, apparently they both Braden's got a girlfriend. She said she's got a fiance. Yeah? And that her fiance is all right with it. You know what I mean? I'm like, what the? You understand what I'm saying to you, family? What the hell? Yeah, that's why I big up Isabella, man. Because as bad as they want to talk about Isabella, at least she have a husband, and I'm presuming they're just doing their one-away thing. Yeah, as compared to this little nasty, dirty jaws girl, Isabella. You understand me? That's just bucking up man in park, going back, yeah, and then going back to man's house back. Now, this is a man who is openly racist, yeah, and then you're gonna come online and admit to fucking, you understand me, letting a little trebbit like that talk to you like that. But you know what? After seeing her today, yeah, and just hearing some of her other little vibes, I'd that him for do her, man, yeah, because she's a nasty little blood cleat, dirty jaws girl. And I don't like to say that about young women, in it, because at the end of the day, we all be young and we all make mistakes, this, that, and the other. But nah, man, this little girl here, she have to get fire bun pan her. You understand me? And then to kick it off how she behaved in the park today is completely disgusting. You understand me? And if I hear any of the YouTubers coming on tonight, bigging her up and you're Isabella and all that, then we're gonna have more of a problem. You understand what I'm saying to you? We're gonna have more of a problem. Yeah, that little girl, she's not right in her head. That much I do know now. And the mere fact that Braden ain't right in his head either, sorry Braden, that's probably why you even know each other. Because I think one of the panelists on really said that they probably met in some type of, you understand, some type of fucking something anonymous or some type of, you understand, some type of place where people have to go and talk about their shit. Yeah, trust me, family. But that's what she come on live saying. Big up yourself, Lexi. You don't know. Big up yourself, Claire. Young people getting worse. I'm telling you, 100%. Because I remember being 21, family. Yeah, I remember it clean. I'm not saying it was yesterday, but I can remember, family. Now listen, I'm not saying that we were angels out here. Yeah, that is not what I'm saying. You understand me? But hell to the no would we be acting like that? You get me? Like hell to the no. There's just no way. Yeah? In terms of what she came on live and said, I mean, even if, yeah, family, even if that's what you and your people then choose to do in the bedroom, yeah? All right then. Yeah. But to come online and admit it and go on like it ain't no nothing. And when people are talking to you like, well, yeah, it's nothing. You understand me? Like I'm like, nah. I'm not black, I'm mulatto, so I'm like, yo. Yeah. So that makes me know that Enough of the young people still don't know about themselves. They don't know about themselves. They don't even care about themselves, arguably. You know what I mean? Because that's definitely another thing. A lot of young people, or a lot of people, let's just generalize, they don't care about themselves. They don't love themselves. And you see, if you don't love yourself, family, anything can reach you. Anything. As a girl picnic, if you don't love yourself, any man can reach you. Isabella don't love herself. Then she's got, but apparently she's got a freaking what's it called? A fiance. A fiance, family. Yo. Anyway, let me play the thing. Yeah, while I quickly go and turn this. I'm even late today, but let me play this. And let me go and just quickly turn my my little speck of meat. So let me, and I'm hoping this is gonna play, family. So let me see where I'm at. Let me see. Please play. Oh, please play. Alright. Is it presenting? Woo! Oh. They put in point. Everything I noticed is on the record. All right, family. I'm just putting it on the large screen. Oh, good. Oh, good. Is that one? All right. Ah. Can you not hear? I'm gonna try and rewind it a bit. What's good, family? You see that, family? You see that, family? Yeah? Let me just see. If I knew what I was doing, I'd try and even rewind it and make it go slow. Hold on a second, man. Hold on a second. I'm going to try and take it back a little bit, because this is not impressive, man. All right. So this woman, this white lady, this woman's called Jupiter, yeah? And her husband's Hector. Pussy Hector, if you will. But regardless, you know? See, at this point, the little girl, Isabella's obviously called Jupiter a slag. And Jupiter's coming back asking her, what did you say? You see that? coffee at her and kicked her. This little girl, Isabella. So let me just pause it, this off, family, just to make sure that you see where I've gone. Yeah. So basically, because I've had a look at it a couple of times still. Yeah. So basically, you see Ralph there, old racist Ralph, old racist Christian Ralph, old crusader Ralph. Yeah. You can see he's having a conversation with someone I would presume is a lefty. Yeah. We'll just make a presumption that who he was speaking to is a lefty. Yeah. And Jupiter's in there, and then Jupiter then joining the conversation. Yeah. Then this little dotty girl, yeah, Isabella, has obviously come up to where their conversation is. Yeah. Then she's called Jupiter a slag. You understand? It could be for no reason. You get me? She's called Jupiter a slag. So obviously now Jupiter's gone back to her and asked her, what did you say? You know what I mean? Rightly so. You know what I mean? You got a little 20-year-old little, especially when Jupiter knows this woman's antics and history. You know what I mean? You got this little dotty, scrawny girl coming calling you a slag. All right then, she's called her a slag. Yeah, so Jupiter's asking her, what did you say? What did you say? You understand me? Then the girl dashed coffee in Jupiter's face. Yeah? Dashed coffee in her face, you with me, and then kicked her. Well, family, I'm telling you, family, me up. This is how bad. I already said, you see that little dotty guy, your family. I already said, if I ever saw you on road, I'll give you a one box myself, just because you're that much of a disgusting creature. You're with me? The big things that she come online. So for her to come to the park on Sunday now and behave like this, nah, man, she gone too far. You get me? Now the thing is, you know, right now, you know what I mean? We're in a time of acid attacks and all those things. You with me? Jupiter and anyone else would have been in there. They would be, as far as I'm concerned, perfectly within their rights. You understand me? To deal with the girl in a certain way. Yeah. But let me just hold my corner and just say the rest of the thing. But I'm just making sure that you're kind of up to date with what happened in terms of what happened on the video still. That's Hector, yeah, the black guy with the glasses. Hector, that's Jupiter's husband. Yeah, little Nigerian guy. Big him up still, because he held his calm, man. Because I'm telling you, other man, they wouldn't hold it like that. Jupiter saying that she wants a knit. That's Saracen. Now listen to the girl now. Well done, Hector. Jupiter wants her out the park. Jupiter wants to deal with her stuff. And I don't wrong her, man. She did. Yeah.
No, you won't come back. I didn't say it. I didn't want to. Why did you do what you did? Otherwise, just calm down.
You see this family? You see? Now she's attacking Hector. Nah, man. Listen. Nah, I'm gonna pause it a minute and take it. Oh shit. Oh gosh. So she's attacked Jupiter and then she's tried to attack Jupiter's husband. This girl needs a beating, man. She's gone to Modine, yeah? Crocodile tears and all of these things. Watch her, family. Yeah, she's attacked 2 people and now she's trying to play. I don't even want to use the word to her. Look at her face, family. Look at this fraud's face. You hear that? She scratched out Hector's eye.
You're a big demand.
Listen to this little. Oh. Jupiter's spitting feathers. Look at her, look at her. Oh, family, I'm telling you, man. That's why I don't go to that place, man. Full of sick people, man. Look at her, gone to Modine of all people. There's Braden, that's the guy that her and him played sex slave game. That white boy there. Big up Mr. Rats TV. I'm gonna try and put it on big screen again.
I don't watch it. I don't watch it.
21-year-old. I said, leave me alone.
Listen to this bitch now. About 21-year-old. Jupiter wants a citizen's arrest, family. You see that, family? Jupiter didn't do nothing and the girl drove for her head. I'm telling you, that girl, I swear to God, man. I've got to draw that back, family. Nah, man, because I'm telling you, the girl, these young people, man. These young people. Jupiter is a 51-year-old woman with 8 kids and grandkids. And these little dirty girls, they feel they have the audacity to go on, so. Hold on a minute, family. We'll bring it back. Yeah, him. You see him? This is the one that she played them type of games with him. This old racist, yes, of family. I tell you, boy. But now I see her again. They're both sick in everything.
21-year-old. I said, leave me alone. Well, I don't know. Fucking kids of the right now. I can't go well. Kids of the right.
Free up the man, Dad. Where's the boyfriend? It's gonna be fucking mad, bitch. Jump on the bus. Like that. No, big man, leave it. Close it, close it. Let it go, man. We got something to do, man. Boss, close it. Watch out. Come on, guys. Come out the road, man. Why not going to the door? Hold on time, man. On the bus. What's the difference? You want to see it? No. Everyone jump on the bus. What are we doing?
All right then, family.
My son got up home. He comes knocking on the bedroom door saying, Dad, you won't believe what, and he's fucking talking about you. Not my son anymore.
Modine's famous.
Talking about your family. Your son was imagining him at night. Because I'm famous now worldwide. Are you on this? Yeah, John Cena, KSI, Logan Paul, like that video. In your book, then he fucking. Yeah, I just wanted to see them all. Well, he is well mannered. I'm recording you, Steve.
All right, family. So that was the escapade at the park today, yeah. And hold on, let me just try and hit the. I don't know what you lot think, man, but I'm telling you, that girl is this. In my opinion, that girl's disgusting. Yeah, and yeah, she can. The mulatto, they can claim her because these are her words, family, not mine. So don't get onto me. She called herself a mulatto. Hold on. So Melanated says Jupiter seems to be walking in her direction though, but Shorty is wild. She keeps attacking. Yeah, I mean, definitely Jupiter wanted the citizens arrest, man. You know what I mean? She was telling people to call the cops. So I definitely agree with that. You get me? But yeah, the girl was wilding out, man, but she's not well. The thing is, family, what I'm saying is about now watch this now. One thing that, and apparently you saw that was her husband was there, or her fiance, or whatever. Because he's the one that was with her on the bus and walking her out. Yeah? So first and foremost, how are you gonna have your girlfriend, fiance, whatever it is that they want to call themselves? How are you as a man, yeah, gonna be allowing your gal, yeah, to be getting into such situations, yeah, in such a public place? That's the first thing, yeah. Because a man him supposed to kneel. You understand what I'm saying to you? Now, family, what I'm saying is, yeah, one, she was clearly in the wrong. That's the first thing, yeah. But if I'm in a situation like that now, yeah, my man is supposed to be one, doing some damage limitation, and two, really getting me out of that, getting me out of there. Yeah, he's nowhere to be seen until the end when she's coming out of the park and she's going on the bus. Now, my fear is, family, that he was probably filming as well to artists. Yeah, because he's probably got his own channel. You know what I mean? And he's probably getting exclusive footage of his gal. Yeah, and the narrative that they will do it. You know what I mean? These young people. You know what I mean? Isabella lust. I can't even imagine. You understand? But oh, sugar. Maku's nostrils. I can't even say it. I can't even read what you've written, boy. Mm-mm. Ooh. Melanated. But you see, I'll tell you what though, melanated, yeah. You see, and that's why I mean, I know probably some people in the family don't even like me or other persons like myself going on your show because they feel that his show is right wing and this, that, and the other. You understand me? But for me, you see Jupiter, Wendy, you get me, and these other characters, that is Britain. You with me? So I am glad, yeah, that these people are back about again, because what you always hear me say, family, is that we get too comfortable. You understand me? Because some of us have got a little one microwave, a little one yard, a little one car, we feel like we've made it. You with me? And that isms and schisms no longer exist. Do you understand me? But that's why I like that channel, because that channel brings out the people then, yeah? Yeah, because we have to learn. Because nothing, we're too comfortable, family. We're too comfortable. You understand? Yeah? But these people don't think that these Bradens and these fucking, what was that guy, Vinny and all that? Don't think that these are few or far between. But like I say, I prefer to know who you are, in it, because it's the smiling thing. That's the bit I can't work with. You know, that smiling thing. Yeah. Let me know you don't like me from the beginning. I can deal with that. I can work with that. No problem. That's why I ain't got no problem with them, man. No problem with them. I can also trying to move Isabella walk up, but she stopped revealing to room. Oh, Sugar Hill. Maku's nostrils. Man. God damn. Oh, family. Come on, man. Oh, yeah, I hear that still, melanated. True, I hear that still. However, but you know what it is, yeah? You see, if my girl, Dotty girl Isabella, was moving to my Jupiter in that type of, you understand me, vibration, like, you know what I mean? You've been saying some off-key things online. I want to talk to you about it, this, that, and the other. Then I can work with that. You know what I mean? I could work with that. You understand me? But, you know, calling a woman a slag, You understand me? And then being very aggressive to her. No, we can't be wrong and strong, family. Well, I can't be wrong and strong anyway. You understand me? I can't be wrong and strong. You know, me and Jupiter do not agree. You understand me? We do not agree. However, you know what I mean? She's got the right to be able to move around the park. You understand me? Without fear of, I mean, like I said, the girl dashed a hot drink in her face. Now, we don't know how, you know what I mean, the temperature of that coffee and whatever, but that can give you whatever degree burns. You understand me? Yeah? So that Isabella now, she's supposed to be banned from the park. Like, straight facts. If she ain't banned from the park, then I know there's something iffy going on. Yeah? That girl, straight banned. Okay, big up yourself, Betty. Betty saying, what happened to that free speech Jupiter preached about all week? Okay. Oh, hell is about to break loose. Master Kid, welcome, Master Kid, welcome. Yeah, welcome. Betty. And anyone new here, please don't be shy. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We're there. We're going over to Discord shortly. We're there. But Betty, free speech is one thing, Betty. Yeah, free speech is one thing. However, I'm sure you would agree, Betty, with all the hard feelings that you may be feeling at the moment, throwing a hot drink in someone's face is not acceptable. You understand? Yeah, it's not acceptable. And like I said, as fucked up as some of the things Jupiter says is, which they are, you can't be dashing hot drinks in someone's face. You don't do that. Yeah. Don't give this too much energy. This is Jeremy Carl show. I'll say, of course, Michael's not shoes. You understand? Of course. However, it could be argued though, you with me, that there's a deeper not even underlying issue, but in terms of, do you know what I mean? The young, because that's a young 21-year-old person, Michael's nostrils. You with me? So I think we also need to explore why she feels that, you with me, she can go, you know, she can go on like that to a big woman whose husband is there, and then she attacked the husband. So no, Michael's not, as much as I hear what you're saying, Michael's not shoes. I can't even do that, you know. I can't even do that. As whatever as my Virgin Michael is, he's still my boy, man. So I can't call in Michael's nostrils. I can't do that. But I hear what you're saying about the energy thing still. Yeah. And obviously I hear that still. But Sunday, rise and peace setting, whatever. But the thing is though, what I would add to that is that for me, what it proves that a lot of these young people, they lack what's the word? Oh, what's the word? It's gonna come to me. They ain't got no sense, Bridget. Yeah, then they had no sense. Yeah, they can't gauge situation. If that was if Hector was different, yeah, and Jupiter was different, that little dotted girl Isabella will be in hospital right now. Should be in hospital right now. I'm telling you. I'm not even gonna lie to you, family. All right, then. I don't even want to put myself in a situation, but trust me, man. A different couple, family, yeah. A different couple, deep the situation is, yeah, deep it. Jupiter was talking with Ralph and some other lefty, yeah. That's what's going on. She gets distracted because this little dotty girl Isabella is obviously in the back making some very negative remarks. We get to hear the girl call Jupiter a slag. Yeah. Jupiter then goes and investigates. Well, who you call a slag? Why is that? Which is a natural thing as far as I'm concerned. You with me? And you can see, like, come on, man, look at Jupiter, man. You know what I mean? You can't. You know what I mean? Jupiter's East End, man. And this is what I'm saying to you, family. Like, where's the fight or flight in your mind? Like, do I really want to be picking? Listen, family, I'm a big woman. Yeah. And I'm not going to be picking no fight with Jupiter for no reason. You know what I'm saying to you, family? Yeah. She's big, man. Sake. You can see that she's bigger than her husband, man. Come on, family. Come on, man. But, yeah, all right. Wendy Woo, wow. Yeah. All right, Wendy. Wendy says online arguments brought to the park. So what's your opinion then, Wendy? I mean, sticks and stones, an incident wouldn't have happened. Sticks and stones, yeah, but again, are we taking away from the gal throwing coffee in the girl's face, family. What are we saying here? Still don't like Jupiter. She was invading Isabella's space and towering over Isabella. Oh, come on, Betty. Stop that, man. That's not, you're not even being fair there, Wendy. You're, Betty, I think you're just bringing in your own personal thing into it, man. Maku says, I think Isabella is used to getting her way by offering her body, so she thinks she can get away with anything. That may be the case, man, but I'm telling you that she can't go through her life like that, man. Do you know what I mean? Just like no, I don't think Isabella was scared, but Jupiter was following the girl and asking for something. I don't know about that, melanated man. She was following her. I don't think Isabella was scared. No, she wasn't. But Jupiter was following the girl and asking for something. Asking for something. She's asking her, "Why are you calling me a slag?" She's tall. She shouldn't be bullied. Oh, now you see. Now this is beautiful. Actually, I'm glad that these opinions are even coming out, because Betty said, "I've met Jupiter. She's tall. She shouldn't be bullying a 21-year-old." Yeah. So all right then, make we see what I want, because I definitely disagree with the statement that Betty just made, in that Jupiter was bullying her. But let me see what the family thinks. So let me do what a couple other people put a 1 in the comments, family, if you think that Jupiter was bullying Dottie Isabella. Put a 1 and put a 2 if you don't think so. I beg you. This is interesting. Let's see again. Are the family gonna play? Are we gonna play? Are you all gonna play? Let me see. 1. All right. Jupiter should ask why she was calling Isabella slag all week on Real Show. All right, Betty. All right, I hear that. Jupiter thought her age was gonna make the girl stand down. Okay, melanated. I'm hearing you. Amelia says, big up too. Oh, everything there. Big up yourself. Come be honest to all that trade. Oh, 1 for bully. 2. Amelia says 2. All right then. So Amelia says 2. Welcome, Chiba. Chiba says 2. And the question at the moment is, 1, if we think that Jupiter was being a bully, and 2, if we think she wasn't, sorry. And I'm number 2. I don't think in that instance that she was being a bully. Renee said bully gone wrong. Yeah, the people them are dying from that situation. Yeah. Throwing coffee. Thank you. Amelia says Speaker's Corner isn't a place for throwing coffee in someone's face. Thank you. And remember, what's his name? I'm sure Modine dashed something in Sophia's face as well, and he must have got a ban. So Claire Emma says loads online saying nasty things about Isabella. I don't condone her behavior, but I'm not surprised she snapped. Okay, Claire. Okay, bringing that balance. Maku says 1 and 2. All right, fair enough. He says, listen, big up all the black queens except Betty. Oh man, I didn't read the last bit. But yeah, big up yourself, Chiba, man. Welcome. Yeah, this is the 90th Horizon P show. Normally set on a Sunday. Yeah, over there, man. And this will be our last time on YouTube in this format. And then we have to move over to Discord, man. So there might be a little bit of a bumpy ride getting there, but we'll get there still. But big up yourself. Free for bloody stupid behavior from both people. All right, Wendy, fair enough. I hear that still. J Boogie in the building. Big up yourself too, King. You done know. Lexi says 1 and 2. Jupiter thought she could step to the girl and nothing would happen, but Isabella should have never thrown the coffee. All right, fair enough, Lexi. Fair enough. I hear that balance still. I hear that. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm being a little bit biased because I think the girl is a dotty nastiness coming the week. So I appreciate the balance, Lexi and others. Thank you. Nigel says Isabella will learn, but will Jupiter learn to not fight with 21-year-old over sex life with Braden? Whoa! God damn, Betty's coming with a different spin and shine. Oh Lord. Ah, Melanate says the coffee thing was wrong, I admit. Jupiter should have opened the can of so I love my Melanate. Jupiter should have opened a can of whoop ass instead of following her asking for next box. Stop it. Oh no. Oh, family, come on, man. This is why they say my soft. Everything said pussy Hector got woman handle. Yeah, look, that's the next thing, family. Like, but come on, EIE, we have to give it up to pussy Hector, man, because he could have reacted differently, man. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And regardless of whatever we think of him, he's a Nigerian man, and you know what I mean? So I'm gonna give Pussy Hector a bit of respect today, still, because he could have reacted in a very, you know, in a different way as a man, to be honest. You with me? And then it would have been a whole completely different headline again, still. So as much as we won Hector, still, I'm gonna big him up today. I think he handled it well. He was just really he was calling for the authorities and that. You know what I mean? And then the little dotty girl attacked him as well. Yeah, so yeah, man. Spicy said 1. Oh gosh, so they look at Jupiter as a bully, alright? I thought Jupiter was PC Barnes. Oh Lord, have mercy. Oh God, man. Oh, more Mark in the building. Dig up yourself, brethren. Yeah, we were just going over a little situation that happened at Speaker's Corner today. Still, you can rewind it live now and kind of check it out to see where we're at. But beautiful to see you, brother. 100%. Big up. Okay, Melanate says big up to the family. Too much family for the individual. Shout outs. Wonderful. Yeah. If Jay Boogie says, yeah, if he gave Isabella an open hand uncle slap, it would have been a wrap for him. Exactly, Boogie. And you know the thing, Boogie. You know the thing. Because at the end of the day, like I say, although we're banning, he's a Nigerian man, and we know how the team set. And we know he could have messed her up, man. And the mere fact that he can handle Jupiter, you know he could handle Isabella. That's what I'm, but nostrils that I can't do that. Man. But that's what I'm saying, man. If that were to have happened, it would have just been peak for him and us, and you know, I mean, you know the narrative already, man. And nah, so he done very well. He done very well. Big up yourself, Ultra. Why I call her Dutty? Okay, Samaya. I'm gonna presume that you didn't hear some of her conversations in the week, Samaya. That's why I call her Dotty. Yeah, you know I'm not normally like that, but that girl, she nasty, man. She nasty. Everything says pussy. Hector tried to call the police. Jupiter said, give me the damn phone. Oh, you lot, man. Shut. All right. Isabella's a trouble. Why? Well, Braden didn't get no sympathy from me, Samaya. That's the first thing. Isabella's a troubled young girl. Okay, well, but you see, this is the thing, Samaya, just like Braden, yeah. You know, and I've said it on live before. The problem that we have these days, is that not everybody's got the time, the patience, or the inclination, to decide on each different occasion when a person is acting fuck up. You understand me? That they have mental issues, this, that, and the other. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah, and all of that is a new phenomenon. You get me? As far as I'm concerned, back in the day, if you're acting mad, you know what it is. And I'm not even saying like me in a family, but that's not me. You know, I'm all cloudy, But I know that's not the team set. Yeah. Now we can't we can't be in a situation where we feel that, you understand me, people can act in a very disagreeable way for whatever reason, and that the person on the opposite side is gonna fucking stand there and, you know what I mean, reason it out as to that's shippiness. So Samaya, I hear what you're saying, I do. But when someone dashes a hot drink in your face, you're not gonna be reasoning out that. You understand? You're not. Yeah, especially in these times of acid, this, that, and the other. You're just not. Yeah, and I think the girl got off lightly. She got off lightly. Right, Zabida says, Samaya, well, true, I ain't gonna lie. If she was a man, she'd be bigged up. My need for the sister needs guidance, so that's what we should do rather than bash her. Oh, you see, you know what it is, yeah, Zabida and Samaya. You see, if the girl did, from my perspective anyway, yeah. You see, if I didn't hear her make those comments in the week, yeah, and didn't back down on it, yeah, I was very proud to say it. You with me? And then like talking like everyone else is an idiot. You with me? That don't back that type of vibration. Then I might be with you today, innit? You understand what I'm saying to you? I might be with you today, but nah, man. She called someone a slag. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. She called someone a slag. She threw a hot drink at the person. Yeah, remember, this person ain't touched her yet. Yeah, she kicked her. She's abused her. Come on, family, man. Come on. I hear what you lot are saying, but this may be where the problem is, man, because at what point do you lot put responsibility on Isabella? You understand me? You understand? What about the victim? Because, and that's the thing, you see, family. And you see, all right then, boom. Let me come up and read. So you see, whoever said that, let me see, Zabida and Samaya. All right. See, if I was, all right, hold on a second. If I was technically capable, all right, hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it. Cause you see, I hear what you're saying, ladies, but that's exactly, yeah, what she's relying on. Yeah, she's relying on that. Hold on. All right, there's a bit where she was with Mo, yeah, and that's exactly what she's doing. She's playing the sympathy thing, man. I'm telling you. Hold on a second, all right. Let me see if I can play this. All right. Look at her. Look at her. Did you see the clump of Jupiter hair that she took out, man? Oh, you lot are mad. Isabella, as much as whatever you've been in that situation, come on now, man. She just took a clump of the woman's hair out, man. Wow. Wow, Samaya. Look at her, family. Look at her. Look at her smiling. Look. She knows what she's doing. You lot are mad. Look at her. Yeah, if you don't believe that, you lot are mad, man. I'm so sorry to say, man. Look at her. She knows exactly what she's doing. You lot are crazy, man.
Leave me alone. They're not leaving me alone.
Oh, you're a victim, aren't you?
You hear that? Look at that. Look at that. Nah, man. Look, Jupiter wants to do her now. You know. Look at her. Look at her. Family, come on. Tell me, man. Come on, family, man. Perception is everything, man. Jupiter wants it. Look at her. Hold on. Let me come back to the comments now. Because me one. So hold on. Samaya, what are you saying then? You're still saying what you're saying? Let me see what these people are saying, man. Let me see. This is what I'm saying. That's why opinions are interesting. All right. So Samaya says the big lady was using her size. You see, the reason why I don't agree with that, Samaya, yeah, is because Jupiter's size is her size, isn't it? You understand me? So, you know, if she was smaller or bigger, what would you say? Or if she was smaller, what would you say? That's the same kind of thing they say about Jedi, isn't it? You get me? But at the end of the day, the man can't help his size. Yeah. So I have to dismiss that one. I'm sorry. Big up Isabella. She stood her ground. What ground did you big up Isabella? Samaya, big her up for what? What did you see the whole thing, Samaya? She went after her, then proper clothes. Nah, you know what? I'm gonna have to rewind the thing so you lot can watch again, man, because you lot must be seeing, or a couple of you must have. Okay, let me just read. Hold on. All right. Yo, Samaya, listen. Hold on. Let me read first. Let me read first. All right, hold on. So Samaya says, "Big up Isabella. She stood her ground." Yeah. Yo, Samaya, come and jump on and tell me what ground she stood, man. That's what I want to hear, man. Especially as a female, I'd love to hear your perspective, man. Now, Betty says, "I told you, but to stop poking her nose into other women, man, and look after her husband Hector." Okay, fair enough. I hear that, you know, to a certain extent, Betty, but you know, context, man, context. And the gal dash a hot drink at her. And if you're gonna excuse that, Betty, then you're not being real, man. Everything. Jupiter and Pussy Hector can never be victims. Not even she asked her back off bare times. She asked her back off bare times. Right, we're gonna rewind the thing, Samaya. For fuck's sake, who cares if you're called a name online? We're grown-ups know, for Pete's sake. They surrounded her. Who surrounded her? Oh, what dear blood clean. Who surrounded her, Samaya? Who's they? Yo. This is going to be an interesting night. I need to go downstairs. Hold on. Jupiter on real show all night avoiding going to bed with Hector. Yeah, but that's got nothing, Betty, that's got nothing to do with it, man. Jupiter asked her to say it in her face and was pressing up so the girl felt threatened. Oh, please, Beta. Jupiter asked her to say it to her face and was pressing up so the girl felt threatened and react. You know what? You're 21 as well, man. That's all I got to say, man. She's not well, sis. But Samaya, you keep saying she's not well, but so Samaya, when someone dashes a hot drink in your face, are you gonna stand there and be thinking, she's not well? Samaya, stop it, man. That peroxide got her hair say the nyama. That peroxide got her hair say. All right, Spicy, she's suffocated. No, Niley, for Jupiter just sheds hair like a dog. It's perfectly okay. On a real, if a woman come pressing up on you saying, "What did you say?" Say it to my face and get what? Yo, Zabida, I'm gonna have to say, like, you. This is what I'm saying. This must be a fucking intergenerational thing, man. That's why she lashed out. Spicy crap, Zabida, and plus there's history. I fully agree with nine. Thank you, Ultra. They bullied her. She's not all there. They bullied her. What the fuck? Samaya, you need to tell me who this they are, yeah? And you need to tell me what you've watched in it, because maybe you've seen something different to myself. Jupiter has been insulting and abusing Isabella for time. So if that's the case, then Zubida, then what you're saying is that the little dot. All right, what you're saying then is that Isabella went there looking for something. That's what you're saying. That's basically what you're saying. Pick and choose who excuses are given to you. Jupiter needs to spend more. Jupiter probably got brave. Hopefully it wasn't weed. Hopefully it wasn't real hair, because I wouldn't show it. I think, I don't even know. I think that was I don't even know, man. Jupiter should have left it to the police. But they tried to call the police, and when they was waiting for the police, she attacked them against Samaya. But we're gonna rewind it still, because We're gonna rewind it. Jupiter needs to act her age, honestly. Why is she even entertaining a 20-year-old? Zubida, you're not being balanced right now, Zubida. To be honest, you're not being balanced, man. Amelia, I agree with Nynefa. Thank you very much, Zubida. Isn't she supposed to take the more high ground? She's 30 years older than her. You see what I'm saying to you, Zubida now, yeah? Yeah? It could be argued that she already took the high ground, you know. You understand me? Because the little girl called her a slag, yeah? And she went and she said, what did you call me? Like she's in shock in it. Like, what did you call me? Knowing that this little dotty girl has been doing whatever she's been doing. So my girl's like, what did you call me? Yeah? That's what most women would do that. You with me? And then she dash her hot drink in her. And so Zabida, listen to me, yeah. If you're backing my girl dashing a hot drink in her face, you understand me? Then me and you, we will never agree. Yeah. Whether Jupiter's 30, 60, however many years older than my girl, you understand me? You don't do that. Yeah. You just do not do that. Yeah. And in certain places in London, you do that to us. This 60-year-old woman, it's a different story in Zabida. So you need to stop that, man. Right, we're gonna rewind this, man. We're gonna rewind this because I've got a feeling. I'm kind of feeling that people are maybe having a little bit of bias because of who and what Jupiter is and what she says. You understand what I'm saying to you? But we've got to keep it real. Jupiter's face. Okay, Jupiter's a bit as well, though. She out front, you know. The girl is trouble. Not saying she was right today. Well then, Samaya, this trouble, you got to keep it real, yeah? Because a different person, all they're going to be thinking, that's acid. But listen, that girl's lucky to leave that park in one piece. You get me? It's not even a joke out here, man. You understand me? Yeah? Like, she's got no fear. That's what I'm trying to say, family. Enough of the youth, them, they have no fear, yeah? And because they have no fear, enough of you dead, yeah? That me, I say. Yeah, they don't know how to judge situations. They have no fear. Like Jupiter, I know Jupiter's been insulting you and Isabella and me, but I told you, but I ain't arguing with menopause women. If I need that, I'll be my big sister or mum. But all them people going on. Listen to me, Samaya. Who's all these people? Listen, man. Who's all these people, Samaya? This sounds like some freaking story. Who's all these people, Samaya? Because I'm gonna rewind it and play it again anyway. For whiteness would save her, not today. All right, some of you are just trolling, man. Isabella should have stood her ground when she approached her, not throwing her down at the end of the day. Thank you, Lexi. I beg you. So yeah, I will send the link. I freaking will. Hold on, I agree. I don't argue with anyone to be my daughter. Pick up as reader. All right, Betty. At the moment, I know that you're not being balanced. Right. Uncle Hector Defo likes BBW. I could only imagine what that is, Boogie. Who is she to tell someone to come out of the park? Because she wanted to take it out. Well, I don't know about that. Probably to do her something out of the park, isn't it? Wow. Damn sticky. Okay, now you see, this is what I'm saying. EIE, yeah, this is what I'm saying. No, sorry, fear. It's not about not okay. All right, now listen now. It's not just about not being sorry for Jupiter, yeah. But what I'm also trying to say, family, is that the young lady, yeah, arguably is also putting herself in a hell of a lot of danger, don't you think? EIE, how would your wife have responded to some young 20-year-old dashing a hot drink in her face? Yeah, how would she react? Ladies, who's gonna not need to show handbags? Yeah, I agree. She should never dash the coffee. But that's what I'm saying, Samaya. Yeah, from when she dashed the coffee, she's lost any ground. She's lost any high ground. That's it, man. It's finished. I remember she dashed coffee. She kicked her in her groin. She's trying to attack her husband. Nah, man. This is what I'm saying. Maybe this is one of the problems with society that we have now. Because you know what I mean. I'm not really hearing people say, "Nah, man. The little girl she messed up." As fucked up as Jupiter is and her views and opinions and whatever, You understand what I'm saying to you? And this is what it is, man. This, you see, very dangerous, man. Yeah, very dangerous. And we just saw the girl. Big up yourself, Sticky. You don't know. I could do something. Anyway, Sticky right now. My mic on her. All right then. So you don't know what I'm saying, EIE. It's not that mess. EIE, listen. Listen, I wouldn't even play them, but I've got videos of some American ladies going at it over less. Yeah, naked. Yeah, but true, I can't take the embarrassment. That's why I wouldn't even play it. Naked. Yeah, everything gone. People are all up and then leave. Was them a fight? Listen, don't get me started, man. But I'm saying now. But what I'm gonna do, still, family, I'm gonna rewind the thing, and I'm gonna run, and I'm gonna turn the meat a little bit and come back, and then yeah, we'll come back again. I'll try and get the link out as well at the same time. Yeah. So let me just do that. But yeah, nah, man. Isabella was wrong, man. And I don't get it, man. Big up today. I'm not gonna tell this. The other man would have boxed up and kicked that man. Are you joking? Oh, man. Hit the done. Well, look at it's. I hear what you're saying. She's not. Mic check, mic check. Sorry about that, family. I don't know, my computer just started doing a mad one. So whilst it's doing whatever, I've just had to come in on my phone, which I always find quite weird, to be honest. Hopefully it won't be too long, but yeah, it's just frozen a bit. But yeah, bombot. Alright, once it comes back, I'll just run back the I'll run it back. But yeah, man, like I'm saying, just a little trip down memory lane. But yeah, I'm definitely putting it out there, you know what I mean, to once and for all. I mean, you know, in fact, I know it won't stop, like I said in it, because we are the content. But Gummy, yeah, anyone that can get message to a messenger, time for you to do your job. Yeah, we want to have some evidence or something about all these false accusations that you keep putting upon my name. Because like it's easy for anyone just to go around talking any old shit, man. Do you know what I mean? Hoping that it will stick, which obviously has been done for many a year. But yo, Gummy, Wendy, you too, Becca, I want to speak to you as well, but for sure. I mean, so got some time today, and like I said, we're getting into a whole new month and a whole new year. And I think it would be good once and for all for these false narratives, false lies, false premises, and basic content to kind of stop. You know what I mean? Now, I don't think it can. Like I said, because the people them need content and that. But we are going to see. But my computer's still doing a madness, so just hold on a second. You can probably hear the machine in the back and all sorts. But bloody hell, I don't even want to reboot it, man, because that's just going to be a bit wrong. But I might have to do that. So yeah, you look after this bear with the eye. Oh, it's because it was dying. Alright, you look after this bear with me. Bear with me. 1, 2, 3. Shut up. Use a carrier pigeon to get the message. He said, nah, man, we don't need carrier pigeon. We got messenger, man. We got Jaffa the messenger. Much more efficient than a bloody carrier pigeon, I tell you. Do I need to reboot this? Oh, looks like I'm gonna have to reboot this, George Knife. Do you remember black people trying to get Becca and Jupiter arguing on aspects? No. No. And this is what I'm trying to say, yeah, Banana. You know what I mean? And this is what I mean, it could be argued I'm flogging a dead horse because I should know better. But I'm just trying to really see if there's any sort of integrity left in certain quarters of YouTube streets, or are they all just under the propaganda and trolling and blatant lies and slander and all of them things there? Wendy, I want you to jump on as well, you know. You know what I mean? For sure. Alright, this is not coming on. I'm gonna have to fucking reboot it. Yeah, we're gonna have it out, man. All this talking about the white women and what we say about mixed race people in the chats as well, you know what I mean? The Nikos and all you little faggots, you know what I mean? I want to hear what it is that's being said, yeah? Ether, do you remember black people trying to get Becca and Jupiter up? Becca made that clip. Wow, Becca, this is what I'm saying, man. You need to jump on, Bex, because you can be a bit of a comedian when you're ready, Becca. I'm not telling a lie, my girl. I mean, that's why I say you can sleep in anywhere. But yeah, you have to jump on because I've heard you say a couple other things, Becca. You get me? So you have to come chat to women, especially around this white woman mixed race thing. For real. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to see who jumps on or who writes in the chat regarding, because I'll keep hearing a lot of things. So I'm here. Gummy, this is your day to shine. Yeah, this is your day to shine. Yeah, bring these fucking accusations, man, because you just chatting absolute content. Yeah, big old anyway. Right, let me see. But yeah, so what else, Banana Man? Yeah, I hear you, man. Other people have, I hear it, bub. I hear it, bub. I hear it. I heard a little remix myself yesterday, but I hear it, bub. Alright. Oh, it might be awake. Is it awake then? I just touched the button and something happened. Now what? Check that. So you don't mind doing that. Let me see if it's. Yeah, anything else? Anything else? Yeah, man, get it out there, man. Let's deal with these things one by one. You know what I mean? Yeah. And even if Becky wants to be like the representative, you know what I mean, like the lawyer, and want to talk or get, you know what I mean, talk through Becca or whatever. But yeah, man, because you lot are deadly, man. The type of narratives and pictures that are being painted is actually crazy. Breezy. But I love it still, man. I love it. But like I said, today's the day, innit? Bring it, come, innit? Otherwise, you lot are just chatting shit. You know what I mean? And just trying to create stories and just do your little whole race politics and all of them shit there, man. You know what I'm saying to you? Because over the how many years that we've been doing this, not one of you has been able to bring one shred of evidence to back any of your claims with regards to myself, 90 for 99. Yeah, and I've got terabytes and terabytes of shows that are up. You know what I mean? Yeah. But what you'll hear is someone else will do something, then it becomes a they and her thing, like I represent. You know what I mean? All of that, all these little slick shit, man. Because when I do my thing, I just speak about individuals. I don't say, oh, white women. Do you know what I mean? I'll just say Wendy or Gummy or whomever, whatever. Whereas their trick is to just, if one person's done something, then it either becomes they or her. Do you know what I mean? But like I said, not one shred of evidence, man. Not one shred of evidence. And that's what I say, it's just all propaganda and race baiting. And then they'll go and accuse other people of doing the same thing. One thing. Even Buddha, that's what I'm saying. Buddha got on that gravy train, man. And now he's in Coventry. All right, let me see if this can come back on again. All right, looks like. So yeah, man, let them know, innit? Yeah, whilst they're still spreading more bullshit and whatever. Ah, dear. Right, hold on a second. You done a whole stream about her, no context. I'm a white woman with black kids. She never explained your position, so it sounded good. I just don't. For me, yeah, it's either this person is just a serious liar, which I don't think. I don't think that one person just can be so blatant with their lies. No, that's not true actually, because we've seen it done. But yeah, we want to know what's been said about mixed race people, Becca, from myself, Wendy. We want to know what's been said about white women by myself. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm telling you that you lot are chatting absolute shit, and it's just all content, and it's just a thing to hate. It's just like, yeah, it's content and a way to hate someone, and because you know some of our politics, you can basically use that to further your own agenda. Is it a surprise that these women who bought that's not even, this is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I want people to judge me for what comes out of my mouth. You see what I'm saying to you? Because it's very easy for people to judge me for what comes out of someone else's mouth. Do you know what I mean? Because obviously they want to get to me, but they have nothing on me. So the best thing that they can do is maybe use what other people say. But like I said, I'm here, and I've done it before many a time, but I'm doing it again, you know what I mean? One more time. 'Cause like I said, there's a few things that Ultra said last night that rang through. And yeah, man, we can't go into 2025. I'm not even gonna lie. But if it would be good if like I could be found guilty of one of these varying accusations. You know what I'm saying to you? Otherwise, yeah, man, come on, it's just like I said, lies and slander. What is going on? I bet you it's gonna update. I just know it's gonna fucking try to update. I know it is. I know it is. And if it is, that's gonna be a long day. Can't even lie. Oh, I've got to do a hard reset. Because I disagree. I disagree. White women do have kids who are considered black in this society. It sounded like you were critiquing her having kids for black man. She never explained. That's the thing, yeah, Banana. And this is what I'm trying to say, that this woman's a liar, yeah. I've never spoken about Gummy and her having children with Hector. That's never been my bag. Do you know what I mean? Yes, everyone knows that definitely that we're pro-black and that we're you know, pro-black family, so forth and so on. I've never gotten to Gummy about these things. The person that used to get, and this is what I'm trying to say, that she's so fucking dishonest. You know what I mean? And that's why I can't take her. It's not even her racism and it's just her blatant lies, this, that, and the other. But the person that really used to get onto her about her children, yeah, and all the rest of it was Betty. Yeah, was Betty. I mean, and Betty, it was straight Betty, and questioning Uncle Hector. It was straight Betty. Like, what are we doing? No, well, yeah, you know, sir, we disagree on that point, and we all, you know what I mean, we always have done, you know what I mean, and this is the thing, yeah, in real life, yeah, all you people have really heard me say about mixed race children is that they're not black. Yeah, I've said that consistently, because nothing of man them are trying to say that they're black. I'm like, no, you lot are being silly. Stop this, man. You can't just you know, wipe out the white mother, the Asian mother, or whatever else. And I mean, the children are obviously biracial, mixed race, whatever the politically correct term is on any given day. Yeah. All the other things that have been said about mixed race children has not been done by myself. Again, it's been by Betty and the like. You know what I mean? And a couple other people, but not me. But obviously, yeah. But like I said, Gummy, I am laying down the gauntlet to you, yeah. Whether here or somewhere else, to come and chat to me and tell me what it is that yeah, these various fallacious things that you keep saying that I say, and you know it's not me, so we know it's one of your tactics. You know what I mean, but I want to see if your girl was big enough today to have the conversation. You get me? Because I'm definitely putting it out there and giving the opportunity. But like I said, I know that you don't want to do that. I know it's just in your best interest to keep chatting shit, create lies, and make streams. Oh, yeah, I told you, just stop doing that shit, man. I done told you before, man. Like, just use some more PC thingy, bobby, because, like I said, if they're out here using the N-word and whatever, we're gonna have plenty to say. So we've got to be courteous as well, man. EIE. Because like I said, I'm getting bun out for enough of the things that you do, bro, man. So just fucking allow it a minute. I beg, man. But anyway. And that's the thing, innit? I get caught. Yeah. Okay, 1 second. Let me just reply to this. Good stuff. I bet he didn't even take out the thing. Hold on. Enjoy. Okay then, Jacko Radio. Bless up. You know what I mean? And this is what I'm trying to say. I am laying the gauntlet to any mixed race, white person, whatever, to come and fucking tell me what it is, you know what I mean, that you're backing when these people are saying these things. Well, come and chat to me, man, because otherwise you're just going on along with lies and propaganda and slander. Pick up yourself, damn son. See, Nines has always been consistent, saying the same today as I heard years ago. Come on, man. No, listen. EIE and Base Luke, we don't need to do all of this, man. Like, we don't need to do all of this, man. Okay, it's too early. Look, listen, man. I can't. Do you know what? I can't bother with you, man, because the last time, you know what I mean, we had a fucking man running off and all that shit. So I've asked you both to stop it. You know what I mean? I'm not fucking gonna be fighting you and all that bollocks. Yeah, EIE stop, Base Loop stop. You know what I mean? Yeah, but more importantly, don't make me get the blame for it. You get me? So you lot just make sure that you know who's doing what. Yeah, so that I don't get the blame. Okay, that's all I need to say. Because, like I said, there's a habit of blaming me for what other people are doing. Yeah. So as long as you don't know Wagwan, you got a big old hardback man, EIE, and Luke doing whatever the fuck they're doing, man. Like, but DIE, stop it. It's too early in the morning, boss. Come on now. You see, it gets a little bit political, doesn't it? Because you've got actual mixed race people out here calling themselves half breeds. Then when someone else calls them I don't know, man. But like I said, these are not what's mixed race, in it. Like, come on, is this computer coming on? Ugh. But anyway, like I said, I'm not even getting involved in man and man's argument. You got two grown men. Oh, fuck it, man. It's long. But yeah, man. So what happened to the please, big man? Or what happened to you? Like, oh, what, man? Oh, listen, man. I don't even know how to find it on this phone, man. Is that it there? Oh, it's this computer.
Morning,
Yes,
sis.
EIE.
One
Well, go on.
respect,
Yeah,
respect.
yeah, go on.
Anyone who I try hold you to what I say is playing a very shitty game on you. That's what they're trying to do. They can't get to me, so they're holding you responsible. I have heard way more sickening stuff said about us on these people planet panels, and nobody hold them responsible. Let me tell you, I stand by history. History is my blood clot guide. You see me, I say, if them have a problem with being called half breed, tell them go take it up with history. These pussy old half breeds come around us talking about mix. What is the definition of mix? They like to. Let me ask you a serious question. Let's get to this real seriously. If a black woman and a white man, or a white man or a black woman have a pitney, right? Is that mix? May I ask you a question?
Who are you asking? Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, in today's terms or definitions, they
In
can be
today's
deemed as
term and
mixed. Yes.
definition, yes, that's mixed. So let me ask you something. Most of us who came through the transatlantic slave trade and were raped and had the European gene in us, is that mixed?
No.
Why is that not mixed? Is
Anyway,
your
what's your
DNA not
point? No,
mixed
yeah,
with the...
listen. Regardless, what is your point then? Yeah,
Then
in
walk slow
today's
walk with me, no man.
parlance,
Me I try and
in
make the point. Me I try and make the point. It's a disrespect to us when these half breeds come around us talking about mix. Because you know the insulting thing is we were mixed without having a choice through rape and oppression. I keep telling you. My definition of this mixed thing is a scientific one. We didn't come off the slave trade off these ships looking the way we do right now. There was a mixing through by force, through rape and oppression that happened some years back. The mixing already happened, sis. So when these fuckers who these politically these people are being used politically to come at us talking about mixing, it's distorting the history. It's assuming that the history our people weren't mixed through goddamn rape and oppression already. So if that's the case and we were mixed through rape and oppression already, who are these people now who are claiming mix? The truth is, these are the people whose parents purposely went and sleep with white people and created them. Our ancestors didn't purposely sleep with white people to create the mixing that happened. They were raped. These people now, whose parents decided that it was wise or good to go sleep with white people and create them, they're not mixed. They were already their parent. The black parent was who fucked their white woman was already mixed. So what are they? We need to start using quadroons. We need to start using terms like mulatto. If that's the case, because they're not mixed. They come around us insulting us, usurping us. We going along with the program, treating them like kids grub when the history says these fucking half breeds have sold us out. Not all, not all. Not all the children of fucking rape and oppression in Europe have sold us out, but most of them were conceived to sold us out. Like I tell you, the drag slave codes are real. A child born from a white woman is different from a child born from a black woman. I'm telling you, most of these white women know these. It's not a coincidence that we're having these issues with white women who are fucking black men. It's not a It's not a coincidence. It takes a sinister fucker to go sleep with a black man, white woman that is. These fuckers have an agenda. Why are they so fucking prevalent in our community? What makes fucking a black man make you have so much voice in our community? Huh? Man, these people offend me. And I will call them what the fuck I want. And if they want to blame you for what I do, tell them come talk to me. You see me? Me deal with them. But if you see this little bass loop bitch in the chat talking about I won't stand as a white man, you know, he's seeing people create this fucking problem, you know. I won't stand and let you call half cat. So what are you now? The fucking half-breed savior? Man, fuck you know. These half-breeds were always safer in the black community. Only white people didn't used to claim these people. Only used to come rape black people and leave the kids in the black community. It's nowadays to not start claiming these bumbuckler half-breeds. It's nowadays to not start claim them. These people have always been safer in the black community. We don't have a problem with them. So tell these crackers the true history. I don't know what the fuck kind of game Jupiter and her fucking little bitch Becca and all of them playing. But you know, if you go study the history, you see, honestly, these little half-caste kids as just an accessory. You see, you remember how them did have this little chihuahua in the purse? That's how they treat these little half-caste. They are an accessory. You know, I mean, it's insulting. I don't give a fuck what I want to say. I'm going to say what I have to say. You don't come talk to me if you don't have something to say to me. You did it?
Yeah, I'm just making sure that you get it all off, get it all out,
Yeah,
man. You know what I
you
mean? I met
tell
the
them. This is a disclaimer. 9 don't have shit
yeah.
to do with what the fuck I say. I stand on my own square, and all I want a cracker and all I want a half breed come talk to me.
But still though, but still though, at the same time, you still have you get me, you still got to show something to my thing still, you know, as well, yeah.
Well,
You get
sis,
me?
that is the
So I
thing.
damn
If
me
that is it, that's why I say, out of respect for you, when I see the go live button, I'll just stay away because me not change for them. Because them come around here and use for them verbiage and language, and nobody people see it as entertainment. Why the fuck them want govern me? Why the fuck Buddha should win because Buddha wants to be a bitch? I'll just stay the fuck away from these environments if that's the way it is, because that's called grooming. Them a
no,
turn the
I
thing
forget
into
no, all
something
right,
else.
listen,
So
listen,
out of
listen. I've
respect
done
for
the
you,
Buddha
sis, out of respect for you, I'll
I've
just
done
stay
the
away.
Buddha thing and you get me, he didn't turn up, so we don't even need to go back down that again.
Sis, out of
Yeah.
respect for you, because the
Yeah,
white
yeah.
people and the half breeds offended, I'll just stay away. I'll just keep my to my local self. Me take for myself. Me will take for myself. Because me not disrespect you. But if when me I say
So are
start
you
bother
saying
you,
that wait, what? So what are you saying that you haven't got any other parlance to use when describing different sets of people? Are you saying that you can't do that for
wait,
whatever
sir,
reason?
repeat that. Repeat that.
Are you saying that you can't use any other language yourself, regardless if
I
you want to
can.
or not?
I
Mm,
can, but it is a choice. I choose to
mm,
use this because there's a method to my madness.
mm.
There's a method to my madness. I know you sit back and watch how me operate. You see me I say, currying things up, do not do anything to help us. We need to let these people know where we stand, who we are, how we say things, what we feel, what we think. Because you see, the thing is, what end up happening is their interests, their feelings, their everything gets dealt with and not ours.
Yeah, but in real thingy bobby though, we're not in England. We're not going around on a daily basis using them type of terminologies in a real life though.
Sis, it should be. In England, there's this sophisticated, fake, race neutral. You saw it the other day when it manifested. They don't have to say it to your face. They don't have to say it to your face. They just treat you that way. So don't tell me if somebody call you a nigger or they treat you like a nigger, it's the same thing.
Well, yes and no. You know what I mean? Because
So what do you?
technically one is illegal and one isn't, no? Like I hear what you're saying, but I mean, anyway. Right, I think my computer's back now. But yeah, anyway, get it off, man. Oh, he's jumped off. For fuck's sake. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can get back onto the computer. 1 second, people. I'll see capital letters. Alright. Alright. And we can discuss hopefully EI is gonna come back because obviously I do appreciate boy, so what our balance we maintain. Right, hold on. I think oops, not sure, so let me see if I can get back in, man. I don't know how to get out. Mic check. Okay. Alright, let's try again with this computer. Right. Alright, I've lost my train of thought a bit now. I can't even lie. Right, hold on a second. Right, let me at least just get back to this was. Alright. know the thing, Boogie. You know the thing. Cause at the end of the day, like I say, although we're burning, he's a 90 man, and we know how the team set. And we know he could have messed her up, man. And the mere fact that he can handle Jupiter, you know he could handle Isabella. That's what I'm, but nostrils that I can't do that. But that's what I'm saying, man. If that were to have happened, it would have just been peak for him and us, and you know, I mean, you know the narrative already, man. And nah, so he done very well. He done very well. Big up yourself, Ultra. Why I call her Dutty? Okay, Samaya. I'm gonna presume that you didn't hear some of her conversations in the week, Samaya. That's why I call her Dotty. Yeah, you know I'm not normally like that, but that girl, she nasty, man. She nasty. And how would she react? Ladies, who's gonna not need to show handbags? Yeah, I agree. She should never dash the coffee. But that's what I'm saying, Samaya. Yeah, from when she dashed the coffee, she's lost any ground. She's lost any high ground. That's it, man. It's finished. I remember she dashed coffee. She kicked her in her groin. She's trying to attack her husband. Nah, man. And this is what I'm saying. Maybe this is one of the problems with society that we have now, because you know what I mean. I'm not really hearing people say, "Nah, man, the little girl she messed up." As fucked up as Jupiter is and her views and opinions and whatever, you understand what I'm saying to you? And this is what it is, man. This, you see, very dangerous, man. Yeah, very dangerous. And we just saw the girl. Big up yourself, Sticky. You don't know. I could do something. Anyway, Sticky right now. My mic on her. All right then. So you don't know what I'm saying, EIE. So that EIE. Listen, I wouldn't even play them, but I've got people on.
All right, my buck. Respect my buck. Yeah, you mean?
Yes, yep.
All right, let me give you an example, Nainita. Why me do what me do. There was a response in the chat a minute ago. Me just prips the chat. I'm say a white boy. Must be a white boy. I'm say. Yeah, he acting like his granddad wasn't white. He just chatting shit. Some shit like that. You know what these crackers do when they do that, don't you? You know what they do when they do that, don't you? And that is what I'm saying. My thing is strategic. We cannot let our fucking ancestors who were raped, these women who were raped, be forgotten and distorted with this mixed agenda. You see what I'm saying? You see, once we say and we make them know the mixing happened when these women were brought on the slave ships, were being held in those slave dungeons, the mixing was happening. They have to address how the mixing was happening. It wasn't through no lovey-dovey choice because some raccoon decided to bed down a white woman. No, it was an oppressive rape. It was the greatest crime against humanity. You understand me? We can't allow this new agenda with these new half-breeds, giddy-headed people who think they can just play both sides. They have to know there was a mixing that happened before you motherfuckers. And those who are the product of that never forgot our ancestry, the victims of those rapes, the mixing that happened because we didn't want that cracker DNA in us. It was forced. You understand me? So when that cracker in the chat gonna talk about, yeah, we know that we were mixed through rape, cracker. And that's the point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to pay homage to the real victims, the ones who didn't choose to go sleep with a white man or a white woman, the ones who didn't choose to go sleep with a Becca or a fucking Jupiter. And don't ever confuse us with these new twice baked motherfuckers that you got nowadays that the media is trying to push as the new representation of what black is. They're not us. We different from them. That's why I do what I do, Nine Ether. So if that's become too harsh for this environment, I'll just stay away. I'll just stay away.
Right, okay. So let me ask you a question then. Is there a difference in the children that happened as a result of what you just described, rightfully, yeah, and the children that are being born today?
No, because in this society they call us all black. You notice how that pussy old Danny Frasco all of a sudden calling himself black? Because even he deep down inside know in this racialized, racist system, whether you have 1% or a 99%, then call we black. They don't care how the union happen. We black. We bear the same burden. So that's why this mixed thing is so insulting that they're trying to push nowadays. And these half
Hold on.
breeds who are not educated by the white parents that give them birth. You see, these white parents don't educate their kids.
Wait. This is what I'm trying to say. So, and this, I don't know, because I don't think maybe we agree here. So are you, because you believe that a mixed race person is... Yeah.
Did you hear what I said earlier, sis? I don't know about your DNA or how your history or your lineage go, but most of us have a white grandparent because of the rape. That alone turned us mixed. You understand me? Technically, if you didn't come off of that slave ship and in the same unbothered state that you came off that slave ship, by some measure, whether it's a little coolie, whether it's a little whatever, you mix. And let's just be humanly serious. The human species is a mixed breed. We humans, but if you're going to take it to a cultural level, because that's what we're dealing with, mixed culture. Instead of saying mixed breed, I can simply say mixed culture and just be politically correct. Because that's what they are, mixed culture. Two different cultures interact. Because we're still the same human beings, regardless of skin color.
See,
but because white supremacy fucked the game up.
Yeah,
so now we
listen. I'm just letting you know you sound contradictory now, bro.
It's not contradictory. It's just that there's different levels to it. If you're dealing on a scientific level, we're all human beings from different cultures that interacted, whether through it was by force or by choice. That is one thing. You see what I'm saying? But then there is the history that happened between the two cultures that we and these Europeans have. And then people from my culture saying, there is no way in hell of all the people that you're going to choose to go breed with, you're going to go choose a white man to go breed with the history we have with these people. And then you're going to come with this term mix and trying to distort the history that we have with these people. No. If you want to play the little normal word game that they play nowadays and go along with, oh, that's mixed, that's black or that, yeah, cool. But most of us don't play that little shallow game. You see what I'm saying? The mixing happened before we came off that slave ship. It was rape and oppression going on.
It's about 1 second. Yeah.
Back in the day when I was growing up, they called these people twice baked. I don't know if you're old enough to remember the term twice baked.
Right, I'm like, okay, all right, hold on a second. Right. Hold on a second. What point are you trying to make? Because I'm not going to lie.
The point I'm trying to make is them making a big deal over the term mix, a half breed is a sham. First of all, that's the first point.
Okay,
that's
fair
the
enough.
First point.
Okay.
Them trying to hold you to what I say is another point. Me all of a sudden now trying to be governed to tell me what the fuck to say in an environment where these crackers and these fucking half-breeds come and say what the fuck they want to say is another point.
Yeah, I actually appreciate that point because in their chats, the most wildest things are said. So that is absolutely a fair point. And again, that might just point to, you know, me or our righteousness, you know what I mean, which I've often complained about before in terms of us being too righteous. And then obviously that may be where other labels concerning myself should come in. So, okay, I hear that still.
There's multiple levels to this cake, multiple layers. So that's why I'm saying What I do is what I do. There's a method to my madness. You see what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying? If they can come on for free range to do what they do and create the anarchy they create, okay, me and Nancy, me I go teach na my own way. Remember how Nancy is, you know? Remember Nancy thing might come in a bitter way, but there's a lesson behind it. You always gotta see a lesson behind what me I do. So them can go and do what I do. Sis, if the welcome mat gone, me just take on myself because I'm not gonna end up disrespecting you. That's not gonna happen. But me have to be free for talk when me have to talk.
All right then. Well, that's that then, isn't it? Not much.
You look on Becca. Look on Becca.
Not
Becca
much.
come round with us, sis. Meek and mild. Go on like a church mouse. That's what I tell you. You know, see, they do this all the time. They come around us. Why is it always these women who have kids with black? Because, you know, even in the so-called half-breed community, there's a little thing with black women who have white mixed breed kids and white women who have mixed breed kids. You know, there's a little thing going on there, right? Where they say a black woman with a mixed breed kid, you can tell the difference because the black woman with a mixed breed kid, the hair will be nicely done and looking neat. And the white woman with a mixed breed kid, the hair will be looking like shit. They got their own little, you know, subculture, you know. You see what I say? And sometimes they bring it into our little, you know, our little thing, and we get to look and see how them are do it nowadays. Back in the day, there was no such thing like that. If you was half-breed from a half-breed, more likely you're going to be dropped off in the black community. You're going to be treated like the rest of us. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, me grew up in a different time now, you know. Me got to see the transition.
Yo, Daddy Roscoe, jump on, man, because
White people recently start claiming these half-breed kids that they have.
Roscoe.
There was a time a half-breed child would not be allowed to go live with the white parent.
Mic check. Can you hear me? EIE.
Wait, I said. No, let me hear you now. Yes,
Roscoe, jump on, man. Yeah, Roscoe, jump on, man. Yeah, jump on, Roscoe. Go on, EIE.
Yeah, man, I said, I don't know if you old enough to remember when these little half-breed kids used to be dropped off in the black community.
Just for my sake and just for the sake of this stream, just try and use better language. I beg you, yeah? Just for my sake, please. Thank you.
Better language like what?
I don't know, man.
You know, you them call themselves half-caste or half-breed. You never hear that?
Just for the sake of argument, just say
mixed race. Me not call them the mixed race. Me not insult myself. You know, you're the point of me that's like, make.
What do you mean you're not going to insult yourself?
If me call them mixed race, me insult myself because me I play along with them little grift.
No, but see, this is what I don't understand. Even in that, wait.
They're not mixed race.
Let me just ask you, because we're into. You don't believe in? I'm taking it that to a person. Like a person of black extract and a person of white extract, you don't believe them to be then what we would equate to be mixed race today then?
What do you mean extract? You mean down to the genetic, right?
Listen.
Are you talking parentage, immediate parent? Lainita, when you deal with me, I have to be clear. You're talking immediate parenting, or are you talking DNA? Because if you're talking immediate parenting like mother and father, then I would ask you, if that so-called mixed race child have a child with a black person, what is that child now, all of a sudden? Let me ask you, Nainita. If that so-called mixed race child has a child with a so-called black person, what is that child now? Is that child still mixed race, Nainita?
Yes, the
You
child
see
is
the
still
fuckery
mixed
with
race.
these
Yes, it's still
definitions.
mixed race, but it's mixed race.
So it's the mixed race only last
Let me
with.
finish. Let
Go
me
ahead.
finish.
Go ahead.
It's mixed race at a greater quantity, isn't it? If you want to put it like that, so
But
it
that's what
becomes
may I
like
say.
3/4 caste, or if
No,
whatever
that's what may I say. The
in
terminologies
today's
were up.
in today.
Sis.
Let me finish, man. In today's language, whether that be right or wrong. So go on.
So then this is what me go do for you. Me go say quadroon then. Me go say when
Okay.
these quadroons, because the word is already created, that may I try to tell you.
Okay, no problem.
You have
Quadroon.
octoroon, you have quadroon, and you have mulatto. So me we call these half breeds octoroon and quadroons then. When they come up here,
Okay.
me go say, are you a quadroon, octoroon, or half or a mulatto? What
Okay.
percentage of nigger are white you have? So I'll play your fucking game. Because may I tell you, if we play this mixed thing only lasts as long as the parenting is black or white. What happened when that child marry a white person? That child of a fucking mixed so-called marriage or the union. What happened when they marry a white person? Are they still mixed by definition because they no longer have they have now to a 75% DNA. That's why I tell you that's a quadroon. Some will call them quadroon then. See if that word we fucking got. Are the white people create these words for them, you know, not me. Me just use it for them. The same white people where them are run got blood clot giant Jupiter people and them create these words for them. So I don't know what the fuck them I get mad because me I use these words for. Are your white friend them create these words, half breed people? The same white people on our cockapanda. And them create these words for you. You know, forget history that me keep telling you. You know, think you know brand new. You know, not brand new. Not new about you know. You know, just forget. So with the quadroons them there and the octoroons them there. You know, feel better with these words? Fuck. White people created this mess that we have to deal with. White people. And then on a half breed because on a lack knowledge and on a lack any context of history, on go run right back to the white people and the white people still gonna laugh after the both of us. Uno make the white people still gonna. Do you think Jupiter and our people and still gonna laugh after we? Their people created this fuck shit that have us all confused right now. That's why I tell you these half breeds were created to create confusion. Most of us who got goddamn this white so-called gene through rape and oppression, you don't see us running around claiming, oh, I'm half white, because we know these rapists are no good. In my day and age, when we were growing up, it was an embarrassment to have white genes in you because we know who these fuckers were. It was an embarrassment. So to see these half breeds now come out, oh, I've got half, motherfucker, fuck you when you look at half white genes then. You don't have no idea what you're saying. Shit. They're distorting our community and I'm sick of it. We who have to bear this community on our backs daily need to take a stand and say, uno go away with no fuckery. Stop distorting the shit in our community, creating confusion. Shit.
Okay, so would it be fair then? So here we're talking about two different things then, yeah? So we're talking about historical residue through like forced raped unions, etc., that obviously happened in slavery, etc., etc. Is that, yeah?
Force mixing.
Huh?
Force mixing.
Yeah.
The Europeans were expert breeders.
Yeah.
The dirty secret about slavery is they were domesticating our ass through forced breeding. Mixing. Mixing.
Yeah, breeding farms. There was actual breeding farms.
Yes.
100%.
So what the fuck are these nowadays twice baked motherfuckers talking about? If they know that history, would they be running around using this term mixed? That's this like it's some, new thing? Would Buddha be talking about he create? I mean, do you know what it was taking to create these creoles? That you now talking like there's something brand new? Do you know what was happening to these black women to create these so-called Creoles he talking about? That's why I tell you, they don't know the history like we do and own the history like we do. They think it's like some new pair of shoes you just find and it's something sexy. It wasn't sexy. Women, little girls, little boys were being savaged by European men. You understand me? How sick you people are to come now acting like because your bamboozled parent who went and married a white man or white woman has created something brand new. Man, get the fuck out of here. That's where I'm coming from. So when Base Luke sit in the chat talk about, I won't let you stand for letting you talk. Motherfucker, you used to sell these half-breeds. You used to rape them. They used to be your offsprings, and you motherfuckers used to rape them, then sell them. You understand me, Base Luke? That's the history. When you see Jupiter acting the way she behaving, creating insult to that black man she married to, creating shame for those black kids that she have up in there, because this society sees them as black, much as she don't. They do. They're just not black from two black parents, but they're black because this racist society, based on its classification, already put them in a category. Fuck what you say, Jupiter. Those kids are marked. So you out here and you goddamn Becca out here being an embarrassment. Why the fuck y'all so vocal in our community? That's what y'all should be asking. What the fuck is wrong with y'all brain? Why y'all think y'all need to be so opinionated, so vocal in the black community? Because y'all took some black dick? I said that on fucking Jedi and they shut me down. Kicked me off the platform. You taking some black dick don't give you no say in my fucking community, bitch. Fuck. You did it?
Yeah.
Sometimes we have to just tell them in sis, because then come around we and kiki and think it's all good. Disrespect with to a face, talk to it like shit, and then turn around and then play the victim and have us apologizing to them. And go suck themselves with that. How the fuck you don't know the history of this goddamn history of this white English fucking goddamn slavery? You don't know the history? You don't know the history really? You don't know what a sambo was in the Caribbean? What that was? Look up what a sambo was. You lucky I didn't call them sambo, because that was a mix between a fucking white and a black. That's what they called us. Sambo. You know that, Nainita? Oh, where the gun?
Yeah, I'm hearing you, man, regarding Sambos. I'm hearing you, man.
No, this is literally a terminology for a mixed breed. Sambo in the Caribbean. I'm not making it up.
Yes, we know this. We know this.
Who created these terms? It wasn't us. Quadroon, mulatto, octoroon, These people were separating us like how you breed animals and separate them. Okay, how much percent of nigger? Because it was a system called breeding the African out. They were literally trying to breed the African out of us. That's why when I tell you, don't get caught up in skin color. Skin color was just one thing they didn't like about us. They didn't like our big lips. They didn't like our freaking hair. They didn't like. You think they hate our hair more than they hate our skin color? There's so much things they didn't like about us, and they were breeding our people. This shit is not a joke. So for these crackers to come now acting like they some Captain Saver half breed, I'm like, man, get the fuck out of here. If night should turn to day, you would be surprised how much of these little half-breed girls and boys are getting molested, because history don't change. History don't change. These white men and white women used to go sleep with them because they don't see them as fully theirs. They see them as different for more reason than one. If night should turn to day and enough of them would tell the truth, most of them are getting molested. When you see that one came to the park acting up, throwing coffee in Jupiter's face, I saw it as poetic justice. Maybe that half-breed knew something about them fucking crackers. We don't. Because they sleep in their houses. They know them better than we. %1 rule was created because mixed breeds did not want to be around black people. They wanted to go live around white people. They've always wanted to be where the fucking
well,
goddamn...
listen, yeah. As one of the hashtags today is definitely mixed race and whatever. Daniel Roscoe has asked for the link. I have dropped it. I want to speak to him myself. But it would be interesting for you maybe and Danny to have a conversation because...
Yeah, bring on the fake Proud Boy. Bring on the fake Proud Boy.
One second, man. Yeah, because we still want it to be, you know what I mean? So come on, Roscoe. I definitely want to speak to you as well, you know what I mean? Because you blatantly told lies upon myself. But okay, it'll be good to hear yourself and EIE speaking it, because clearly, yeah. And the interesting thing is that you've actually got things in common, in it seems. So let's see how this
What do we have in common, sis?
In terms of having some white heritage.
You think you don't have white heritage?
Not as far as I've been made aware.
You do your DNA test, sis? You think because you're dark skin you don't have white heritage?
No, listen. No, I haven't done my DNA test, but I know my as through my parents and grandparents, I was not made aware of anything else than...
Trust me, they don't talk. Back in those days, they never talk.
Listen, I'm just telling you, bro. Yeah? All right? And I'm sure if there were, we would have known, yeah? So as far as I'm known,
okay,
on both of my sides, it nagosso. You know what I mean?
Well, may I tell you, until you take a DNA test,
right.
which you or your child might have to take one day, don't say you don't.
That's no problem.
Because we have a skin color thing in our community where we think because some of us are dark skinned, we weren't interrupted by the transatlantic slave trade.
But you said you had a grandparent, yeah? Okay, all right, yeah. But you said you had a grandparent, yeah? Did you say one of your grandparents was white?
I'm saying not mine. I'm saying because of the way we look.
Oh, well.
90 to 99, I'm telling you, you do not look like the ancestors coming off that slave ship.
That's fine. But like I said, as far as I'm aware through my parents and grandparents, not a Nagosa. You know what I mean? You're obviously your thing's different, no problem. And no, I haven't done a DNA test.
Our thing has been interrupted.
I would never give these people my DNA anyway. So
well, they have it already, sis. They have it already. If you have a child, if you give birth in the UK, they have it.
Yeah, I hear that still. There's a
If
there's a
you went to the
possibility.
doctor in the
Listen,
UK,
listen,
they have it
I hear. Listen, I hear you in it, but I haven't done it willfully.
willingly.
Yeah. All right,
Okay.
Roscoe. I'll let you and EAE have a conversation first, and then I'll come have a conversation with you because we need to talk. So yeah, EIE, Roscoe, EIE.
What's going on? Can I ask you one question? There's one question, right? Because you're talking about going back, you know, white people were half-caste people were a product of this kind of raping that situation happened 400 years ago, yeah? But who's the biggest sellout? Is it the black Africans that sold the slaves, the Africans as slaves to the white people, or the ones who are procreating with a slave? Which is the biggest sellout?
You are.
No, I'm asking you a question. Well, who's the biggest seller? I don't claim any African
You are
descendants or
actually.
anything. Answer the question.
You are.
Okay, so apart from me, who's the biggest seller? The African tribal leaders who are selling their stock, which was African people.
Let me put this to
white
your
people.
right-wing brain. Let me put this to your right-wing brain. If I leave my house, right, and I go across the ocean.
Wait.
Listen to me,
Answer the
right-winger.
question.
Listen to me. Listen to me. You ask a question. Let me answer the
You
question.
can answer. All right, cool. All right.
Let me answer the question. If I jump on a ship, sail halfway around the world to go buy children to have sex with and use as slaves, you're asking me if I'm gonna be wrong for doing that? Is that what you're asking me?
No, it's not. Morally, it's wrong, right? We all know that. We all can agree with that. Morally, it's wrong.
Okay,
Yeah?
so morally, the person who jumped on a ship, sailed halfway around the world to buy children, to rape, to use as
buying children
slaves,
to rape. They wasn't buying children to rape. But what they're doing, but
buy
as you say the
children
word
to
buy,
rape and
as you
molest,
say the word buying, they weren't buying children, okay? And these things
and
weren't
to
a child
capture
auction.
children to
Right?
rape
That's the
and
Middle East.
molest. What
That's the
responsibility do
Muslims,
you
the
put on that
Barbaries.
person?
That was the Barbary pirates, yeah. Right? That's not. They were
You're telling
getting.
me you know what Jesus of Lubeck is?
Listen, answer my question.
Do
Right?
you know what Jesus
I
of
don't do
Lubeck
these
is?
round the houses, yeah. I
Do
asked the
you know what
question.
Jesus of
Who,
Lubeck is?
based on,
Frasco,
listen, if you're not answering the
do you
question,
know
I'm
what
not going to answer
Jesus
your
of
question.
Lubeck
See,
is?
do you know what? Yeah, you're so indoctrinated with victimization, right? You can't even
No, I'm
see
trying
an
to let
honest
you know
question. The
who
honest
the
question
real
is this.
oppressors are. Danny,
Okay,
I
can the
see
chat
that
answer
you
the
have
question?
been
Who
groped.
is the biggest
I see
sellout?
that you've
The
been
people
groped and
selling Africans as slaves,
misused by these white folks.
or
I'm trying
the
to help
people
you.
procreating?
I'm
Who's
trying
the
to help
biggest
you,
sellout?
Danny.
Did the Africans who sold Africans to be slaves, okay, because they knew what was going to happen, as they
Danny,
sold them as slaves, are they a bigger sellout
Danny,
than the people procreating with a
Danny,
black woman or a black man to have a
Danny,
half-caste child? Who's the biggest sellout?
Danny. So let's start over. You're asking me if the guy who jumped on a ship, sailed halfway around the world to go
Yeah, who's
capture,
worse? Okay, cool. We'll use yours.
rape,
Okay, cool. Who's worse? Who's worse? The guy that jumped on a ship to sail around the world to buy up people, okay, or the African tribal leader selling his own people for profit? Let's do it that way then. Who's worse?
Well, I'm not going to go by your narrative. I'm just going to tell you that the
I've just
scumbag who
changed it.
jumped
I've
on a
literally just
ship and
changed it
went
for you.
halfway
I
around the
literally
world
changed it for
to
you.
capture
You are
Africans
dumb. I
to
literally
rape,
changed it for you. I
that's
changed
the
the whole
scumbag.
concept for you.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't answer it. Do you know why you can't answer it? Because you know that the start of your bullshit history starts with Africans selling Africans. So you can't come and have this hierarchy,
Where does your
this
history
righteous.
start,
You
Danny?
can't be talking about
Where
how
does your
righteous
mixed breed
Africa is
history start,
when
Danny?
Africa was selling
Where
people.
does
You
your
can't
mixed
say
breed
how
history
bad the
start?
white people were for buying people
Where does
because
your mixed
Africa
breed
was
history
selling
start?
people.
Where does your mixed breed history start? Are you going to answer any of my questions?
No, not until you answer my first question. because
Well, I
you're
answered
standing
it.
on a
I
righteous
told you
act
that the
of this
culprit was
brother
the cracker
Africa,
who jumped on
right?
the ship.
You're saying, oh, you're Papa Africa, right? That's you.
I
You're standing
answered
all
your
righteous.
question,
Everyone
Danny.
else, every white
Danny,
person's racist.
the
Every
cracker
white person's
who
a
jumped on a
rapist.
ship
This is what
and went
happens. At the end
halfway
of the
around the
day,
world to enslave and rape
okay,
little
who's
children,
worse?
that's
The
the
person
person
going
who's at
around the
fault.
world, the person who jumped on a boat, said, I've got £500, I'm going to buy myself some Negroes, right? Jumps on the Negro ship. He gets his spot. He goes to the slave auction in
Do you
Africa.
know what
It's
Jesus
a
of
little bit
Lubeck
hot. So
is?
that's him, right? Who's
Danny,
worse? That guy or the
Danny,
guy in Africa saying,
Danny,
well, I can
Danny.
breed these
That's not how
stronger.
it went down,
I
Danny.
can make these children very
Danny,
strong,
what is your
very
source?
agile, and then I can
Where are you
sell them.
getting your information
Talk
from,
about a
Danny?
farm. The farm started at Africa when they were
Danny,
bearing children for slaves. That's what they were
Nanita,
doing.
you're gonna
And
have
that's what you can't
to
accept.
moderate this monologue that Danny is trying to. Danny, do you know what the good ship
To answer the
Jesus
question,
Jump
is?
I'm
on,
gone.
please,
I'm
and
gone.
you can moderate,
Danny,
Kushti.
do you know what the good ship
Yeah,
Jesus is?
Answer the question or I'm gone, because I don't listen to just a narrative
Do
trying to
you
get
know
forced
what the
down
good
me.
ship
Answer the
Jesus
question.
is,
I've
Danny?
changed twice.
Danny,
Because the farming, the real farmers, the African
Danny,
farmers, were farming children to
Danny,
become
do you know
very
what the good
strong
ship
slaves,
Jesus is,
so
Danny?
they could get the biggest price of these big black
all right,
people.
all right. Look. Yeah, we don't mind having a conversation. Okay, so we need to go one at a time. So one of you say heads, one of you say tails. I'm gonna toss a coin, and that's the first person that's gonna answer question, and then the other person then has to reply.
No.
Heads or
I,
All
tails?
right,
I'm a
I'll
guest.
ask the
I asked the
question
question,
first.
yeah? So you can answer my question.
No.
I'll ask the question
That's not
first.
worked so far, right?
Why? Because you're claiming this blackness.
So what we're gonna do?
Yo, you
Right?
black
You
too,
answer the
Danny. You
question
told us
first.
you black. You
Okay,
told the right ringers you black.
what's heads? Heads is the queen, so
Danny,
heads has got
you
to be
told
white, and
Danny, didn't you just
tails has got to be
confess you
black.
black?
I'm
Danny, didn't
backing the
you just
whites.
confess?
So
But
that's what
Danny,
we're
aren't
doing.
you black?
Heads is the queen, so the queen obviously is white. So
Danny,
I will go heads.
Danny, are you black?
Who me? I'm half
Yeah.
caste. I'm both. I'm 50%. But
But you just
I am
told
your
those people.
enemy.
No, we need to get this straight. Are you
I'm your
black or
enemy.
are you half caste?
I can be what I like.
No, you can be what you like.
I'm like biracial.
So you're not black.
If I want to walk in a
You're not
room with a
half
bunch
caste
of
then.
blacks
You're
and
neither.
I want to associate myself as a black, I will. And if I walk into a room with a bunch of
Thank
whites
you,
and I want to
Kushti.
associate myself as whites, I will.
So you
I don't
can
have a problem.
you can flip the card and be whatever you want to be.
I
Then
can
is what.
whatever stage I want because I have zero victimhood and I treat everyone as a people. So yeah, of course.
So you associating flipping like a
No. I don't associate that way. I associate myself as a patriot. If we're going to get around it, I'll associate myself as a patriot. Yeah.
How are you a
I have
patriot?
black skin.
Is your
My skin
mother
is
white
dark.
or is your
Yeah.
mother
So
black?
obviously my skin is dark. Yeah. So
Is your
obviously
mother white
people
or is she black?
associate. My mother's white.
Oh, so you were
My
born of
mother
a
got
white
raped, in
woman.
your opinion.
Are you
Which
familiar
I
with the
tell my
Jack
father
slave
that,
codes?
and he'll
Are you
probably go, "What
familiar
part
with
of
the
Jamaica?
Jack?
You from Jamaica? What part?" Because
Are
obviously
you
he's still got
familiar with the
family there.
Jack
So,
slave codes, Danny?
huh?
Are you familiar with the Jack slave codes?
To the what? No, I'm
The
not. What you talk?
the
Educate
Drax
me. Come on,
the
educate
Drax
me.
slave codes are from Barbados. Are you familiar with that?
Educate me.
The Drax slave codes was a laws created by the Drax plantation. There's a
Yep.
member in the Congress in your no, not Congress,
Oh,
in your
Drax.
British Parliament right now. His last name is
Drax.
Drax.
Yeah.
His family
Drax.
owned a
Drax. I thought you said
plantation in
something else.
Barbados.
Yeah,
Listen
Drax.
to
Yeah.
me, Danny. Let me just speak for a second.
Well, you
And
don't let
his
me speak,
family,
but
the
go on.
laws that his family, they were such huge slave traders. The laws they created
Yeah.
governed not only the Caribbean,
Yeah.
but the United States
Yeah.
and all over the British Empire. The laws they created, and one of the laws they created, Danny, was if you
Yeah.
were born by a white woman, you
Yeah.
were born free.
Yeah.
And if you were born by a black woman, you were born
Yeah.
a slave.
Yeah.
You know why they created the laws like that? Because the white man, after he rapes the black woman, did not want to
Yeah.
leave property to that
Yeah.
offspring.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. It was property. And that's why in Jamaica, your people don't like half-caste people because the Reds or whatever.
No, Danny, that's not true.
Because you're claiming they're
Half-caste
born
people
from white
used to be
people, so they're
saved.
free. So
No,
anyway,
Danny,
answer
let
my
me tell you
question now.
something.
So
How old are you, Danny? How old are you?
I'll answer 3 questions now. Answer my question, right? Have some respect, right?
All right.
So
I'll
answer
go
my
along.
question, right?
Yeah.
So that person, yeah, Drax, part of the Drax code, yeah, he went and said, I want to buy myself some Negroes, right? So he jumps on that ship and he goes all the way around to Africa. It takes him ages. He goes there with loads of money, right? And a
No, they
stolen
didn't.
diamond. He
They
goes with
didn't.
loads
They
of money and a
didn't. The
stolen
British didn't
diamond
have
just to
money
make it
to
work.
go with.
Listen,
They didn't. But you're misrepresenting history. They
how am I
didn't go with money.
misrepresenting? How am
The
I
British were
misrepresenting
broke.
everybody? I'm saying the guy who's gone to buy a slave, who's worse, that guy or the African leader
They were not buying. They were trading back then.
allowing the women to be bearing children, and the male children, they are farming them to be big and
They
strong.
were not
so they can
allowing.
sell them.
They were not
Who would be
allowing,
worse?
Danny. It was rape.
Who would be worse?
Do you know what breeding is, Danny?
Would be worse?
Danny, your scenario is flawed. You used a lot of
It's simple.
crazy
The person selling
lies
Africans
in your
who are
scenario,
farming
Danny. I
Africans
can't
to
answer
sell
that.
them, or the person buying Africans to enslave them. Who's worse?
Danny,
It's
are
very
you going to
simple.
have a reasoning with me, Danny?
It's very
Why
simple.
are you using false information to make your points?
This is the information you used, okay? You told me about the guy on the boat who went all the way around to Africa, so I'm using your analogy here.
No, that was your
That was
idea.
different from mine. If you
That was
rewind the
your
tape,
idea, Danny. I just told you about the Drax plantation.
So now I'm using your analogy, right? And I'm throwing in a couple of other bits as well to make it worse for one side, if you want to say that, right? Because at the end of the day, the premise of the whole question, no matter how you do it, is who's worse? The person who is allowing and breeding slaves and selling his own, rather than the person who has no contact with them, he's got no lineage.
All right, let me play your game.
Them.
Let me play your
Who's
game,
worse?
Danny. Let me play your game. All right, Danny. Here's a scenario. Say for example,
I'm going to go.
I'm going to answer you. Listen to me.
Answer it then. Not
Let
a
me
new
answer
scenario.
you. Let me answer you.
The one I've just asked.
Let me answer you then. All right, I'm going to play along with your scenario. Say your scenario is correct, right? And the white man went to Africa and he bought. As you claim, he went with loads of money, but he didn't went with loads of money. He went with trinkets.
Okay, he went with diamonds and
let's
gold and
play
things
along
that
with your
Africans have never
scenario.
seen before.
Listen, Danny, let's play along with your scenario. Say I get over there and the white man say, okay, I want this here Negro woman and this here Negro man. And the chief say, okay, I'll sell you all you can. What do you explain? How do you explain the treatment after the European did the transaction? The rape, the beatings, the oppression. When the people said, look, don't buy me, I was stolen. Do you think the European has some responsibility to say, no, I'm not going to rape these people. I'm not going to kill these people. I'm not going to ship them halfway around the world because they're saying they were kidnapped.
Do you think that
do you think the European has some responsibility there, Danny?
Okay, I'll answer.
Mm-hmm.
I'll answer the way that EIE answers. All right. So based on your analogy not being flawed massively and only based on certain things, okay.
Mm-hmm.
What would be worse? The person who has a tie to the people that they're selling, making sure that the women are bearing men, and also they had studs on their farm too, right? So making sure that the men, the boys were grown up to be strong to sell them, rather than the person, the white
You're losing me
European
now, Danny. Start over, Danny. Start over.
And buys it.
You lost me because
I'll get you to answer the first question, really.
Start over. You lost me.
But I've told you it 4 or 5 times. Okay, you're basing everything right on the fact that a white European made money on slavery. Can we agree that slavery is wrong? Yes. But let's talk about slavery today.
Just jump on and address him directly.
Shut up. You don't talk about slavery today. That's happening in Libya. That's happening in the Middle East. You're not talking about the chattel slaves in the UK. You're not talking about the sweatshops in Indonesia, the sweatshops in India, the sweatshops in China. You're not talking about the Uyghur people who are enslaved. You're constantly concentrating your whole fact on something that happened 400 years ago with warped history, okay, to try and say that mixed race kids today, okay, they are still wrong because they are a product of rape. That's your analogy. Whilst you are forgiving the person who created these men, okay, who sold their own people for not even money, then for chattels, for things they'd never seen, shiny spoons and shiny forks that they'd never seen before. Okay, so he's selling them for less than the going rate, then, right? So who's worse? You're saying they're fine.
Anita, I hope you're
Okay.
paying attention to my
Okay, their
discipline.
farm,
But this dude is doing
these
a
African
monologue. You
tribal
realize that,
leaders,
right?
because it's a trade, right? So the African tribal leaders who are
Nine
trading
ether.
people are exonerated, right? They are exonerated, right? But the people that were
Okay.
buying something, yeah, that was highly immoral but not illegal.
All right.
Right?
Hear me now, my youth. Hear
Right,
me.
so one second. Let me just address one couple things, because this is what I'm trying to say, and I'm getting a bit bored of this. Yeah. Nice, my opinion wasn't clearly welcome here. I got hidden. I asked you twice who hired me and got no answer. I got the hit 9 ether. We obviously have a problem. Like, what the this is what I'm trying to. Yo, Nixie, jump on, please.
Nixie, my girl, jump on.
This
You've
is
got
the
a bit of
exact type
Pally
of
Rally
shit I'm
soon.
talking about. Nixie, jump on, please, yeah? Just click the fucking link and jump on, please, Nixie. I beg you. I beg you. Yeah. Let me just put it back.
Does the chat, whilst we wait for Nixie, does the chat understand that my question is
Am I on my best behavior, Nine ether?
Yeah. So in terms of your two discourse, so obviously you've asked your question. Has he answered your question yet?
No.
Right. So you're one who's all right.
Let me ask a question. Let me ask a question.
No, you asked too many. Listen, yeah, you asked too many
Brethren,
questions.
who
Right?
asked too many
Listen, shut
questions?
your
Stop
mouth as
lying,
well.
brethren.
No,
Stop
listen,
blood
one
clot.
second.
You're
One
not going to
second.
be.
Stop the fucking lie.
Danny, one second.
Listen, shut your mouth. You're just a supremacist, yeah, with an ideology that you're trying to push. Shut your mouth, yeah. Right?
Stop.
You're winding up your lips too much, right? So just give them a.
Sis, me realize same one.
Stop. Wait.
I same win.
1 second. Yeah. Now look. Like I've said, I put certain things in my title, yeah. So I don't mind having a conversation, yeah. And to be honest, I think these are important conversations to be had, because there is a lot of angst clearly being carried around in our society by certain different people for varying reasons, yeah. And if we don't try to speak about it, then I don't know where it goes, yeah. That's why I definitely want to speak to you, Danny. Now, we done a heads or tail thing. I heard Danny say he's going for the Queen's head, whatever. I'm flicking the coin now. Whoever it lands on can ask the first question. Then the other person's got like 2 minutes to answer, and then we go again, yeah? I'm flicking the coin. Roscoe, you said heads. You can both trust me. I'm your sister. And it's landing on heads. So that's Danny to ask the first question. Okay. So ask the question, please, and then allow EIE like 2 minutes to answer, and then it can then go the next way. Yeah. So answer your question, please. And keep the same discipline, EIE. We appreciate. Ask the question, Danny.
All right, cool. So the question, very simplified, yeah, is this: who is worse? Somebody who is buying people, okay, that they've got no connection to, that they don't even know. All they know is they are very strong and they can work in the fields, right? Or the person who is selling that man, but knows they can get good money or good whatever for them, so they are breeding them in a certain way to make them big and strong. Okay, so who's wrong? The white person buying it, or the African leader who is selling his own people? Thank you.
The white person.
Why is the white person?
Oh, you're gonna ask 2 questions in a row, bro.
Okay, cool. All right. See, that's fine. That's all I needed. Thank you.
All right. Let me ask you a question. What does it matter who is worse?
It matters because, was that the question? Sorry, was that the question?
Yes. Yes.
All right, cool. All right, fine. It matters because a lot of these speaking points are always based upon the things that happened after the trade happened. So the conditions on the boat, the way that they were treated on the plantations, how things happened, you know, how families were ripped apart. That's what the narrative is. So it's important to understand that this was a trade, and it was African people breeding and selling their own people who they had a direct connection to. So unless we can understand and have that speaking point, the rest of it doesn't matter, because it's all negative. It's all going on what happened after that. But Africans have to bear the same amount of responsibility or higher responsibility for breeding slaves to, you know, enrich themselves.
So okay, oh sorry, yeah.
Sis, you gotta let me respond to this, you know.
No, sorry, it was my bad, innit? I shouldn't have come off mute because I wanted to respond. I do apologize. I'm back on mute. Welcome, Nixie.
So let me ask you something, good boy. Where you getting this information from that Africans sold their people?
Where did you get it from?
Where did you get? Can you give me a source, a book, or a person?
I'll go back. Okay, it's okay. The way that I can briefly do it without giving you any sources is the fact that
no, wait a minute. I'm asking for a source.
Okay. The source is this. Yeah, the source is the fact it's called the slave trade, not the slave kidnapping, the slave, you know, genocide or whatever. It was a slave trade, and it is through history been documented. So you can just use your favorite search engine or whatever to document actually leaders of Africa, tribes or whatever, were dealing with all these people. And it wasn't just the Europeans either. You had the Americans, you had everyone else who was wanting to get involved. So they were dealing with them. This is historical fact. Okay. I'll go off now and I'll get a source for you if you really require that. But if you're talking about slavery, and you don't.
I can help you out. I've just found one. Okay. I'll drop it in the back. It says slavery existed in Africa before Europeans arrived.
There we go.
All right.
So I'm debating two people.
I'll drop it in the back. I find your answers really disingenuous. Very disingenuous. It's never the black person's fault.
So wait a minute, Nainita. There's some. So what's going on here? Am I debating two people?
Well, hold on a minute. I mean, wait 1 second, yeah. Good morning, Nixie. First and foremost. All right. So obviously, EIE, she's heard whatever, and she maybe has something to say to you. So I don't know if we need to call it a debate.
Well, now we can call off the debate between me and Dude. So now it's a free for all.
No. 1 second.
No. Go on. I just interjected because you're talking bullshit, and I gave you a source.
I have had you,
1 second,
Lady D, Velly, all the man in the chat against me. That's my position.
1 second. Nixie, just let him and Danny Roscoe finish. And then, you know what I mean, you can then say what you got to say. That's only fair, yeah? Because they were in the middle of something, okay?
All right, so back to you, Danny. What was your source now?
Okay, my source was the one Nixie's put in the back to say that slavery did happen in Africa.
So wait a minute. Your source, your argument came before her source. So you're saying you're hanging your statement on her source that came later, right?
That I haven't
because you gave an answer. You remember you gave an answer.
Yeah, I haven't even seen. I'm using.
You gave an answer, right?
I've not even seen because I know.
Before she brought. No, I just want to clarify. Before she came with that source, you did give an answer, right?
What was my answer?
You were saying that black.
Yeah. I did. Yeah. I gave
Okay.
the answer. Yeah.
All right.
It's in history that black.
So you stand by that answer, or you want to use her source?
Well, you wanted the source. I don't need the source. You wanted the source.
So you don't need her source then.
I'll use Nix's source.
I need your source. I needed your source.
You throw me under a train here.
No, listen. I need your source because I know that's bullshit what you're saying.
Oh my God.
And I know the context in what that happened, whatever you're thinking happened. I know. My thing is this, Danny.
Yeah.
Your whole argument is based on blaming the African for what they did.
No, it's not.
I'm saying, where are you getting the source for saying what they did?
My argument is this: bear responsibility for your part of the slave trade too. That's my whole argument. If you say to me now, Danny, okay, cool, fine, we have to bear responsibility to it. That's it. That's the conversation over.
So
That's
in
what we care
general,
about.
you would like Africans to bear some responsibility for the slave trade.
Yeah.
What percentage?
Most of the responsibility.
Just shoot me a number. What percentage you think Africans should bear of the slave trade that happened? Because if you're gonna be just, you will admit the people who were sold on the slave ships did not sell themselves
No,
into slavery, right?
of course not. Of course not.
No. So we're not really talking about the people on the continent. We're talking about what happened to us once we were in the hands of the Europeans.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%.
Right?
100%. That's
What
your
happened
argument.
to us while we were in the hands of the Europeans, regardless of how
100%.
you think we got there?
Yeah.
What happened to
Yeah.
us?
Yeah. So your argument is based on what happened to you. But if the Africans didn't sell you, okay, then you wouldn't be there. If they said, you
But
know
I'm
what, we're
telling you,
not
it didn't happen like that.
listen, if Africans said we're not dealing with slavery that we've been dealing with for a lot of years before, we're not going to deal with that, right? What we're going to do is we're going to say no, and we're going to war. We're going to do the Zulus and war with the whites, right, as much as we can, and then you're going to have to steal our people. But they didn't.
All right, Danny. In the interest of getting somewhere, I'm gonna concede that to you. I'm not gonna fight you on that, because, all right, say the Africans sold us into slavery, Danny.
Yeah.
Now let's deal with what happened to us. Us who said no, we don't want to go into slavery. Some of us jumped off of ships, were drowned. You know how much of a motivation it takes to jump off of a ship rather than to go with these people? Kill yourself?
I don't, because I've never.
You don't know? Can you imagine choosing death rather than going somewhere with somebody who you don't want to go with?
But again, you're basing that on what? Where's your sources for this? This was what were the.
That's why I'm asking you if you know the good ship Jesus. Do you know what Jesus of Lubeck is?
What?
Jesus of Lubeck.
Yeah, it was one of the big ones. Things I don't know ins and outs. No, educate me.
Do you know when the British got their hands dirty in the slave trade? When they started? At what point?
At what point? When they
first
found
slave ship the British had was called Jesus.
When they found out there was a trade going on, and they thought, you know what, we can make money off of the back of this. It's highly immoral, right? The whole situation is highly immoral. But the fact of the matter is, if this wasn't done as a commodity, if African people, and I'm putting the brunt of it onto African slavers who were selling it, and also people like Anthony Johnson, and also people like Anthony Johnson, who we would say is westernized, who brought up many slaves, who was actually black himself.
Danny, I'm trying to help you, because remember, we are fussing about the term half-breed, half-caste, all these terms that were not created by us, but were used on us, and we are now internalizing them and using them against us. I'm just trying to get somewhere. I conceded to you that, okay, if Africans sold us into slavery, which I'm telling you it didn't happen like that, but I'm conceding to you to make for us to move forward. I'm saying, okay, if that happened, I'm trying to understand at what point are you going to put responsibility on Europeans? I'm just trying to see if it's possible for you,
all right,
Danny Rascal, can put some responsibility on Europeans for the raping of African women from they were put in those slave castles on the continent of Africa. They were told, if you do not concede to this rape, you're going to stay in these dungeons, in your filth. Did you know that those floors were from the filth that was built up because of where those women were put? They were treated like they were starved. They were beaten until they conceded to be raped. And they were raped on the decks of these ships all the way over here to this continent. Children were being born. Children that were being born. The mixing was happening from then, Danny. Will you accept that?
Energy, yeah. Keep your energy, yeah. Keep that way of thinking, yeah, and put the same questions, yeah, of responsibility onto the African leaders who.
So we're going backwards, Danny.
Link. to have a no, 'cause it's the same thing. You're
We're
saying
going backwards.
well, no, it's exactly the same thing, but I need you to understand, right? So you know you can put
But
the
I
same
understood,
energy
Danny.
onto
I
Let me
the
ask,
understood
people.
can
to
I
the
ask
point
a
where I
quick question?
conceded the point to you.
And let me just welcome Christy to the panel because she's
Yeah,
going
let's
to
have an
come
open panel. Nix is being here. Let's have an open panel
wonderful job.
and whatever, because these people
Yeah.
are on here, and it can't just be one or two. So if you don't want to, if EIE, okay, cool.
All right, I'll just fall back.
We'll have it
I'll
on
fall
my
back.
channel, so
I'll fall back and let others have their say. I mean,
all right,
I
cool.
thought it was a reason between me and you, Danny. I was
Yeah,
just
no, but
trying
there's other
to.
people here now as well, and I don't want to be talking and these people
Okay.
are waiting because you know
All right.
that's just
Well, like I said, my sister Christy
Bless up, Nine.
come
I'm just here to
to
moderate. I'm not in
yeah,
the
she's
convo, so Nine can jump in as well. So she don't have
yeah, she's
All
responsibility
right,
to
listen
have
then.
mod
Sorry,
and then convo as well.
can I just have my say? It's not going to be going into detail like that, okay? I am really just concerned about EIE's use of like the dismissive way he said half breed. Now you've obviously got a problem with mixed race people. Yeah. I'm not going to go into all this slave business and all that. I'm talking about the way that you just dismissively talk about mixed race
What do you mean slave business and all that? You just dismissed me by saying, what do you mean by you're not going to the slave business and all that,
Don't say
bitch? Listen, white
things
bitch,
to
don't come
me.
up here talking about
Oh,
slave
no,
business
white
and
bitch.
all
White
that.
bitch.
Oi,
Who the fuck
yo,
you
yo,
think
Talk
you is,
like
yo,
that.
bitch?
man. Have
Hold
some
on.
respect, bro.
You
Hold
are
on, hold on.
racist.
Hello,
The
wait,
slave
Marriage
wait,
with
business,
wait,
niggers,
I'm
wait,
man.
not
wait.
trying to
Hold
call
on.
you
the
the
slave
N-word,
business
yeah?
and all that.
Don't you,
EIE, can you hear
go
my
around
voice,
calling you the
bro?
N-word, yeah?
Yeah, I
Take
Can you
heard you,
hear my
but
But
y'all
voice?
that's the
gotta
same
control this white
females
bitch,
that
fucking
you're
man.
Hold
racist
trying
piece
on.
of
to.
shit.
That's the
And you're
same
trying to
females that you're
divert
trying to
Dude, Danny,
defend.
can you be
your
quiet? You're not
behaviour,
helping.
huh?
Hold on. Hello. Listen, can EIE and others who can hear my voice, if you truly want to have a conversation, you want me to mod, I will. But it can't be as soon as I talk, everybody else talks. If you want me to mod, as soon as you hear my voice, be quiet and let me shut it down. Yeah. EIE, respect me, please, bro. I expect more from you. Yeah. So let the sister just finish what she has to say, and then you can
Thank
come
you.
back in. Or whoever,
Right,
I don't know
thank
who you
you.
are, but yeah, the
Sister
lady.
Kush,
I
The
whatever
think it
lady.
goes from
expectation you have of me, sis, I ask you to
I
put it on hold while I deal with these white supremacists.
how
listen,
can
I
I be
beg you.
white?
hold on,
Hold on.
EIE. What I'm saying to you is, I expect the respect for me. I'm saying if you hear my voice, I'm just saying as a moderator, please, because your voice is strong over mine, so I can't keep screaming. I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, we're all adults here. I know. I'm just asking you to just respect what I'm saying. That's it. Right? How you deal with everyone else, I'm not trying to moderate you on that, bro. Yeah, just
Got
respect the
it, got it,
moderator.
got it, got
All
it.
right, all right. Nixie, do you want to
Right,
go ahead
thank
and
you.
yeah?
Thank you. I think it's actually fucking amazing the way that you can just call people white fucking bitch, this, that, and the other. Now, if it was the other way round, you'd be fucking going mental. Everyone would. Oh, you racist. Yeah, you can't have it both ways. And by the way, I'm not white. My mother's black. All right. But that doesn't matter to you because you don't like half breeds. But how dare you? How fucking dare you just sit on a panel and talk about people like that and expect no one to fucking be racist to you? You got a fucking massive chip on your shoulder, and it's because of people like you that racism is about. Yeah, people like you. You need to fucking sort your head out. Grown man, fucking carrying on like this. And if you've got a problem with white people, why are you coming to white fucking channels in England? I suggest you go to fucking channels in Africa that's wholly fucking black or something, because you don't want to be around anything white, apparently.
You finished, bitch?
Yeah, you can respond back.
Okay. Didn't she say she half breed? So why she here cursing me for white
No,
people?
I'm not a half breed. I'm mixed race. All right.
Well, you half
No,
breed,
I'm
so
not
why you
half
cursing me for
breed.
white
I'm
people?
mixed
Why you
race.
here cursing me
Nixie,
for
you got
white
to let
people
him
then?
have his time. We let you
Why are you
do your thing.
cursing me for white people if you're half breed? Why don't you stick up for half breed issues?
That's what I'm doing. You don't. I'm up here saying,
So
don't you
you're
dare.
sticking up
Don't
for
you
half
dare.
breed issues by cursing a black man.
Yeah, I am actually, because you're going against.
Okay.
You're going against mixed race people.
So
You think I'm going to sit
you
beside
are
that
proving
and let
my
you talk
point
shit?
that
No,
you
no, no.
were
You've
created to
proven
go
your point.
against the black man.
You've proven your
You are
point. You
proving
are
my
just a
point
fucking black
that you half
supremacist.
breeds
You're a
were
fucking
created
idiot.
to be
You've
a
got a chip on your
buffer.
shoulder,
Bitch,
and
can
you
I
need to
speak?
fucking give your head a wobble.
Can I please speak, bitch?
Only if you
You were
fucking talk to your head.
created to be a buffer between the white man and
There we
us,
go.
so
There we go.
we can never get to the white man. That's why you were created.
There we
You're a
go.
buffer.
There we
So
go.
you're literally playing your
Right.
role.
There we go.
So
That's really all I
Nixie,
have to
whatever
say.
you are,
This man is
just play your role, all right?
clearly didn't.
Play your role.
You've got a fucking
Be
massive
that
chip on your
squeaky little
shoulder,
buffer
and you will never get on in life like that.
protecting the
Ever.
white man from the
Personally,
black
I think
people,
Nines was dragged into this because
while
of you.
all we're trying to do
You
is seek
and your
equal
fucking
justice.
massive racist.
All right,
black
Okay?
One voice,
dog.
one voice.
That's why she's been dragged into it.
Take
And
care of
Nines,
yourself,
before I
Nixie.
go, shut up, you damn fool. Shut
All
up.
right.
Don't speak to me, you racist.
Have a great
scumbag.
half-breed day.
Shut up. Do you know what? I feel like turning around and say to you, why don't you have a great N-word? But I won't. I won't stoop to that level, all right?
Go ahead, half-breed. Tell me about how much of a N-word I am. Go ahead.
All right, so listen. All right, look.
I can do that.
There's no point in everyone.
Danny, don't do it. Don't. This man's just.
No, wait 1 second.
No,
wait. Listen, yeah. Like I said, yeah. Okay. As you can even see from the exchange that's going on and the energies that are going on, yeah. There's definitely a conversation to be had, yeah. But what it needs is a little bit of respect, yeah, from all parties. Yeah, there's no point in one person saying things that are going to trigger the other person. That doesn't make no sense. You see what I'm saying?
Sis, you cannot expect a conversation like this to be happen respectfully. Don't do that.
Right,
let this conversation happen organically.
Okay, let's find out. Nine,
let them speak their spirit.
Organically because
let them speak their spirit. Let them speak their spirit, sis.
I've just done that. I've told you you're vile. You're nasty.
Listen, let me tell you about this conversation, okay? EIE, right? So you've spoken to a woman who you're claiming, okay, who the lineage that you're claiming to be, it's the slave was bad on women. This was bad for women, okay? Yet you are speaking to her with the utmost disrespect, calling her a bitch, calling her a half.
No, let me rephrase that.
Wait.
All right, go ahead.
Calling her a half-breed when she says categorically she doesn't like that term, okay? You can use anything. So you're just being derogatory to her whilst trying to say at the same time that blacks, okay, are these victimed people. We have all this victimization from white people. We are so oppressed from white people, and that's how you carry on. You're not doing your cause any type of justice by I know it's in black culture that you can call women bitches and hoes and all this type of stuff. But in this culture, it's not acceptable. If you say that,
bullshit. But go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, do you know what?
Can I respond? I have to respond. I have to respond to that.
Misogynistic ideas.
EIE, at this point, you are just going on a back and forth. I think this is what Nine was
saying. No, let me respond to this gentleman.
Okay, after that response, there's no another responding on that because you two are just at this point having two women, women having a back. Hold on, EIE, let me finish my sentence, please. Please, yeah. So once you respond, let there be a question that you don't answer, because at this point you're just slinging mud at each other. Yeah. If it's supposed to be a conversation, conversate on a topic. Yeah. Agree on one thing. Either you're having discussion in regards to what was the question, something about who was worse, or you're having discussion in regards to the comment of EIE using the terminology that seems to all of a sudden offend everybody. Yeah. Make a decision. Yeah. So after you respond, you got to decide what you're going to have a topic on.
Sorry, I'm going to interject there, Christy.
All right. Let me respond to what Danny just said.
I just literally said let EIE respond, and then a bag of people.
Yes.
But
it's calling women
Danny,
bitches okay.
Danny,
women bitches okay in this
Danny,
Danny, are you able to? Are you okay to be able to go by the rules that everybody else is? So can you hold on and let him know? Because you just want to. This man literally doesn't want to have a topic with anybody. He just wants to go back and forth with EIE. If that's it, say that's what it is. Like, don't act like you're coming on here to have some intellectual conversation then. Because at this point, you cannot.
Not with EIE
you
anyway.
Cannot just let. All right, so that's what you want then. You want to have?
So Danny, let me respond to you.
EIE, but you're talking about intellectual conversation.
There you go. So EIE and Nine, you've heard it.
Listen, this ain't going anywhere. Sorry, Christy, but like that comment that you made that
Danny, y'all not gonna usurp me. I'm gonna answer this. I'm gonna answer Danny whether y'all want to hear it or not. Danny, this half-breed is not like us. Like I said, black people. Danny, black people who were mixed through race do not operate like Nixie. We do
No,
not
one
operate
second.
like Nixie.
Come
We
back.
don't fall on our
They
backs.
don't want to
We
have a
don't fall on
convo.
our stomachs so white
Sorry?
people can walk on our backs.
It's a very high emotional
I
conversation.
know, and this is why I'm
This
saying,
is
and
what
this is
Rap Raven talks about. So
one of the
it
reasons why it needs to be had in it. But it
yeah,
needs
but they don't want to have it. He just wants to. They just want to have it out with the people that have offended them. They just want to go back and forth. They're not trying to
No,
have
not
a
at all.
topic on it.
I just want to say, if I can
Let
call
me
a woman
respond to
bitch without
Danny,
you all
please. I
crying.
have to respond to Danny. Nixie is the type of mixed people
no. Wait, one
who
second.
fought.
One second. 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 One second.
Bitch, let IE speak.
One
Oh
second.
my
It's all
god!
right, Danny. Fair play, Danny. I got you, Danny. I hear that.
All right,
fair.
cool. Thank you.
That's fair enough, Danny. No. Now listen, yeah. What we what we don't want to do is be making assumptions about people, this, that, and the other. First, allow people to reveal their own colors, this, that, and the other, yeah. Right. So a conversation is not going to be able to be had if we're just going to be making presumptions about people, this, that, and the other, because it's done on me and I don't like it, innit? You know what I mean? So let us try and have a fucking. I mean, I know she's gone now. She probably won't come back or whatever, but. You know what I mean? Just call people by their fucking name, man. Like, what are we doing? Like, because when anytime you're gonna do that, you're just gonna heighten up the place. You know what I mean? And trigger the people. And it don't make no sense. A conversation won't be able to be had that way. Yeah, and you know what I mean? We don't even necessarily speak like that, so we don't even.
What
need to
do you
do
want
that.
the conversation to be on, Nines? What do you want? Like, do you
I
want to set
still
the
have even
tone?
responded to this dude yet.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
after EIE's responded, what do you want to set the tone for them?
I mean, to be fair, if it had sort of happened organically, it would have gone into the next thing anyway. I myself also want to speak to Danny in it, but obviously their thing was which is worse in it, or the seller or the buyer. Do you know what I mean?
No, that's not my thing. I
No,
conceded that so the conversation could move on
right. So then we went to what's
because
the
he
next?
wanted to make that about which is worse. And I'm
Yeah.
telling
So
him
what?
that history didn't happen the way it happened. But let me respond to what he said.
Okay, no
He made
problem.
a statement a while ago, and I'm trying to tell him if he was listening to me earlier, he would understand. Nixie is the type of octoroon or quadroon or mulatto which was born from a purpose interaction with Europeans, as you were, Danny. Your parents chose to sleep with white people. The interaction that happened on those slave ships were rape, forced, the greatest crime against humanity. So those people didn't have no illusion who the white man was. You, on the other hand, Danny, and Nixie fall on your bellies so the white man can walk on your backs to get to us. And this is the issue I'm telling you. Y'all are not like us. So when y'all gonna come and say, oh, you use her as why I should be respect, I have no respect for her. She's a tool. She's a tool. She's what that white man created when he would grab a black woman, rape her, take that offspring, raised it as his own, and use that child to snitch, find out when the rebellions for freedom are going to happen. Used you against us. You're the tool. Nixie is the tool. Y'all are living out what y'all were created for. And we know that. Most of us who know the history of our community knows that. I wish you would know this history so you would not fall for the okie doke. Because not all mixed people fell for this bullshit. I can tell you the history of mixed people who were there for our community, who understood that the white man was using them and said, I'm not playing this game. I'm sticking with my people, African people. You understand me? The history is laced with so-called mixed people who said, no, I'm not playing the white man's game. You may have raped my mother and created me, but I'm a black man and I'm sticking with my people. They married black, stayed in the black community, and don't play no games with their African culture. You guys are not those people.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, because this is from the same speeches that Louis Farrakhan and all these people would be saying, But you're saying that there was some half breeds then, some half caste people who you class as half-breeds were there to help Africans, right? And then you're saying at the same time that these are the people who were only born to be a barrier between white people and black people. So you can't have it both ways of your ideology. And even furthermore than that, me and Nixie, we weren't born that way. Do you know what I mean? My father and my mother, they didn't say, well, do you know what, we're only doing this for you know, because we're forced into it or whatever. They did it out of love. They've been married for over 50 years.
What created the philosophies you have? What did they raise? What did they raise?
Who raised? My mother and father?
Yeah, listen to you. And the community that you think Britain doesn't see you as a black man, Danny? You think Britain does not see you? Even call yourself a black man in front of these people.
Listen, right. My mother is from the same era as when the Irish hated the English, right? And the same way, vice versa. And my father is from the same way about blacks. You know, his father was the no blacks, no dogs, no Irish. But they didn't keep that victimhood. What they said is we're choosing this place as the best place to raise a family. And they raised the family in the eyes of the country they were in. They didn't say, oh, this is because of white people we're here because of slavery. No, they chose to be here. They chose to become part of society. And they chose to raise me and my siblings as British people.
Danny. That is not true, Danny.
How is that not true?
The fact that you are a product of what they raised and I hear you talk. That's how I know it's not true. Either you are an embarrassment to your parents and you went off the range somewhere and got influenced, or you are an exact product of what they raised. It can't be either.
What do you mean? I'm a product of what they raised.
So if they raised you, if you're telling me a black woman raised the young man that you...
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go on.
If you're telling me a black woman raised the young man that you have become, Danny, speaking the way you're speaking towards the black community, I'm telling you, she failed.
Oh, my mama failed.
She failed. Yes.
My mama failed.
Yes,
my
Danny.
Mama failed. Oh wow, my mama failed. Yeah, she did. She failed. Okay, by treating me and making sure that I am not obfuscated from society, that I'm actually part of society. I don't see myself as different from the society.
But I believe you're Danny. I think the way you behave is because you're trying to seek safety. What my mother's failure you're trying to be safe in the society. I think you're trying so hard to be safe that you're trying, Danny. You have to understand, you're dealing with a larger black community that know these white folks. We've been dealing with them for the past 400 or 500 years. What you're doing, Danny, well, though, have you? Danny, why do you think we have the? Why do you think we have the presumption that you've done
it really badly, because you've not actually achieved a single thing of your black operative, society that you're trying to get through. Reparations.
What do you mean?
Is not going on. It's never going to go on. You're not doing very well, Martin.
All right, let's stay away from tropes.
You're trying to destroy that.
Let's try to stay away from the tropes. You're trying to
destroy the only positive black influences.
So is that what your mom did by marrying that white man? She went and got her reparations.
No, my mom's white.
No. Is that what your dad did when he married that white woman? He got his reparations.
What do you mean he got his reparations?
Because if you're going to throw the tropes about reparations to us,
my mother didn't work.
What if I tell you that it is a well-known fact in our community, if you want to come up, you go marry a white person? Didn't your dad come up when he married that white woman?
No, he didn't. He didn't. No.
He was still broke?
Huh? Of course he was.
Where your dad from? Where your dad from?
Winston, Denzel, Charles, George, all my dad's closest friends, black and white, all lived the same life, all had the same amount of struggles. There was no difference in that. They were all broke.
And your dad, a black man, had the same privileges as these white men, right? Is that what you're saying?
They had what?
Your dad, is that what you're honestly going to tell me? In the time and age you told me your parents grew up, your dad had the same privileges as all these other white men.
The same struggles.
No, you're saying no, you're saying something even more crazy. You're saying the white man had the same struggle as your black dad. Is that
Of
what you're
course.
saying?
Of course.
Really?
Of course it
And
did.
you want
What
us to
world do you
take
live
you
in?
as credible for saying that?
What world do you live in to think that people who
This
live
world.
within communities are different?
This
We've been
world.
screwed the same way.
No. No.
This guy's gone.
No.
No.
Do you know that the British system is set up where the white man and the black man could never have the same reality?
Yeah, of course it is.
You don't believe
Where's your
that?
sources? Where's your proof? Send
All
your
right, let me
link
give
in
you
the
one.
back.
Let me give you one small source.
Give me a source.
You know what classification is, right?
Yes.
And you know what the interaction between, because I learned this from a nice gentleman from the UK called IC3. You know what the IC3 classification system is? Go ahead and laugh.
Oh my God, no. Go on,
Laugh.
yeah, classification.
Do you know what the IC3 classification? You asked for a source, Donnie. I'm showing you.
You're using IC3.
Do you know what what are those classifications for, Danny? What are those classifications for?
What the IC3 in that, right? So they could.
No, but not IC3 the man. IC3 the classifications.
Yeah, that's
Danny,
what I'm saying. IC3,
made by the
IC1,
British
IC2.
government. Made by the British government.
Yeah.
To determine how police should interact with the public.
Yeah, that was it. It was definitely IC3 male is definitely a lot
so
more.
You're telling me
down the radio
the British society has gotten equal now.
White male.
So the IC3 system doesn't apply when black young men are going to be stopped and frisked.
Does it? It's to communicate the coding of the person they've done. Okay, so if they're looking for a white male, instead of saying white male, they can say, I see. It's just like when they say Bravo, Tango, and all that. It's so you can understand the words that are being said, and it's you're going to have less likely to be capturing.
Why couldn't they just say human being, a male? Why couldn't they just say male?
Exactly. So they don't understand.
So why did they have blonde hair, blue eyes as number one? Why couldn't it just be one for the whites? If you think also,
you think for the whites, wasn't it?
No.
It was one for the whites, one for the blacks, one for the Chinese, one for the mix.
No. Look at it again. They separated the whites. There are different types of whites. As you should know, as a black person in the UK, you should know there's different types of whites. You know that, right? You mentioned the no dogs, no blacks. So you know you Irish are not the same type of whites.
So you're saying that the whites were being oppressed the same way as well, then, yeah? By having different classifications.
No. You're having an issue with the complication of the white supremacy system. You're having a problem with that. If it's not clear, white or black, you have an issue understanding it. That's what I'm noticing with you.
What?
That's why you don't know the dragged slave codes. You don't understand the complexities of white supremacy.
Brother, to be honest with you, yeah?
Yeah.
I couldn't understand what you were saying, okay, and I didn't want to have that as a in such a heated moment. I didn't want that to say, oh, you're taking the piss or whatever. So that's why I said educate me. So then later on in that, I was like, oh, the drax. Okay, I understand now. Do you know what I mean?
I'm trying to explain to you the nuances of white supremacy, Danny. That's all I'm trying to tell you. These people, these white Anglo-Saxon Europeans, because that's who are the whites, Danny.
Yeah.
White Anglo-Saxon Europeans.
Yeah.
Those are the white people in Britain. They created the system called whiteness.
Yeah.
And then it applied to Italians, Irish, and so on later, who, you know, you got to know the history of Irish coming as indentured servants. And so you got to know that history. So when you are looking at it, you have a simplistic way of looking at it.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. Your way of looking at it don't pay respect to what was done.
So so can you have the same amount of energy for the for the English, the Anglos, who when the Saxons came over and raped, murdered, and pillaged? Can you have that same energy for the whites that were enslaved by the Saxons to then become a mixed breed of Anglo-Saxon?
You think so? Now you're gonna have whites being pissed at you for calling them mixed breeds.
Well, they're not.
You realize what you just did?
They're not going to be pissed at me. Why
Your
not?
white audience are gonna have a
It's a
say at
fact.
you right now, bro. You
Are
are
you going to have that
just.
same energy to
It's not for
about
me to have
the
that same
slavery
energy.
happening
That's
on
white on
whites?
white crime, bro. I don't have no problem
Okay,
with that. That's their business.
so with it being Anglo-Saxon, you do understand that that's two different things merged together. You do understand that, yeah? It's the Angles and the Saxons. You understand that, please?
Yes, I
Tell
know
me you
that.
do.
I
Okay,
know
so
that.
that would be a mixed breed, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Right.
Okay, cool.
But
So
if we want to get
why would
even,
white people
okay, since
be
you went
upset
there, you
by
do
saying a
realize the
fact?
human
We're
species
not
is a
as
Danny. If you want to get so technical, then you do realize the human species is a mixed breed, right?
yeah. So can you have the same energy for all
So
the
why would I need
people
to have
who
energy
have
for
been
those white? I'm
raped,
sticking to
pillaged, and
black
murdered
people
to
and
create
white
a new
people.
society?
Look, I'm sticking to the transatlantic slave trade, and I'm
Okay, I
trying to
thought
get
so.
you to just put some blame on white
I
people for
thought you
what
would
they
do
did to
that.
us.
I thought you'd
You
do
don't
that.
want to put no blame on white
No,
people for what they did to us.
not until the blacks take a portion of the responsibility. No, I won't. I refuse to. That's like
Why?
me saying
Why do
this
you
guy's.
feel
That's like
as
me
a
saying
black
this guy's
man?
guilty
Why do you
without
feel as a
understanding
black
the crime.
Danny? All right, now we're getting somewhere. Why do you feel as a black man in the UK to defend the white people so badly from taking responsibility for what they did?
Because I think it is two people who did some horrific things, okay, and they're only blaming it on one person or one part of the problem. All right, it's the same with the dog ownership stuff. They kill the dogs who are dangerous, but they don't do anything to the people who have created
Danny,
these dangerous
using your
dogs.
analogy, right? Let's use your analogy. If I come to your land to buy somebody, I
Yeah,
bought that person and I left,
yeah,
Danny. Yes,
yeah,
okay, I conceded that both acts are evil, the
yeah,
seller and the buyer. But
yeah.
now let's talk about what the seller did to that individual in his possession
Yeah,
that he
it was bad.
knows
Of
was
course, I'm
a
not saying it was
elite,
not
was a
bad.
he
I'm,
that
I'm not saying it
trafficked
wasn't crimes against
individual.
humanity.
Listen,
I'm not
Danny.
saying that.
Listen, Danny. That trafficked individual now in that person's possession who he
Yeah.
went and bought. Can we talk about that? Because you keep blaming
Okay.
us who were enslaved for what people you think sold us did.
Okay.
So I'm
So if you were
asking you.
sold by the people, if you were sold by the Africans, okay, the Africans are responsible. But we can talk about slavery because slavery is abhorrent,
So I'm
right?
not gonna
It's
get you to
abhorrent.
take
Let's talk
response.
about it.
I'm not
But
gonna
we've got to
get you to
talk.
put.
Wait, EIE. We've got to talk about all of slavery then, because it's abhorrent. We're talking now about the act of what happened in the boats and the plantations, all that. Yes, it's abhorrent. Well, a lot of it that happened. A lot of people, okay, if you look at Jesse Lee Patterson, he was from a plantation and he had a different experience, okay? So we can say that majority of time it was abhorrent, but that's
What different
slavery for you.
experience did he have?
Slavery isn't a good thing. If
What
you're going to
different
be
experience?
enslaved,
No,
it's
you
never
gotta
good.
you gotta make sure you didn't say the wrong thing. What different experience did Jesse Lee have?
Oh, Jesse Lee, because he lived on the thing, he said that it was a community there. They were with God. They were having children. They had houses. They had all these types of stuff. And after their time doing this, obviously they got a portion of the land or whatnot. He's saying that his time when he was born on a plantation in America, it wasn't bad. It's bad now, he's saying, with all the stuff that happens to black women and black people, yeah, in America, in the UK, from people like you, because you're indoctrinating them that everything is Mighty Whitey's fault. When in fact, you can say, well, everything is Mighty Whitey's fault, but if it wasn't for the black Africans, maybe so many wasn't enslaved. I don't know. We got to rerun history to see if it would
So
repeat
you're
itself
gonna
anyway.
take Jesse Lee's because you have me at a disadvantage now. Jesse Lee, yes, is a black man. Yes, he is a descendant of enslaved people, and yes,
A direct descendant,
his
more direct than
opinion
you.
is held in high esteem by white people and obviously people like you. It doesn't even matter that it's not true. But
What do you
Jesse
mean it
Lee
doesn't?
has chosen this path for himself. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you why a black man is doing what he's doing.
Is he
I know
lying?
he's doing it for money, but I'm not
Right.
going to sit here because black men like him, and I'm going to respectfully say you, that's the dilemma the black community have.
Right.
Whenever we debate white people, they use you guys against us. because
Yeah, so
you
why don't
guys
they
go
allow these
listen,
conversations
Danny.
to happen?
You guys go so hard fighting us for white supremacy that when we try to debate white people, they use you guys against us.
Well, why
Danny,
would
you got hear me. Have you ever considered that you might be doing a greater disservice than you are helping?
well, that's between me and God. I believe I'm not, but it could be possible if it all turns out that my ideals or what I'm saying is totally wrong, then obviously it could turn out that way. But with me right now, knowing what I know, understanding what I understand and look and read and do all the stuff that I do, I feel that where I am and what I speak about and how I speak and how inflammatory I can get. Okay, I think I'm not doing a disservice. I think I'm doing more, and I tell you why, right? And this
How
is
would
what.
you how
Oh
would you
wait, can I
tell
just
if you're
explain
doing a
one thing?
disservice
No,
though? Not sorry to interrupt,
okay.
but how would you tell if you're doing a disservice? Are you able to source what you're saying? Are
Well,
you
this is what I
able?
was going to
Do
get
you
to.
go back? Because me, even though,
This I
look,
was
I
just
go
going to
back
say
and
it.
check myself. I
I was
say,
going to.
you know what? Even though I might be on this shit, talking shit, let me see. Let me check myself. Let me. Do you
Yeah,
go back and check your sources to say, you know what? Or do you
yes.
change over time? Or I'm just trying to find out if you're
I've
just
changed
the
my position.
same
I've changed
yesterday,
my position
today,
over time.
tomorrow, you don't
I've changed my
improve on the
position.
information you have, Danny?
I've changed positions many things. The lady that you called a bitch earlier on, Nixie. You know, me and her have had at the start it was polar opposites, all right. But I've looked at what she's put on certain things and whatnot, and I can understand. It's more of an understanding now. Okay, so I am able to understand new facts that come to me. But how I was gonna qualify what I've just said is this, okay, and this is what Nani feel because she can understand this as well. Because at the beginning of Black White Unite, right, when I stood on in Parliament Green, right, and there was like probably 500 people there, right, and yeah, I probably was the only black person there, right, and I was pushing it up until now. Okay, now is when we go to the same demonstrations are based on the country, and it's still based on the same thing. Right, it's still based on the unification of the people. Right, so now when we do demonstrations, you're seeing multiple, all ethnicities, all ages, all groups of people coming from all different
What are
places.
y'all unite?
World.
What are y'all uniting
Okay,
under?
this is what so that means that what I'm saying and how I'm helping the process. Okay, and how Tommy all of a sudden, do you think it was? Do you think?
What are y'all
Do you
uniting
think?
under?
Do you think?
What is the message?
Wait. Do you think it was just out of the blue? Well, when Tommy was able to go on all these pro-black podcasts and have an honest conversation, do you think that just happened just because people said, "Oh, let's do that"? Because last time they go onto these podcasts, it was always loaded questions, right? So that means that everything shifts. That means people understand, blacks understand, yes, there are certain elements of what we are being told that is disingenuous or is not true, like the Black Lives Matter movement. So when they look into that, they can say, well, if blacks now can lie to us about certain things, let me look into things that I feel that may be lied about. Tommy Robinson for one of them. They
All
look
right.
into it, and now they're seeing totally different with fresh
So you're
eyes. They're
saying your
saying,
Black
actually,
White
no, we were
Unite
wrong.
has created paths for unity in the UK. Is that what you're saying?
Who I've helped create it. Well, my
What are
path
your
I've
what is it
walked.
about? What is the Black White Unite about? What is the theme? What is the message?
Unification of people to not do what you do and blame everything on misconceptions.
So it
Really, to
sounds
say
like
we're
it's
all
more an
in this together. We are
anti-black
literally all in this
issue than
together.
that.
We're getting screwed the
So
same way by the
wait a
same people.
minute,
It
Danny.
doesn't matter
Danny,
if you're
hold
black
up.
or white.
Danny, is it
Yeah, go on.
safe to say the premise of your Black White Unite is to go against what you presume black people are doing?
What do you mean?
Well, you just said it. You sound like you're going against something rather than standing up for something.
We by going against things, you do stand for things, don't you?
Well, yeah, but it seems
There you
like it's more like you're going against what you presume black people are doing.
go. Listen,
Because
I have no
what are some of your mission statements for Black White Unite?
for Black White Unite is
Hmm.
to get rid of the mental enslavery of the blacks to say that they are oppressed of solely off of white culture. because by doing that, you are feeding
How do you do that? How do you get rid
by
of that?
doing that, you are feeding into what the elites are telling you. Both black and white elites are trying to tell people. We're in this rubbish by the same people. We are going to be getting oppressed by the same people. So that when we fight each other, they are getting a free pass.
So
That's
your
what the
number one
statement.
mission statement is telling black people we need to get over it. Something like what Buddha is saying.
You need to get. You need to get no. Well, okay, yes, and no, right? Because you need to get over it because what you're focused on is incorrect.
So
Like
you
what I've
are
said to you.
creating
Like what I've
an
said to you
organization
is
that's more against something than standing up for something. Then, if your first
no.
mission statement is telling us who's not in your
You're the
organization to get
oppressed
over it,
one. You're the ones that are saying other people are doing stuff onto you.
but we're not in your organization. So why is your organization targeting us?
Well, it's not targeting you. It's just saying, what the information that a lot of the radicals are pushing, like
All right, give me
yourself,
another
is
mission statement.
incorrect.
Then give me another one.
Well, it's not an organization like that. It's more of just the concept. It's not like an
Something like the
organization.
Proud
Mission
Boys,
statement
because I
is
noticed you're fashioning your thing off the Proud Boys. Your hat, your shirt, your whole ammo. It's very Proud Boyish.
Mahat.
You
Listen,
would
do you
you
know
say
what?
that?
I'm not going to lie to you. Listen, I'm not going to lie to you, right? Whether or not he was an undercover police officer or whatnot, yeah. At that stage of American history, what Enrique Tarot did with the Proud Boys, you've got to hold your hat off. They stopped a lot of the Black
So you
Lives Matter
support them wholeheartedly.
happening. Huh?
So you supported them wholeheartedly.
Do I support the Proud Boys wholeheartedly? I
Yeah.
support. Now, obviously, I can't because of Tiny. I support people in there. I support and I speak to people that was in the original Proud Boys.
Yeah, the ones who are
Not
shouting blood
wholeheartedly.
and
No,
soil, you
not
will not
wholeheartedly.
replace us. You
Not
support those
wholeheartedly.
guys.
Not wholeheartedly. I wouldn't say I support the Proud
The
Boys.
ones who are shouting blood and soil, you will not replace us, the Jewish people. Those are the guys you support.
No, as I said, not wholeheartedly, because it's a big organization and it's factions that I know. So the ones that I know, yes. The ones that I don't know, then I can't. As a whole organization, I can't say wholeheartedly this is where I stand, because no, it's like the EDL. Wholeheartedly, do I support the EDL? Well, the factions that I know, but also I know that there were some neo-Nazis in there. There were really white supremacists in there, and there was a lot of police officers in there
All
as
right,
well.
let me hold you
Acting
to
this
your
way.
same standards then. Since you say, is there some element of BLM you support?
Is this the concept of black empowerment? Yeah. Okay. I support wholeheartedly, but it's the way that they arrange it. It's the way that they portray it. Like if people say to me, should blacks be empowered not to suffer victimhood? I'm saying yes, because that way it's going to help them go forward. Should blacks be more supported in a nuclear family? Yes, they should. Should there be more? Should the children, the kids, especially the young black boys, should they be nurtured a
But
certain
you got
way?
to
Yes,
remember,
they should.
BLM was a
So all of this, I
spontaneous
agree
thing.
with.
To be fair, Danny, BLM was a spontaneous thing caused by
It wasn't no.
police shooting. Police
It wasn't.
shootings of
Know
black
your
men.
history. It wasn't. Know your history.
Huh?
It came from Kimberly Crenshaw back in 1990. Was it 1990, 1991? It come from the critical
Danny,
law theories.
Danny,
Know your
hear
history.
me
I'm gonna
out,
start
Danny.
quoting it.
Danny, it was a spontaneous movement. It was a series of black men being shot from Trayvon Martin all the way up to Mike Brown that just spurted this spontaneous movement that just caused galvanized people just hit the streets. That's what it
Okay.
was, Danny.
Okay.
That's
So
what
the
it
same
was.
people
That's
you're
what it
saying
was
are
born
same.
out of. I don't know what. Let's concede that some of it went awry, not all of it,
Yeah.
as far as the organizers and the people who came in and claimed to be the leaders. Some of them, because you got to remember, BLM is two different organizations now. You got the one that ripped off and run, and you got the ones that's still out there doing the work. But I just want to know if you consider some element of BLM to be good, not just the ideology, but the people who were out there marching, because you seem to support. Well, you say not wholeheartedly, but you seem to support these Proud Boys. You do realize the leader is in jail right now, right?
Yeah, and I think he's a police grass as well. To be fair, I think it was.
And this is the guy you support.
Huh? I said
And
at
this
the
is the guy.
time.
So
I said whether or not I said at the start whether or not he was a grass or not, because you can never tell. It might just be something because he's black or he's of Latino ethnicity that they're trying to say that he's a certain way. At that point in time, I think he did well. I think he did well, and you know that's all I can go for
give me
at
one
that
thing
time.
that he
I'm not
did well.
behind, so
Give me one, just one thing that he did well.
One thing he did well. He stopped the far left insurgents trying to take over America.
There was no far left insurgents taking over America, Danny. No.
You agree with Black Lives Matter? Kimberly, what's her name? Khan, Patrice Collins. You agree with her Black Lives Matter then, yeah? You saying that they're not the far left people?
I'm presuming you thinking black people marching because they're getting shot down is the left taking over America?
No. Listen, right? You're getting it confused now. Okay. You said to me, what part of it did I support or think was a good thing? I've told you the way that they shut down the far left insurgents.
Right.
Black Lives Matter. Right?
And I'm saying, yes, I understood that.
Can I follow on? Can I carry
Go
on
ahead.
the conversation? Right. The same woman, Patrice Khan, who took £80 million from black people from that organization. Okay. So she wasn't what, you know, hopefully not anyway. We've not qualified that yet. But she is the far left organization who tried to take over America. That Black Lives Matter, who everyone was bowing down to, everyone was shouting about, that was a far left organization. She said it herself. It was a far left organization, and she tried to take over America. The Proud Boys.
That is not correct, Danny.
In many places,
you're equating black. All right, let's be fair, Danny. Danny, you just did something that I feel is unfair. You just equated black people spontaneously marching to protest black people being shot down in the streets of America and creating a movement that galvanized not only America, but the whole world. You're saying that movement should be blamed for what one individual who came in and did something egregious. You're saying the whole movement should be labeled as left-wing what? Left-wing who are trying to take over America? Is that what you're saying, Danny?
Okay, so
you think that's fair?
You know, from that one person, I shouldn't tarnish her whole organization.
It wasn't her organization, Danny. She parachuted in and usurped the thing. Cool. And even then, the whole organization didn't go with her.
I'll concede to your thing, okay? Right? So then you've got to then say that the English Defence League as a whole can't be demonized for a few individuals.
This is why I would disagree with you, Danny.
Oh.
What was the original? Let's go to the original conception of the thing, because I just told you why BLM was conceived. What was EDL conceived off of?
No. Get your facts, right? Black Lives Matter was conceived through critical the people behind the critical law studies when they turned it to critical race theory. Angela Davis, Kimberly Crenshaw.
What is critical race theory? What is critical race theory, Danny?
Were behind Black Lives Matter.
Danny,
okay? It wasn't spontaneous.
Danny,
because blacks get killed in America every single day, and there's probably more. You know, you don't hear about the Chicago black police officers who wrongly killed. You're starting to use
tropes again, Danny. Don't do that, man.
So if you're talking about Black
Lives Matter, you're starting to use tropes again.
It's to be an all.
May I ask you your understanding of critical race theory?
Can't talk about it.
May I ask you your understanding of critical race theory?
Listen, right? We're not going through this whole selection of blah, 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 okay? We're talking
but
about
these are, you brought them up, Danny. These are your points.
It's Black Lives Matter, isn't it? Right?
Critical race theory is Black Lives Matter. No, wait a minute. Hold up. No, we just conversate. You're saying CRT, critical race theory, is Black Lives Matter?
The people behind changing it from critical law studies because they realized there was a deeper, a more provocative divide if they use it based on race, right? And you've got to remember, Angela Davis, Kimberly Crenshaw walked into an arena, not even an arena, a meeting room full of all the greatest minds in legal studies to try and say why black people are being, disproportionately arrested or whatever, and walked into there and said, it's all your fault, right? The white person, regardless, is to blame for everything.
Let me tell you a little secret, Danny.
That is the
Black people
start
don't need
of
no
critical
one
race
person to
theory,
tell them what
because
they're going through.
everything is based
You
upon
believe
how
that, Danny?
oppressed the blacks are.
Danny, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. The oppression we deal with, we don't need no one person to come and tell us what we're going through. We don't need no Putin to tell us how oppressed we are in the West. We don't need no Angela Davis to tell us. They may come and they may say the obvious, and we may agree with them, but we don't need them to tell us because each and every one of us have our own experience in this system, Danny. You understand that?
Yeah,
It's not a fraud. It's not a fake thing.
Of course, but again, you just said you can't demonize one person or a small group of people on the whole organization.
But that's what I asked you. What was the origins of the EDL,
those
though?
police officers on the whole of the police.
What was the? All right, Danny. What was the police officers born out of then? What was their origin story? If you're saying we can't do that,
what was their what?
The police officers, because I gave you the origin story of why Black Lives Matter came about. It was in response to the killing of black people. I asked you, and you trying to equate the EDL with BLM, and I say, what was the origin of EDL? What was Tommy's original gripe?
The original crime was the expansionism of Islam in his community, the expansionism of Islam, pro-Islamic stuff from the police in his community. It was all about how his community is being divided by one aspect of life. That's what it was born out of. And when the soldiers came home and the radical Mujahideen, who are now a terrorist group, a prescribed terrorist group, decided to protest at the soldiers coming home, okay, with their anti anything rhetoric, Tommy said, no, this is it. Enough is enough. We are going to.
What do you mean? What soldiers coming home? Which soldiers coming home?
The Luton Regiment. What was it? The
British soldiers?
Anglicans? Yeah, British soldiers, yeah.
So you're saying British soldiers came home with anti-what sentiment?
Obviously, British soldiers come home. You're not going to get Irish soldiers coming home to the UK, are you?
No, I'm trying to understand what you said. You're saying the British soldiers came home and they were what? Saying what?
And the poppy was burnt. And they had the most vilest rhetoric spouted against them from these radical Islamists. So enough was enough at that point. You know, you've destroyed my area. You're destroying the culture of the area. You're destroying. You're doing this whilst being in positions of power, like the mayors, and you've got the police on site to allow all this to happen while it's oppressing the people of Luton.
Is the UK a democracy in your opinion? I know it's a monarchy, so I'm not under any illusion. But do you believe that there should be some democratic right for people to protest in the UK?
Should there be democratic rights?
Are there democratic rights that give people the right to protest peacefully in the UK?
People should have the right to protest peacefully in the UK, but there's a line, isn't there? And if the English
who determines that line?
English people
who determines that line?
The lawmakers, the government of the day.
Right. The government of the day, not Tommy, correct?
Yeah, not Tommy, no, the government of the day.
Right. And if the government of the day say, okay, you pro supporters of immigration or Muslims can protest, and you anti immigration people can protest. What did the government of the day say? Who were they judging the most for their behavior during these protests?
Well, they were allowing, and they still allow Islam to protest however they wish.
Do you respect the law enforcement enough to say that they made they did their job right? Do you
No,
respect law enforcement?
no,
You
not
don't.
at
I
all.
mean, that's surprising. Most right wingers respect law enforcement. So you're saying
No, I despise the police in this current form because they're oppressing the people. They are a tool of the government. They are like an army from the
so.
government. We
You
don't need
have
the
a
army,
gripe
but
with the
the police.
police because you don't feel they enforce the laws to your liking.
No, equally.
Hmm?
They don't enforce the laws equally.
Or you don't think it's equally what they're
Well,
doing?
well, no, because because we're talking about Black Lives Matter. Let's just talk about Black Lives Matter briefly. When they were getting police officers to take the knee, and when the pro what is it, the freedom rallies, we were coming with shields and riot shields and bats and everything, whilst the Black Lives Matter people were chasing the police down Whitehall. When we have a pro-freedom rally, we were subjected to oppression from them with their bats, their riot shields, their helmets, their tear gas. That's why I don't. I know it's a two-tier system. I have no respect for the police. Many people probably do in the right wing. I don't.
What if I tell you, Danny, and this is unbelievable, I don't trust the police either. But if I tell you that if British police saw it fit to took the knee with some black people, it's because they saw or come to the understanding it was appropriate. What if
They
I
might have
tell you
thought
that's
that.
what happened?
They might have thought, do you know what? We don't want to get into the same situation as what happened in America and start hitting all these black people. Okay, but with
No,
that
this is
same
your assumption
energy,
now, right?
with
Because we're talking
yeah.
about the British police who
So
have
why would they do it then?
resources. They have resources that they use. These people have resources, Danny. They can tell if a crowd is hostile or not.
Wait, 1 second. Yeah, they can. They can. What? Give me 1 second. I think the door's gone. 1 minute.
This not going the way you thought it would have went, is it, Danita? See, we can be
Hello,
civilized.
go on. No, go on. Sorry. No. I thought it was
So
someone
you're
else.
saying because they didn't police the crowd the way you saw fit, that's what you
No,
that's
like I
what.
said, they didn't do it equally. They
But
didn't
I
do it
think they did.
equally.
I think they did.
What? So where was the riot shields? Where's the riot shields with the Black Lives Matter? Where was it when they were chucking bikes and bottles and
Because
everything?
they were not a
When
threat,
they were
Danny.
running up
That's
Whitehall,
why Black
huh?
BLM were not a threat. Because BLM knew if they came out as a threat, the police were ready and waiting for them.
What, when they
Black
were
people
running
who
down Whitehall?
demonstrate,
When they
Danny,
were
hear
begging?
me out, Danny.
When they were in
Black people
Croydon
who
begging
demonstrate
the people
know
not
the
to assault
system
them?
is already so against them that they try their best to be sometimes, I mean, you might have your little outliers, but black people who demonstrate, the ones who change the system, have figured out that if you fight this system, they can come down hard on you and use it as a justification to harm us. Whenever we go out there on the roads, Danny, as a minority trying to get equal rights, we have to we know what the game is. When those right wingers go out there, their energy is different. They go out there with a privilege and a threat level that the police saw that was threatening.
No, because the freedom. That's where I got. That's where I got here. Because the freedom demonstration was again. It
Yeah,
was
I know the
something
right
that
wing
wasn't
used
right
like to
wing.
use that
It,
word freedom a lot.
it wasn't right
You
wing.
got to know
Listen,
that.
listen.
Go ahead.
It got in. It got. It was just normal everyday people. It was like a United Kingdom people there. Every sort of. I was standing with Labour activists, which I knew. I had people who I knew who were against what I did, and we all was just like, you know what, we're here for the freedom, right? That's it. And we went that way. But then he got in. Then he got people coming that the Marxist ideology and all these types of stuff started infecting it, right? But still the movement, the rallies were held with such hostility that Black Lives Matter never got. So if you think that Black Lives Matter, they said there was no threat, then I would ask you why they did it out of fear. Why in Croydon they did it? Why in Brixton they did it? Why when they were running up Whitehall for their lives with bottles and bikes and all sorts of stuff, and one brave black lady was like, no, stop this, guys, come on. Do you know what I mean? It took her to stop them from assaulting the police. So that isn't based out of peacefulness. That is based out of being scared of the people, which you'll probably find attractive. You'll probably say, yeah, that's good because, you know, these whites need to be scared of us. But what I say with the police, they've got to have the same energy for both people. You preach for equality. And I say about equality of the policing, you're saying, well, there's a reason behind it. There's this, that. So everyone's got their own biases. And that's where this conversation really is. You're never going to agree with my stance at all. I'm not going to agree with your stance until certain variables happen. So at the end of the day,
You know, you just said something very true, Danny. You just said something extremely true. Biases. I won't agree and you won't agree. That's why sometimes we have to put sources to the test. You can't be allowed to just say anything, and I can't allow it to be just say anything. So what we can do is to make both of us look or learn from this. If we really want to learn from this, is let's look something up. Let's see who's really I won't say lying, but just misinformed. Maybe we just misinformed. So, like when I was trying to tell you about the Drax plantation and how that subsequently had a big impact on how race relation, because Barbados was the British first colony. If you ever want to learn about British colonial history, Danny, take it up on yourself to just study the history of Barbados when it came to the British.
I'll look at the history of Barbados specifically, and I'll come back to you at a different time.
Start there. Start there.
With
And the
researching
Drax slave code. Start there. I'm not trying to change your mind, Danny. I'm just trying to say there's information that we may not be privy to.
Yeah, exactly. And
you might think I'm just a blackity black spazzing, but I'm telling you, I don't come on the internet to be a piece of shit. Everything I do is based in it's a method to my madness. You might not like it, but I stick to historical context. I'm like a nail on the chalkboard. Yeah, I get on your nerves, but you know what? My intention when you deal with me is for you to actually understand something about our history. Danny, in England, you're seen as a black man. You and I have the same problems. You might come from a white woman. I'm from two black people. But I'm telling you, based on the system of white supremacy we live under, as much as you are trying to be as, in my words only, try to be as safe as possible by the way you treat these white folks, it still won't guarantee your safety.
I don't. This is the thing. I need to go off for 10 minutes anyway, right? But I will come back on and carry it on. But I don't live in fear. I don't live fearing of white supremacy or white people or oppression from that.
Make sure you come back, Danny.
My oppression.
I've not had my piece yet.
My oppression. Well, let me go off. I've got to do a few things and then I'll come back. But my oppression is from the government. My father's oppression was from the government. His father's oppression was from the government, right? So
that's not true, Danny. No, Danny.
Of course it is.
Danny,
of course
stop.
it is.
Wait, Danny.
I don't oppress myself, but in the same way as
Danny,
can I just finish? Can I just finish doing this quickly? Well, the same way as EI is saying that he's the nail in the chalkboard. You might not like what he says, but there's a message in the madness. I can say the same thing, but the difference is you need to then be able to have a conversation and open your eyes to certain things that will happen. Like I'll go to Barbados and see the British rule in there to see how.
Danny, all right then. So just on that point, right, Danny, because I heard you stressing before, and this is where I'd like to try to come in before you disappear, and then please do come back. But just because I know that this is a significant thing for you, because you were trying to get the question was who was worse, the seller or the buyer, right?
Yeah,
that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. So all right then. So the one question for me would be, why is that such a important thing to you? Like, what is the significance of that?
Okay, the significance of that is where you're starting your history from. Okay, if you're starting your history right at a bad time and then blaming everything based on that part of the history forward, then you've got to understand the full side of it. So if people are saying, well, no, I'm not going to answer that, or I'm not going to have the conversation about that, because in my eyes, if the people weren't there, and again, history's got to rerun itself and see if something different happened or if it just replayed the same way. But if the people, the Africans who are already trading slaves, who are already having farms, are making the males very big and strong, it wasn't just, it wasn't just a coincidence, right?
But that wasn't happening, Danny.
That there was different categories in slaves. Okay, so people realized that the more strong you can get people, the better the price is going to be, whatever the price is. Okay, so that comes from Africans with a direct line to the people that they are selling, rather than
wait, okay, across. 1 second, take a breath now, take a breath, because you do these very large chapters without any
it's not a large chapter though. It's important to understand.
1 second, without any sort of checking, right? So okay then, so we're aware that there was some chiefs and whatever where there was some business, we're going to call it, according to Hector, it was just business, yeah? So okay, let's go along with that just for the sake of the conversation, yeah? Okay. Now, okay, so there was a transaction, yeah? A person was sold or whatever, a mirror was given or whatever, trinket, cool, whatever, yeah? Okay. That person now makes a journey, yeah, and then now gets treated, very horribly, very, just whatever, as EIE was describing before, okay? At that point, do you still see the buyer and the seller to be the same? So now the seller has sold something to the buyer, yeah, in good faith, whatever, received the trinkets and the mirror, whatever, cool. The buyer has now taken that product, and I'm using the word product, you get me? Can I use the word product here, Roscoe?
Well, you're not talking about him being a byproduct of white. And
no. 1 second. Let's not don't go any further than that. At this point, in
this term, okay, it's appropriate because you're trying to take the emotion out of the situation you're talking about. So yeah.
No, I'm not trying to take the emotion out. No, I'm not trying to take out any emotion.
Say the black person then. Say the person then. Don't say the product.
No, I'm saying the product. Because at this point, no. So 1 second.
Still creation.
You would be historically correct if you use the word product.
How many creations direct from God are product?
1 second.
How many?
1 second. Danny Roscoe, let me ask you a question, yeah? The slaves that were on the ship going onto the journey, yeah, were they products?
They were seen as products from the people buying them. Yeah, of course. They weren't seen as humans. Yeah. Of course they were.
So they were products, yeah?
Yeah. But that's negative, okay. You know that, yeah?
No, hold on 1 second. Good. So they were products then, yeah? So
that would be negative, yeah?
Of course it's fucking negative. No one ever said that it was positive. No problem.
Okay, so when you say byproduct,
1 second,
it's a negative thing, isn't it?
1 second. Right. So that's our first product, yeah? Yeah? Okay. Yep. So the product's got to wherever it's got to. Okay? Yeah? Yep. And now, through whatever reason, rape, whatever, there's now another product. Now we now call that other product a byproduct.
No, you wouldn't. You just call it another product. It's not the waste of something. It's not the waste. It's not the waste. It's not the waste of something, is it?
No, but waste. But that's not the only word. Why when you go?
What's a byproduct from something?
1 second, man.
Tell me what a byproduct of anything is. It's going to be something that's. Tell me the byproduct of something. Okay, that is the goal that they set out to say. We know that we can get to this point if we create these two things, but these two things are useless to us. It's just that we want.
Are you saying byproduct is inherently bad? Is that what you're saying, Danny? Are you saying byproduct is inherently bad?
A
Is that what you're saying?
Byproduct in the terms that you was using, in the terms it was been said in, it was a negative thing, wasn't it? A product.
So
My
you would
milk,
ask,
my bottle of
you
milk
would ask
is
then.
wait.
You would,
My bottle of milk is a product, right? But I go to get my bottle of milk because I need the milk.
no, but
Okay?
it's not for. But
Negative.
let's be
The
honest here,
byproduct
Danny.
of my milk is the fact
To
I've got to
conversate, you would be
recycle
honest,
the outer
right?
packaging.
You would ask then the person what context are you using that word in, then, right? The person who
And I said,
originally
in
spoke.
that context, was
No,
correct.
it's not for you to determine the context.
Correct.
No, it's not for you to determine the context on someone else's argument. You
Okay,
would
can we get to
ask that
naive listening?
person,
All right,
hey,
cool. All right, I'll
could you
concede.
tell
Can
me
we get,
what
I've got to
context
go.
you're using that word
Listen,
in?
I've got to go. So let's just get to naive. I'll concede then. All right, cool. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. All right, naive for do it. So I've got to go for like 10, 15 minutes. Like, urgent.
All right, we'll go and come back because we're going to need a little bit of time here. But obviously,
right, cool.
The thing is, obviously, you saw where we were going, and then you started to skip sideways.
No, carry on. No, carry on.
You agreed that the first. You agreed that the first. When I said were the slaves products, you said yeah. You was okay with that. Cool. So then I'm going to the next step, whereby now they've been raped, as an example. Now that child is a byproduct, but you don't want to. You don't accept it.
I wouldn't say. I categorically will say that no child is a byproduct because it's still creation.
So 1 second.
It's still creation.
Of course. Wait, 1 second. 1 second. Danny, I don't disagree with that. Yeah, but the same slave that is now a product was also a creation, correct?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, then. So then we don't need to do all of this. It's a creation, blah, 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 blah. Like, we're not splitting hairs when the black slave was a creation. Were we? I didn't hear all of that. It was okay with that was a product. That was a product, right?
Listen,
when I said to you, was that slave a product? You said, well, yeah. I'm like, cool.
Of course. To the people.
Cool. So it's a product. It's still a God-given product, isn't it?
Of course.
Yeah, good. Made by God. Okay, then cool.
Of course.
But it's still a product, yes?
Of course.
Lovely.
To them, to the people buying, the people buying is a product, and to the people selling it's a product. But in my eyes, before in my eyes, it's a person, isn't it?
1 second. Why are we now going to be personalizing it to our eyes, and why are we going to now start doing that? Doesn't make any sense.
Of course, it makes sense.
Because I don't know. But then, what sort of conversation would that be to have then?
Listen. The creation happened, okay? So they created the child. The child was then made into a big slave, okay? At that point in time, when somebody saw that person as not the human, but as a product and started touting it as a product, the person then brought it as a product. They did whatever they wanted to do with it, and that person had a baby, okay? So that baby there, that point in time, is not a product. It's not a byproduct or a product. It's a child. It's a creation. Right.
So hold on a second. Hold on a minute. No, but hold on a minute, because this is sticky now.
Out of slavery, and it will never be a product.
1 second. Stop. This is very sticky. Because now we have to ascertain, how do we go from the product, being, or the slave, let's call it the slave, is the product, You was okay with that bit there, They've now gone somewhere else, right? They've now had a child with, let's call it the master, because that's what we were speaking about, to create what we're calling a byproduct, But now you're not having that. Now this byproduct is no longer a product. It just becomes a child,
though, is it? It's not a byproduct.
So when did it stop being a product? When did it stop?
Godlessness talk, you know. It's not a byproduct. It's creation.
1 second. When did it stop being a product? If you agree that as a slave,
never was a product.
No, you're lying.
Okay, let's do this very simple, and I have to go. Let's do this very simple, as we have to go. The person who was brought, the slave.
Listen, I'm not.
Wait, let me just do this. The slave will always be the product of that person. It will always be known as a product, a number, whatever. Okay, to the person who brought it, because that's the reason he brought it, right? Forever, it will be known in that ways. The child that got born from her, okay, until he then turns it into a product by saying to somebody else, look, I have this child. I don't want this child. Do you want to have it? We'll feed it. We'll do this. And then you can have it when it turns whatever age. Then he turns it into a product. If that child just goes about his whole entire life, grows up, leaves, does everything else and doesn't be enslaved, then it's not a product, it's a creation. It's an additional to the human race.
Right? You don't, what you seem to do is you go in between realities. You know what I mean? Because you've basically gone in what your response was there, you've gone from slavery to something completely different.
Okay, we'll
like
let the chat decide.
You're going from
You
the
can discuss
1700. Sorry?
We'll let the chat decide. You can discuss it, and I will be back because I really have to.
Yeah,
I don't want to cut you off, Science.
And let me just also leave with this as well, yeah, because yesterday when you done your show, yeah. So let me ask a question. When Buddha was on my show, did Buddha leave and run, or did I dash him off?
I don't know.
Right. So on your show, you said that he ran. Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah, I've got that. He left, okay, or he ran, whatever, because of the way that I think it was Lady D or you was talking to him, was belittling him, was talking. He couldn't get his point across. So when he couldn't get his point across, I felt that he was getting bullied by people, and then he had no alternative but just to go because he's rubbish. It's like at the beginning with EIE and me. I was about to go because he wasn't listening to the conversation that I'm trying to have and my point of view.
Did you?
That's not fair. So that's not fair, buddy.
Did you know the answer that you just gave? Is that your real objective answer?
Well, I thought
did you really listen to the tape? Because when you come back, we'll listen to the tape again, yeah. But what you also said though, which I find even more interesting, which I would like us to speak about, is so the first thing is that you said that he ran, that I ran him, yeah, which is not what happened.
I agree with that.
Yeah, yes, but I'm telling you that that wasn't what happened. That it just got too hot, so he ran in it. So that's the first. He ran. But what I found more interesting is when you then sort of punctuated it with, "That's why black men don't stay with their women and they always run from their women."
Yeah, I agree with that as well, 100%. Why do you think black men are going with white women? It's less aggro, isn't it?
Thinking with the wrong head. Thinking with the wrong head.
We've not got the constant, the constant running all the time. Like I could imagine being a household with a black woman and then just constantly being like that. That's my mind thought of it. Of being in a relationship with a black woman who will just be constant but angry. Not like just nagging like they always do, and it's like, oh, you know what, still my head in. Like anger coming out, like you're this, you're that, rare. Yeah, I just see pure anger in it.
But Danny, sorry, but can I just quickly ask a question? Don't you think it's the women that choose the men? Don't you think it's white women making a play for black men because black men are easier to get on with than white men? Don't you think it that way round?
No. Listen,
why not?
In my whole entire life, yeah, right, the men do the chasing, the men seek out, and that's why this is why there's a lot of people who are never in a stable relationship because they like the chase more. They like the chase. They like to get that person. I like you. I'm going to get you. I'm going to do all the plays I can. Oh, you like me? Yeah, you like me? Oh, I can do a bit of this. I can do a bit of that. Oh, you don't like me? Well, I'm going to make her like me somehow.
Did you know any of your black grandparents before you leave?
Did I know them? I knew my grandfather.
Did you know your black grandma?
My grandfather, not my grandmother, no. Sadly.
You didn't know your black grandma?
No.
Okay. Do you know your black auntie?
Well, not my black grandma, my grandma. I think it's half.
No, I'm asking about the black one in particular. So, did you know your...
It's always been the males.
No. So do you know any of your black female women in your family?
Black female women in not black. Everyone's probably maybe in on my father's side.
No, explain that. What do you mean not black?
I hardly. Do you know what?
What do you mean by that?
I hardly speak to anyone. Right. I hardly speak to anyone else outside of my father really. I don't speak to cousins and things like that. I don't speak to people. I don't go over to Jamaica. I don't do any of that. So probably over there, yes, but I have no idea of them. I don't.
Do you think that formed your worldview?
1 second.
Maybe
so,
it did.
Have you got any black female women as reference points that we could have a conversation about?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Okay.
I know strong black women. And it's the
No,
same thing.
in your family, I'm talking about.
Not that we can have the reference to, no.
Right. So okay. Because I was going to ask you, like, say if you had a black auntie, for example, or a black cousin, for example, I was going to ask you, did they run away their partners? And, you know, are they aggy and, you know, all the sort of things that you just described?
So the people that I know, friends, aunties and things like that, people, you know, aunties of friends and things like that, people that I interact with, okay, you know, on a regular basis, because you wouldn't understand that, but I do have quite a lot of black interactions. So these people, I can look at them and think, wow, that's the reason why X, Y, and Z run out. That's the reason why this person's not happy. I can see that when I, you know, when I go out and I see the way that they act, I'm just like.
Do you know what black love look like, Danny? Because to those who are not understanding of it, they might think black love is because there's an old saying, only a black woman can understand the black man and only a black man can. There's something about us based on our lived experience that it's safer to be with a black person, because there are going to be times when certain things just come out of us and it's going to take another black person to say, yeah, I know where that's coming from. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Kind of, but it's moot, really. Yeah, but kind. I guess
it's called a lived experience that you have that makes you understand why a black woman. Why you would understand why a black woman
why should we
would
always
be
care about the black
so
woman? Why should we always care about the black
firm?
woman if we don't care about anyone else's lived experience?
No,
Come on.
hear me out, Danny. I'm just trying to reason
I've
with
got
you, man.
30 seconds, and I'm gonna run.
We black men who date black women understand.
I'm gonna do a little bit of your show while you're away.
You keep talking. I'll listen to have the conversation.
Right.
I'll be listening.
No, but I'm just saying.
Phone call. Huh?
We black men who date black women only understand what that you're talking about is. Who were raised by black women. We were.
Listen, I went out with a black woman for, you know, a little while, and I've never had that experience, right? So my lived experience of having that black woman and then seeing other people and seeing other things happening in our houses, how people are in society, has formed my view.
Well, don't get me wrong. We're not a monolith. I'm just saying, in general, there is an overall thing that you're going to get from black women where they're going to be strong 1 minute, feminine the next minute. They're going to have to be independent minded. It's a thing about black women that you're going to have to appreciate when you are in the presence of one or around one. It's just what the metal they've had.
Imagine you talking to me about appreciating women when you literally the first word you said to Nixie
black
was
women,
calling her a
Danny. Let's stay focused, Danny. Black women,
anyway.
not women. Black women. Let's stay focused. Black women. I don't think he gets it. I'm not up here caping for no other woman but black woman.
1 second though, EIE, because again, and this is why these conversations are actually going to be so important if we can just keep a level head. Because at the end of the day, I think one of the things that's happening here potentially, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that you're speaking to Danny like he's a black youth, yeah, right? And he's speaking back to you as a mixed race person. The same mixed race that you do not want to acknowledge or whatever for whatever reason. You see what I'm saying to you? But he is speaking to you, you know what I mean, as a mixed race person. So if you're saying to him, bam, blah, 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 whatever about women, which is cool, well, obviously in his head, he's going to have that same vibe, but for both sets of women, no?
Mm-hmm. He doesn't get it, man. And I'm not holding it against him.
No.
It's his environment.
I'm not sure if you're hearing what I'm saying to you, EIE.
Go on again.
Yeah.
In frame of reference, which is his white family.
To you was, yeah, you're saying this and this and this about respect, whatever. Whereas where you called my girl, whatever, yeah. Your response was, what was your response to when he said that?
Black women.
Right. Okay. Black women. Okay. Cool. So I'm saying to you now, you're speaking to him like he's a black, because he's highlighting you basically disrespecting a woman. Yeah. You're not thinking like, well, she ain't right now in your age. She ain't black, so I don't really give a fuck. Well, whatever. Which is, that's your thing. But obviously, he's not going to see it like that because he's a whole mixed race person, isn't it? So he's actually seeing both sides, isn't it? And this
No,
is
he's not, because he's not defending black women.
No, okay. So let's even deal with that then. Yeah, he don't defend black women. He defends.
Nanny, you're 100% right, because that's like when you say to Danny, Black Lives Matter, he turns around and says, yeah, but white lives matter too. Do you understand? So he's doing exactly that same pattern in his brain of what you just highlighted. He's normalizing both sides against each other, therefore
Not really.
undermining the black struggle.
Not
By saying
really.
black and white should be equal, he's saying that black people haven't got anything to kind of like gain.
But you gotta
That there's no
remember.
ground to
You gotta
gain.
remember now. In Danny's worldview, there's one group of people he keeps omitting when he say white, black, and white. What about why he didn't say black, mix, and white unite? You notice how they conveniently just add mix and take mix away? You notice that? Why he didn't just say, okay, black, mix, and black and white, all three? He didn't. And he's not defending black both sides, because if he was, he would be defending three sides. He would be speaking up for mixed women. Do you not see the confusion in this dude?
Hold on.
Do you not see the confusion in this dude? What is he really defending?
Wait. 1 second. Yeah.
Don't recognize black people's struggle. Simple as that.
Because, like, if we're gonna deal with truth and rights, yeah, it could be argued, yeah, and not necessarily that we agree, but it could be argued that he's just doing the opposite of what some other mixed race people do, which is only defend their black side. You know what I mean? Or only defend black only issues.
Yeah.
All right. Now we're getting somewhere. Since you're gonna say that's late 9 Ether, what is the historical context behind that? It's not equal. If you're gonna say that, 9 Ether, you're gonna have to add the history to that. Where have so-called mixed people been safest? When, like I keep saying, mixed people have not always been claimed by white people. This is a new phenomenon where white people are now having them boldly claiming them, having them up in the house. If you was in a white person's house back in the day, when I'm 52, I have seen times change in my day. This phenomenon where white people are treating their mixed race children like they're brand new is new to me. I grew up in a time where they treated them where if there was an interaction between a domestic worker or a black woman for some reason and a white man, that white woman, that half mixed child would be so outcast in the white community that they would have to go stay with their black grandma.
Okay, right.
You understand me? I have a different frame of reference than you all have. I know the chronology of how this thing goes. So when I see people like him now come and he's boldly speaking in this fashion, I'm like, this guy doesn't understand and respect the complexity of this relationship that we've had with these people from Europe.
The thing is, listen, yeah, and this is you see, and this is you see, and again, this is why these conversations need to be had, man. It's you know what, yeah, you see, in a utopic world, yeah, we could have all these unions, okay, and it would be just okay in it because everyone loves everyone and everything's equal and the utopia is there, yeah. But unfortunately, that is not yet to be the case, yeah. So when people are having these, as we could, and I mean, this is me just making not even a public service announcement, but just I don't even know in it. But I do believe that sometimes when people are having, I just think people need to know what they're doing in it. You know what I mean? Because the world is not yet a utopic place. I'll just leave it there. But coming back to yourself, EIE, the thing is, isn't it? Like it's a bit of a tricky a path for a mixed race person, isn't it? Because I mean, it's, you know, the opposites are so extreme. It could be argued. You see what I'm saying to you in terms of what they're having, and that's why I wouldn't even mind. I don't know if there's any what mixed. Oh yeah, well, Danny is actually mixed race, isn't it?
Let me say this. Like Lady D, it said so eloquently the other day. Whenever these mixed race conversations come up, the white side never get that work. It's black side always get it. It's the black side always get it. The white side get to play like they're the saviors.
I appreciate. I
You
appreciate
understand me?
that, and that would be
And the half caste child always, especially nowadays. Well, not always. Let me not be unfair. More likely are more vocal going at the black side than you see. Do you see a lot of half caste people out there going at the white side really hard?
I think you more see it online, because I've definitely seen a lot of like TikToks and whatever where you've got young people, mixed race girls especially, just giving their testimony. Do you know what I mean? And saying that, yeah, they got mothers.
If you should give a percentage and say which side you see them going at more, it was mostly the black side you see them going at, sis. Be honest. They have compartment, and they've decided to say that black people are the ones they get more racism from. They literally say this nowadays. I get racism from both sides. I go around the black side. They don't want me. I go around. When it's not true. The black communities where these people have always been safe in. When they come amongst us, we can't even differentiate them from, because in our community, we have people from the lightest to the darkest. But this rhetoric from some of them who play to the white rhetoric they get from their mothers or white parents who have this, who've put this bullshit in them, because these are their teachers.
Right, so I want you to
these
pause
are their
there.
teachers.
I want you to pause there, please, because I think what that bit that you just said there is very important. Yeah, the bit of mentioning their mother. Yeah, because I definitely believe that some people expect mixed race children to not recognize their white side. You know what I mean? Which I also believe might cause some of them to be in some like little turmoil and this and that, because it could be argued they, you know what I mean, they got a lot to battle with in this very racial world. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah.
I'll turn it to you with what Halle Berry mom told her. If you are a mixed race so-called child, and depending on the level of melanin in your skin, because if you're a mixed race child who is light enough, you can pass easy in this white supremacist system. But let you be a mixed race child who can be identified by in some variety, because your hair is a little not straight enough or your skin is not light enough, you're going to have a decision to make. And Halle Berry mom, you remember what Halle Berry mom told her? The white woman say, honey, you're my child, but identify as black, because that's the community this world is going to see you in.
Yeah, but listen. You know what I mean?
So nobody's telling these people nothing about not owning up to your white side. It's not us who made the decision. It's white supremacy.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah. But telling a child to identify as black, okay, cool, innit? Identify as black. All right, I've told you that. But that doesn't cure, or that doesn't deal with the reality of what the child's going through. Like the reality.
We didn't create that problem, Nainita. Why shouldn't that be our problem?
All right, well, let's start the conversation then. There's no.
That's what Lady D was saying. It's not we are create this problem. It's for mixed race kids and people who create mixed race to sit down and say, look, let's educate the children we're creating. Let's have this, because you know what's happening? These motherfuckers are popping out these kids and not having these conversations with them, and they drop them in our community. They get identified as black, lumped in with us, and then the bullshit starts. The confusion starts. That's what's happening. Because this society that goes by skin color, this racist society, no matter how much that child has a white parent, This child is going to be judged by white supremacy, not us. We don't have a skin color problem.
Yo,
We already
listen,
know.
listen. Both things can be true. Yes. All right, people them say, all right, then that's the end. That's the. Nah, I mean, to be honest.
Can I quickly say something?
Yeah.
Well, we got a minute. I jumped on to defend Nyneetha's comment about the byproduct thing because I think it's been taken totally out of context. I think if a man and a woman get together and their intention is to love each other and they make love to each other, then the child is the byproduct of that love. That means that is the unintentional benefit of that union. So you can apply that to everything. By just means on the side of. Doesn't mean it's better, doesn't mean it's worse. It just means that my main intention was to meet someone, fall in love, and love that person unconditionally. The child just came out of that union. So for her to say that, well, I could meet a white man and I could fall in love with him and I could get married with him, but the byproduct of that would be a huge responsibility to think about. I'm 100% with Nyneetha on that. I agree with her 100%. Because I could meet a black woman, I could fall in love with a black woman, but for a black child to have me as their dad, is that the best thing for that black child, given that we're living in a white supremacist environment? That he needs, that child will need two strong black parents to guide them through that madness and that turmoil. Like, that's my belief. I agree with Nyneetha on that. Now, if people don't agree with us, fair enough, but don't take it as an insult. Because there ain't no right and wrong. You can't pull someone up on semantics, on the meaning of, catch them on the meaning of a word. Because, like Nyneetha pointed out, there's 2-3 meanings to each word. It's just how you intended it. Now, she explained how she intended it, not as an insult, and people still trying to catch her on, it's an insult what you said. But it's not, though. It just simply just is not. I don't understand, like, if you ain't got an argument, and you ain't got an agenda to push, why are you trying to catch someone on a technicality? It's just because you ain't got no argument. And when we look at, bro, Buddha, you've been there since day one with respect, but now we got fucking Danny Roscoe on here defending your argument. How my brain is boggling that Danny Roscoe has to defend Buddha of all people. No, I'm out. I'm done. Forget it. But anyway, I said my bit. Big up Nyneetha, and that's all I'm saying. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, bless up, Carl. I mean, I also did make that sort of point that there's no way that he could be powering with respect and talking that type of thing, man. For real, for real. So I agree with that still. But yeah, going back to what you're saying, because like I said, you know, it must be a hard balancing act for some mixed race people to thingy bobby. Anyway, the worst thing is,
so you haven't been upset sitting back as a black person watching your community being usurped by the media, by society, by all this going on. You haven't been seeing it, sis?
No, of course, EIE. But the thing is, as well, I mean, because all of the above could be true, though, right? It can all be going on, though, yeah.
Yeah, we all being played by white supremacists, sis. That is true. But the thing is, what we see is the very people who are also. It's like the definition of appeasement. The definition of appeasement is one who feeds the crocodile, hoping it will eat them last. That's how I see these so-called mixed people. Don't they realize that these Europeans don't like them either? I know. I'm not saying the white person who give birth to you gonna hate their child. I'm just saying that their neighbor might. Their neighbors might. Because you must remember, you are a minority still among these people. You're not safe. You never was safe in their community. So you can play the little get along game all you want. They will use you because they've always used you. But in a society, and unless the society change, we still playing by the same rules. White supremacy does not like anything too dark in their presence, anything with their hair too curly in their presence, anything that's not them. That they, you have to remember what white supremacy is: the fear of mixing anybody with their bloodline, so that they think that they losing out on some whiteness population that they need to be increasing. Those people who marry out of their race literally make a choice to do something and create a child into a world that's gonna be hell. That's the truth. And most of them don't, like Jupiter, don't care enough to grow that child, give them the right tools to survive. What they try to do is raise these kids as white supremacists like them. It's not gonna work. Other white people see your color. They see you not one of them fully. You're trying to do something that's already been done and didn't work. They tried it in the past. The white people were so serious they don't want you amongst them. They created the 1% rule. Even if you have 1% of that African blood, don't come around. What part of that you're not getting? Nothing has changed. So these mixed conversations, it's not for us. It's for those who are in that position. And for them to decide or figure out, because back in the day, black people who were playing that, oh, I'm mixed, they had to decide, hey, I'm a black man. They had to just say, fuck it, I'm black. I'm going to go live with the black folks. I'm going to, their situation is my situation, because in this white supremacy, we are shit. White mama and everything. White daddy and everything. They realized in this white supremacist system, shit. So it's not new what's going on. It's just these little confused newbies nowadays who think they're brand new, who weren't given the tools by their white parent or black parent. And now they're coming crying to us, acting as if, and then they're living out what they were created originally in the past. You've always heard me say they were used as buffers. And they're literally playing out their you know, it's like they're not realizing that they're playing out their destiny right in front of us. Come on,
If
man.
you had a mixed race niece or nephew, is this what you would say to them?
Fuck yes.
Okay.
I don't want to get into it too deep, but me and my brother got into it because his ass. I saw his little daughter. Because me and my brother have same mother, same father. One of us come dark skin, one of us come brown. And may I tell you, it's like his daughter is real chocolate, beautiful little girl. Too friendly. I saw her on a picture like she too friendly. Me say, yo, you make your daughter play around with white boy like that? He got vexed. Yo, me not care. Me tell him. That's my niece. Let me see if me not give a fuck if you get vexed. Oh, you have your daughter play around with these little white boys like that, bruh. The fuck you teaching your child? I don't give a fuck if he get vexed. I would tell him. Shit. Everybody got to return their own life. I'm not here to tell nobody how to live their life. Everybody got to live their own life. But don't come around me with the fuck shit and think I'm not going to say something. I'm working with a woman who's got her daughter fucking some Korean dude and have kids coming to the job showing off her little half-breed kids. But, these are my kids. So they saw me sitting by myself, minding my own fucking blood clot business. Richard, you have grandkids, right? I said, yeah. I said, my kid's fully black. You want to see the way the blood clot girl look for me? Get ready for come curse me. What do you mean by that? I said, exactly what I mean. My kids and grandkids are fully black. You over there brag about your grandkids, but how they mix. Why me can't brag about how my grandkids fully black? Shit. It's them who's sensitive, man. But where you get from Danny Frasco reasoning? Where you get from film reasoning? Where you get it? Are you gone?
One sec, I'm coming.
Yeah, may I ask you where you get it from Danny reasoning? What you get it from him? Because I saw that what the MO for his reasoning is. It all started in Africa, and the people who sold us in slavery, it's their fault. White people have no responsibility. That's what I get it from what he's saying.
All right.
So you hear what I say?
Yeah, I heard you. 1 second. I didn't get much, as you can hear. I tried to ask a couple questions before we had to go, man. But
do he come off as rehearsed to you?
What do you mean rehearsed?
They're repeating the same arguments over and over rather than coming with something more, you know. he seems like he has the tropes all lined up. And
yeah,
he jumps from tropes to tropes, and it's like he
I agree with that. But I'm just saying to you that regardless of whatever tropes, this, that, and the other, you just still got to acknowledge and remember that he's mixed. He's of two different sets of people, man. And not everyone's got the
But so, you keep saying that. But when he speak, do you hear anything but one?
It doesn't matter what I hear. You get me? It matters what he is.
So what does that tell you?
Listen,
if he's a mixed breed, mixed the mixed it means two. At least he got to be at least two. Where is the black influence in his speech pattern? In his arguments? Where's it?
Listen, it doesn't matter where it is, man. This is what I'm trying to say. You're just talking about other attributes. You see what I'm saying to you? Regardless of whatever, he is mixed, isn't it? His mum's white and his dad's black. It doesn't matter. Whatever he comes out of his mouth, doesn't matter how he dresses, how he speaks, this, that, and the other. The fact of the matter is, you get me, that he is of each, innit? You understand what I'm saying to you? Now, this is something that I've said this many times. I learned this lesson earlier in my life. You know what I mean? Because I was one that just looked as you're mixed race, you're black, that's it, boom, boom, whatever. And like I've, admitted when my first boyfriend was black, well, he's mixed race, actually. You know what I mean? But I saw him as black and all the rest of it. Done all the black shit, done all of that, you know what I mean? Hip hop, everything, come to my yard, just blacked him up, all of them things there, yeah. And one time we were having a conversation or whatever, and I can't remember whatever was said, and he just turned around and said to me, "You must forget that my mom's white." Well, you didn't have to tell me that twice. Yeah, so I'm only relaying that story to say.
Didn't you know his mom was white before you did?
Of course I did. Of course I did.
So it changed when he said it.
No. But the point I'm making, though, EIE, is what I'm saying to you is because because even going back to what you're saying, you might have mixed race people that might be in the cause, down for the cause, blah, 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 doing all the rest of it, doing the absolute most. But at the end of the day, their mum is still white.
But what does that mean, though?
What do you mean? What does that mean? That means that they are mixed. And that you can't get away. Me, well, personally, at least, I don't think you can get away with from the fact that their mum is white. Do you know what I mean? And I think by doing that, I think it could put even certain psychological pressure on them, because you're almost making them have to deny what they obviously are, which is a mixture.
And that's the problem. Why I'm trying to tell you, mixed so-called people act as if it's black people who's forcing them to choose. It's not us who's forcing them to choose, sis. It's the society called white supremacy.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
Who, what, or why. In this instance, it just matters that it is, isn't it? Or at least from my point of view, you know what I mean? I'm not talking from the perspective of who, why, or what. You know what I mean? I'm just talking from the perspective of sorry, in 2024, it is. So then where do we go from there? Now, some are going to say it's not our business.
I cringe to even ask what conversation came about, why he would have to remind you his mother is white. I don't even want to ask that, but at the same time, huh?
What do you mean, though?
Why would he have to state that his mom is white? Why would what conversation came about why he would have to reaffirm, hey, you forget my mom is white? What happened?
A similar conversation that you're having with Danny, I'm sure.
Hey, EIE, I have these conversations a lot that I have to remind people that my mother's white. When I did it with Nines, when she talked to me about the influence of Caribbean food.
Why would you need to do that?
White.
Why would you need to do that?
Food. Huh?
Why would you need to feel the need to do that?
Because in a conversation, isn't it?
No, give me an example for the conversation where you would have to reaffirm, hey, man, my mom is white.
Okay, but what about all this food? Have you had this Jamaican food? Have you had this Caribbean food? Have you had this other food cooked for you growing up? No. Did I have the combing out the hair so much because I had a big afro? No. You know? So no. It's them little things, isn't it? People got to realize.
Daddy, you're making me laugh now. So hear me now.
You got to
Look
realize
at me.
that you have to realize
you on the playground, right? And they say, Danny, why you here so messed up, man? And you go, my mom is white. Is that what you're trying to say?
No. It's just if you did a story, if there was a story, you know, and I know these people have a story about the irons, you know, the iron and stuff like that. Yeah, it burns the way that they would hit with the back of the comb if you're messing about. Yeah, this type of strictness. I didn't have that. Do you know what I mean? My mum's white. She didn't have that influence. I didn't have that.
So you would say my mum is white. She don't do corporal punishment.
We talk about Caribbean food and that. Yeah, I didn't grow up on that. We had it, but I didn't it wasn't grown up. So if they have stories like that, then obviously I wouldn't be included in that story.
So let me ask you, when you said these things, because these are not necessarily bad things, you know, these are just things that, hey, you know, you eat some rice and peas today, you eat some. So when you said, no, my mom is white, was it more that you were upset that you weren't able to get the rice and peas, or you were saying, no, my mom don't cook that shit. My mom don't cook that shit.
It would just be because I have dark skin. Don't think that I have that.
So basically, people presumed that people have presumed that you are black.
They were just treating you like another brother, Danny. Why are you mad?
1 second.
I didn't say about madness. You don't have to be mad to have the conversation.
So wait, are you saying that people have assumed that you're black because obviously you look black presenting or whatever? Yeah. Then
exactly.
when you start saying, well, no, this is how I grew up eating bangers and mash, they widen their eye like, wow. Then you have to then proceed to tell them that you're actually white, so bangers and mash is okay, actually.
Exactly. There you go.
Right.
That's he was trying to say about the conversation you might have had and saying it's weird. I'm saying it doesn't have to be a weird conversation. It could be a totally normal conversation, but you just didn't like to have it. Do you know what I mean?
No, but
oppressive conversation. Man. Listen,
but why? Let me ask you something now. Let me be devil's advocate. Why would that be the answer for that question then? Why would my mom is white be the answer or the appropriate answer for those scenarios? Why? To you?
To me, well,
Mm.
if you're talking about in this scenario, okay, my mum would have a different, a different
Culture,
parenting, a different parenting than a Black Caribbean woman on multiple fronts, Yeah,
different in as in better or worse or what?
it doesn't have to be better or worse to be
No, I'm just
different. It's
asking you, man.
different.
I'm asking.
Listen,
What would it
listen.
be in
Me and
yours or
bangers and
no?
mash. I love bangers and mash. I love pie and chips. Yeah,
So
I
you
love
eat
this
what you
type of
eat
food.
because
Yeah,
your mom cook it, pretty much.
yeah. So I love this food. So I'm not going to say
So
my
why
food
would
that
you
I
be
love is
taking
better than
offense?
your
Because your
food.
dad is from the culture where they asking you if you eat that stuff. Why would you take offense? Was your dad in your life? You say he was in your life. Why would you
It
take
doesn't have to be
offense?
offended. See, this
Huh?
is what you do. You do everything as
To
in
be fair,
positive, negative.
he didn't say that he took
Well,
offense.
I take that back. I take that back. I do not. Well, I'm keeping it real. I take that back. I'm asking you, did it bother you that? Well, let me rephrase that then. So it wasn't
No,
an issue about them asking about the curry then.
no. It's not an issue to me. I'm just telling people I can't be. I'm not having this conversation because I don't know about it.
I
Do
guess
you know
I'm
what I
trying to
mean?
figure out if you purposely wanted people to know that you were different. I guess I'm trying to figure that out too, Danny. Was
No, it's
there
not about.
some urge in you
It's
to
not about.
separate yourself from others?
No, obviously it's about certain types of separation, but it's about why I can't have that conversation. It's not a negative or a positive or
Do
anything.
you
Do you
feel
know what
it's
I mean?
important
Listen,
to
put
feel
it this way.
separated?
We'll put it this way. We'll put it this way, right?
Hmm.
I used to go to Stonebridge, right? When I was 17 or something like that, I used to go to Stonebridge, go to G's to get my hair cut. I used to go to Second Skins in Kilburn and get some black influenced clothing. Let's just say the hip hop influenced clothing, right? I used to go, I didn't know before I was 17 that there were barbershops specially for black people. I didn't know there was clothes especially targeted towards this. Do you know what I mean? I just went about my life. It's
What
only
do you
when
think
someone
that
told me
is?
to go to this black hairdressers, and I'm like, "What were you on about?" Going there, seeing the way that they cut the hair, and thinking that is sick. I'm having a bit of that. Do you know what I mean? Before that, I have a standard haircut.
Danny, I think I see what the issue is. There is an old saying that race is superficial and culture is king. I think I see what's going on here. You have really bought into the philosophy of race without respecting what culture is. You understand that on a real level, at a human level, your parents are from two separate cultures, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the culture that your father is from is different than the culture your mom is from,
Yeah.
right? It has nothing to do with the fact that it's white and black. It's just the culture. So on some level, yeah, your mom being white might come into play because of the historical aspect of racism and the slave trade that might come up in some conversations. But then there's the cultural part. Do you think it's anything wrong with you partaking in black culture?
There's nothing wrong with it if that's what I associate it to. I'm not saying there's
Do you
something wrong with
associate
it.
with
It's
it?
right. Culture is king.
Do you associate with
Because
black
I tell you
culture?
what, can I just say one thing? And I agree with you. Don't worry. Because both my mother and father told me, or not told me, but as given only British culture to me, really, as in, this is where we choose to, this is where we've chosen to grow up with that. Yeah. So, this is the English culture and trying to teach it, even though it's not their culture, but it's going to be my culture growing up.
What
So
is
I don't
English
see
culture?
myself as out. I don't see myself as I'm isolated because I don't know what this culture is about. So yeah, I can agree with you on that. There's
Are you
nothing
saying
wrong with
there's
black
no
culture.
one second. I need clarity are you because I don't live in Britain, but from what I understand of the way the UK operate, is there one culture in the UK? I mean,
No, it's
no,
not
but
what it
which
should
one do you
be.
subscribe to? Which one of these cultures in the UK do
British
you
culture.
which is what?
Which is this country's culture, this country's history, this
So
country's
you're
achievement.
saying, so let me ask you, and I'm being serious now. So you're saying the people in Northern Ireland who are Irish have to subscribe to this British culture?
That's a tricky one. That's a tricky one. That's a whole
But
different
that's my
conversation.
point. That's my point. So which culture in Ireland and who do you think should, because you say you follow this British culture as if it's just one thing. Do the Scots and the Welsh follow the same culture to the T? To the T.
They follow their own culture.
Right. So what is British culture?
What do you mean? What is British culture? This is a rhetorical question. What is British culture? Is what we have. Is our traditions. Is what we do. Is our
So
achievements. Is
then,
our
Danny,
history.
then,
Is
if
our.
you
It's the way
allow,
that we speak. Is the way that we dress.
okay,
Is the
one
way that
second,
we
let me
do
jump in.
things.
Let me jump in. So, Danny, then, if you allow the British and the Scots and the Irish to follow theirs, why do you have a problem with us following ours?
I have no problem with Africans following African culture in Africa. I have no problem French people doing French culture in France. The problem I have is we are in England, in Britain. We should be subscribing to British culture.
Do you agree with British culture being practiced in Ireland?
Do I agree with it? On my level, do you know what? If I was Irish, I'd probably say Ireland for the Irish. Yeah, if I was, because that's kind of me. Yeah, this is our soil. But there's so many different variables for Northern Ireland, for the whole split up and everything. It's not even a conversation that I would be able to have intelligently anyway. You know, because
Danny,
it's so marred in history.
This is where it gets a little bit confusing for me, yeah?
Right.
Because you yourself are of Irish and Jamaican extract.
Yeah.
But you're balling for British whatever, of which you're not even, it could be argued.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same like Tommy Robinson, he's doing whatever and he's Irish. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm saying, like, you're like us in a way, like you're part immigrant, part British, it could be argued, or part immigrant, part what is it, English or whatever. But yet you're another one that seems to not want your same type of person here.
No. You see, I'm here. I'm a first generation born in England of my whole entire family. I'm the first person born here. Right? So my parents have said that they chose this to be my home. So I need to embrace and understand British culture to as much as they could, not even teach me. It's the fact that I wasn't stopped information or anything like that. Do you know what I mean? Or I wasn't told I have to go and study African or Jamaican history. I have to do Irish history because you're part Irish. I was brought up as in you're British. Yeah, you're here. This is you. Make the most of it, and that's what I do to my children. You know, I don't look at it as you know, maybe it's wrong. Maybe I'm part of the problem. Maybe all of these things can happen, but my parents said that I wasn't going to be alienated by having be looking different, okay, rather than not understanding what it is, rather than being different, because obviously black facing, I'm going to be seen as black, okay? So to enable myself to have the best opportunities that this country can give me, I don't need to create these types of division of saying, well, you know, slavery was this, or, you know, the potato famine was this.
One second. So one second. So when people relay a fact, yeah, one being slavery, two being the Irish famine situation, do you see that as division?
Not as division, but you can take it that way, can't you? You can go down your own rhetoric. If I had an Irish teacher, right, just teaching me Irish history, right, then you can go down that way, can't you? Because you're being told this certain thing, right? The same way
so let's
as
pause there
Pan-African
then,
studies
because that's really
tell
interesting
you about
okay.
Africa.
Okay, so let's just pause there then, yeah. So, what would you teach the children about the past?
What do I teach my children about the past?
No,
That
what
is a
would you? What would
beautiful
you?
thing. The
Because
British,
Steve,
the 1,000 years of history that England has had through all
yeah,
civil wars, through all of the greatest empire that the world has ever and will never see again. These
yeah,
things have got to be celebrated. But of course, there's bad things inside of it, right? There's bad things that have happened inside of all sorts of stuff, right? We've had kings deposed as children, right, just to try and bring back a royal line a certain way. We've had foreign interference on many fronts, right? So this is what I teach my children. I don't just teach them one bit of saying, well, that's that, and you're black facing, so
but
you.
who? But one second though, Danny. But who does that?
Well, a lot of you lot do it.
But 1 second, a lot of us lot do what?
Yeah, a lot of the people who are pro-black, who I call black supremacists, 100%, that's what they do. They only see the negative side of stuff. Okay, do you think that? Do you think the empire was
We're not
great?
running anywhere. We're having a conversation.
Do you think the empire was great?
What do we do?
You look at the negative sides of it and use that as a bargaining tool. Let's just say.
Right. So let's break that down. 1 second, EIE. So let's just break that down. So we look at the negatives. So I'm going to presume to you one of the negatives would be slavery. I'm going to take that. Would that be an example that you're speaking about?
Yeah, you can do that.
So you're saying that we use slavery as a bargaining tool.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you give an example of that, please?
Reparation.
Okay.
You're saying, right?
1 second.
No, explain it.
Go on.
Cool. Reparation, go on.
Yeah, go on, reparation. Go and explain. How is that being used as a bargaining tool?
Okay, so that's a bargaining tool. It's because of this, right? It's because of the bad thing that's happened, right, of slavery. And we've all agreed in this, right? And now you're saying, well, because of this thing happened.
Yeah, we can hear you, EIE.
Because of this thing happened, we demand either monetary value or some type of something back, right? We demand something back, whatever it is, whatever the reparation will be, we demand something back because of slavery, right? And that's what it's focused on. It's focused on we've lost our family history as soon as we was sold off in Africa to here and all these types of stuff, right? And that's the bargaining tool, right? Instead of thinking about it and saying, number one, you're here in the present day and it's the greatest country in the world, right? It's so great that we made other countries great, like America. But anyway, secondly, your infrastructure that you've got now, it wouldn't have happened without British interference. Do you know what I mean? So it wouldn't have happened, would it? If we didn't go and interfere with Africa and get on there and find out, hang on a minute, there's diamonds in this grass, there's oil here, there's so many minerals in this land that we can mine and give back to England. But at the same time, we are paving roads to be able to get our stuff out. We're doing railways. Look at India. The Indian railway network is amazing because of imperialism. Do you see what I mean? So if we focus on the good side as well, the stuff that we've done, do I believe now that we should be in Africa taking this? No, that's a different story. I don't believe in that as well, because I believe Africa should be for Africans. And if you want to have your own wealth there, then go and do it. We shouldn't be interfering with these things, because that's where we get these things of saying, well, you have to do this and you have to have that bargaining tool. You've got to take these refugees because of that war was with your bombs. And it's just ridiculous. We should just stick to our stuff now. But in the past, it was a necessity to make our country great.
Right. So you believe reparations to be a bargaining tool. Okay, cool.
Well,
so
isn't it?
Do you? No, okay, no problem.
This is what Jamaica said. Yeah, Jamaica said, you know what, we're going to become a republic if you don't pay X amount of money, a ridiculous amount of money. We're going to disown ourselves from the king and the queen and blah 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 blah, and we'll become a republic, right? What Jamaica really wanted was us to give that money to them, so then they could do whatever they were planning to do with it. They had no choice of wanting to be a republic. Same about all the other Caribbean countries who are coming away from the crown, right? Because once you're on your own, you're on your own. But once they're saying it, they say, well, actually, you still have to pay this. You still have to pay. No. You tried to use your bargaining tool. We didn't agree with it. You become a republic and you fend for yourself. And I guarantee you, Jamaica wouldn't, in 100 years' time of being a republic, it would not be better than what it is now. Sometimes people need to be ruled by people better qualified.
So you don't think the Jews should have received their reparations, I presume?
I don't really know about the reparations that were given. What were they given? Explain to me why they were given. Why were Jews given the money? Because of the Holocaust that happened.
Indeed.
What specifically was it given for?
Personal loss.
What was it? It was given for personal loss.
Well, loss of life,
one.
Loss of possessions, etc. I'm sure.
That's another sticky one, because that was a huge movement of people, taken away through death. Right? You either die or you can get yourself out of there. That's totally different from African people selling Africans to traders, to people buying them. That's a whole different context.
Oh, I see.
Of course it is, isn't it? We're not talking about people getting into walking into death camps. They can become death camps, but it was slavery. Do you know what I mean?
Can I ask you a question? Yeah. Do you actually know the history of slavery? Like, have you actually done any deep research into it yourself? Like, just independent,
I've done independent looking into the slave trade. So obviously I come to my conclusions that Africans sold Africans. It happened many years way before.
So Danny,
it's still happening now. Well, wait.
Danny,
It's still happening now.
1 second, Danny.
In Libya,
Danny, listen.
It's still happening now in the Middle East. It's still happening. I look at slavery as a whole, and I understand it's still happening now. It was only last year that a slave warehouse who was employing slaves, or you can call it employing slaves, was creating a slave trade there, a warehouse doing clothes. Everyone there were slaves. They was not able to leave.
Okay, Danny. Can
both
discussions be had?
The slave trade?
The fact that there's a type of slave trade now that exists, does that mean that the one that we're speaking about is just now null and void?
No, what I do think is we should be talking about the past without holding all our self-identity onto that past. You see, I don't think that if you're talking about then, right, slavery happened, we all did it. No one actually talks positively about how it was stopped, how it ended, how much money was given to the people. And you'll be like, well, that was wrong because it should have been given to the slaves, but given to the people to say, listen, this is wrong. Morally, it's wrong anyway, but we've got to actually stop this. Now we're actually realizing what we're doing. We might have had a come to God moment or whatever, but now this is abhorrent. We are not going to allow this to happen, and we're going to stop it. No one really talks in the Black community about that. No one really talks about the amount of people and the amount of effort it took for people to come away from this way of thinking. All that the conversation is about the conditions, what happened, how it happened. It's the middle bit, the beginning and the end's always forgotten, and it's equally as important.
So that all of that you just said, does that apply to the slaves in America as well?
What we stopped the American. Oh, the American slave. The Americans can deal with the Americans, can't they? But we were stopping the trade links. But it's not down to us. It's not down to us to tell. It's not down to us to go to Anthony Johnson, right, and say, do you know what? Even though we've told you have to release your slaves, you're now going to court to get your slaves back legally. You want legal slaves now. So it's not down to us to deal with that.
Okay. let's see if we can have a conversation. Yeah, because I believe that I definitely get the point that you're coming from, because it's very much a case of, listen, at the end of the day, your own people sold you, so what are you crying about? Basically, is what I'm hearing.
It's not. No, it's not that. It's your own people sold you.
Yeah.
So let's have that conversation, and then let's have the middle conversation of actually what the repercussions of your own people selling you. Then let's have the conversation about how it ended. And then when we do talk about reparations or anything like that, let's just understand that it was your people who were connected to you, your family history, and all of that, the African family history.
Is it yours or ours?
Not yours, as in I'm saying yours, as in I'm looking at it, I'm speaking to the African slaves or the African slave traders. Do you know what I mean? So the Africans, they were the ones.
So are you a part of that? You know, 1 second, Danny.
I'm not a part of that. No,
you're not a part. You're not
I'm
a part,
not part of that at all.
Right,
I'm literally my history, my ancestry, right, is going to be as far as it is in Jamaica, right, or Ireland. Then it probably does go to Africa because they had to come from there somewhere, right?
Right.
But I don't go all the way back there.
1 second, Danny, because you're first generation British, yeah? Both your parents were born outside of England, yeah?
Yeah.
Right. So your dad is Jamaican, your mom's Irish, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. My parents is Jamaican and Guyanese. Cool. So, and I'm also first generation English. So it could be argued the only difference between me and you is the fact that you've got a white mum. Yeah.
And
yes.
And you was born in Guyana. Your parents were born in Guyana.
Well, where was your dad born?
Jamaica.
Right. So my mum was born in Jamaica. My dad was born in Guyana. Your mum was born in Ireland. Your dad was born in Jamaica, yeah?
Yeah.
Right. So the only thing that separates us in this conversation is the fact that your mum was born in Ireland.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay then. So I'm now asking you, because your mum was born in Ireland, and that's the only thing that separates us, as in me and you, Nainifa and Danny Roscoe, how does that then take you out of the whole experience?
How it is how we was brought up, and like EIE.
So 1 second. This isn't about how we were brought up. You know what I mean?
Of course,
or is it? Is that or is it? That's in fact that's a really interesting point.
Of course,
or
it is. Where Nainifa, where if you, I don't want to know specifics or whatnot, yeah. But what community have you spent the majority of your life in? As in, have you been? Is you sound like you're London, so you've been in London?
Bingo.
Predominantly, who's that? Predominantly black.
That's me. That's me.
On the, I'm Hertfordshire, so you know my community is predominantly white because.
No, I understand that. I understand that, Danny. I understand that you've grown up in a predominantly white area. Blah 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 blah. I get all that. No problem.
Yeah, but have you as well, or is that a difference that we've got?
No, that's definitely a difference. I definitely grew up in a multicultural.
But was it
area.
predominantly black or predominantly?
It was multicultural.
Well, exactly, all different. How many different cultures do you reckon? 5, 6, just to say.
Well, it depends. Like I said, if we're talking about as a young person growing up to like secondary, whatever, like I said in my lives, innit? When I was going to school and whatever, primarily it was black, white, and Indian.
Oh, okay.
She was exposed to different worldviews. In other words, Danny. I don't think you were exposed to as many worldviews as she was. So multicultural just mean you were exposed.
This conversation off
no, because 1 second.
Go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
Because I guess. Go on, Daniel. Go on.
So you've grown up. So yeah, sorry. It's important for this last bit. You've brought up on multicultures, yeah. Different ethnicities, different struggles, different reasons of people being here. Okay, but it's all been kind of fighting spirit. We've fought to get here, and now we're here. So we're doing what we're doing. I grew up in the place of this is our country. There was no struggle. There was no fight. There was no nothing. The people that I surrounded myself with in school, we had a few Muslims, with a few Indians, but majority of the community It wasn't any type of struggle because this was their country. So when I go
Danny.
to St. George's Day, okay,
One
the
second.
Danny.
whole street goes out for St. George's Day. When it was Victory in Europe Day, VJ Day, we did street parties more
Danny, we
than not.
tried that. Danny, there was
No,
a time, and I think
1 second, EIE. 1 second. Go on, let him finish, and then I'll let you
So,
go.
so I was brought up on Britishness, and my parents didn't say, "Well, hang on a minute, let's go for the struggle side as well." You've got to understand that this
Right,
ain't
so
new. You've
1
got
second,
another history you have to learn.
Right.
It wasn't done.
1 second, Danny. You know when you say that your parents didn't go for the struggle side, what does that mean? Sorry.
Well, you've got to learn African history. You've got to learn Irish history. You've got to learn this history. Like yourself, you'd be looking at the Guyanese
So
history.
1 second,
You'll be looking at the Jamaican history.
Second, Danny.
You're born of struggle.
Danny, please don't go so fast.
Your history is of struggle, is of civil war and struggle.
Okay.
Is that a lie?
So 1 second, 1 second.
Did I just hear him correct? Did you just say you're both? Come on, Danny. All right.
So I just want to make this so basically you associate both Irish and Jamaican history with struggle, correct?
No, I'm saying it's not. I'm not being taught that. I wasn't taught that growing up.
That's
fine.
I
wasn't taught a struggle of another. I wasn't taught a struggle of another culture that's connected to myself. I was brought up in the love and the happiness of British culture. I was out there with my mum doing a Victoria sponge cake. That's still my favorite cake, right? So I did all this. We did the street parties. We did the May Day, the maypole dances, the Morris dances,
so
all of this stuff.
Can you just pause a minute, please? Okay. Can you just pause a minute, please? Okay. Right. Because I heard you, and thank you for that. Yeah. So if I said that I did those same things too, where does that leave us?
Okay, that leaves you with your parents, rightly so, right? Making you understand that you are your history was of this types of struggle, the same as everyone else, right? Because I think the Guyanese people, there was a civil war there, wasn't there? Or they got slaved to India or something like that. There was something happening over there. If I'm incorrect speaking there, then this whole conversation is pointless from my point of view. But I believe that there's struggle there, and there's been struggle in Jamaica. We all know that the political struggles and tragedies that happen over and over again in Jamaica, right? So you've been taught, listen, this has happened, okay? It's of recent history, because it would have been a grandmother that had to go to, where was it? Was it India? Where was it? They had to go somewhere they were chattel slaves, so they had to go there and work for a period of time to get half decent money off of the British Empire. But that's the history that's been taught. I haven't got that history. I didn't have to have that history being taught to me, because it wasn't really part of my upbringing. It's not part of my family's history, like a direct family history.
Right. Okay. So again, okay.
Does that make sense or not?
It makes sense in that okay. So basically what you're saying is that you didn't grow up with any Afro-Caribbean culture whatsoever. Yeah. That your culture was basically made up of only British, what we will determine to be British culture, yeah, because you spoke about things like Maypole and Easter Parade and all of these varying things, correct? Yeah, and you said one of your best memories was of a Victoria sponge, etc., yes.
Yeah, street parties and that. That's that's the culture I've been growing up in. 100%.
No problem. Okay, and then I said to you, okay, no problem. So then, what if I said that I too done those things? That was also part of my experience or my culture growing up. Yeah. And I asked you, what would you say to that? And you said,
Hello?
Yeah.
I missed
You
the last
said,
bit of that. Cut out.
yeah. So when you described all of those things, yeah, obviously reflecting your British culture, yeah. You, like I said, you talk about the maypole, street party, RETARD, boom, 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 all them things there. I'm like, cool. I said, I done all of those things too. There's nothing that you just described that I didn't do too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what does that then mean? Because according to yourself, I'm a fucking black Marxist, whatever, blah, 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 right? So cool. So this black mark, yeah, so we done the same thing. So where does the difference lie? Because I remember, and again, I go back to the fact that me and you, the only difference between myself and yourself is that you have a white mum. Both of our parents are not born on English soil. Yeah, both of us have one. Both of us have got one Jamaican parent. Yeah. So I'm just trying to see where it, you know what I mean, where the diversification goes. So is it just the mere fact that you've got a white parent and then that just X's out the other side of you? Because again, going back to the beginning part of the conversation, you said that we do not share any of the past experience.
Yeah, somewhere down the line, it's gone. Can anyone hear me? I'm really cutting out here on my little bit. Can you hear me? Yeah,
I can hear you, bub.
All right, cool. Yeah. It just means somewhere down the line that you've had in my eyes, there's been an influx of one kind of society that you've kind of grabbed to, and you can identify yourself to that, and you've just took in all of the history and all of the stuff that's happened. And because you identify that way, you've taken on the struggle, you've taken on the injustice that you perceive that's happened through whatever it is. Whereas I've just carried on going down, you know, the way that I've done.
No,
It's
Danny,
very
you have
interesting. It's very
one.
interesting of
You have
how
one
people
culture.
can.
Danny, respectfully, what I just heard, you have one culture. And what Nainita just explained to you is she's able to appreciate all the levels of culture that is within her experience. From the Caribbean culture to the same culture that you yourself experience, she's able to appreciate all of that because you know you've had just a reference of the culture you were taught by your.
But EIE, can I just say something? Yeah, it's not even an appreciation of such, right? It's the thing is because in English, if you went to English primary school, you would have done all of them things.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying to you? This is what I'm trying to say to him. You get me? We done maypole dancing at school. We done Easter at school, and all of these things that he's describing, all that Victoria cake and all them things there, we done that at school. Yeah. So what you're gonna have is you're gonna have people like myself from Jamaican households, whatever, Asian households, whatever. They're gonna be going because I don't even think they don't do these things at school again. You know, Danny Roscoe, the things them that you just described there. I don't think they do them things again. You know, Roscoe.
Maybe that's why he's saying they're losing their culture.
No, and I agree with that. I can appreciate that. You get me? But I'm definitely saying when we was at primary school, all them things there, all them maypole dancing, all of them things there, we done all of them things there. You know what I mean? But then obviously when we go back home, yeah, then you're gonna go back now and you're gonna then deal with your own culture.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm just really trying to ask him, you know what I mean? I don't know if he's trying to be a bit
And that's
vague.
why I was trying to ask him earlier, where was the Caribbean influence from his dad if his dad was there in his household? Was it a case where the mom's culture was so overwhelmingly present where the dad's culture was drowned out? He was raised by a two-parent household. You see what I'm saying? Where was the dad's influence?
Well, hopefully he can come back. But again, I found that
There's
really
no sign of the dad's influence nowhere from where I'm hearing from him. Nowhere. And he was there.
Did he say that though?
I did not hear him say. He did not say one word. If you notice through this whole conversation, it's been mainly about his mom.
No, but and this is what see now. This, if anything, EIE, this further highlights my point and underlines the point that I make to persons like yourself. You know what I mean? Because as much as you're telling the youth, say, "Oh, you're blah blah blah," you can even hear from what he's saying. You know what I mean? And this is it could be. In fact, let me not even say because I'll get cancelled again to Artie. But at the end of the day, this is what it is, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like for a lot of mixed race people, a lot of their existence or most of their existence has only been around white people. And if they've not been fortunate enough to either have a dad at home or at least been in an environment that had black people in it, then it might be not going to say far cry, but do you know what I mean? It might be a bit harder for them to, because like you said, if you're saying, well, boy, where was Pops and rare, you know what I mean? And hopefully, because I don't want to go on like I'm talking.
You know we are Jamaican people. Even if he's dating a white woman, Pops are gonna drop in a Jamaican restaurant to get in oxtail every now and then. Pops are gonna stop somewhere to get some jerk chicken every now and then. Pops not gonna just forget everything about the Jamaican culture. You know that.
No, but the thing is, though, you've got to sometimes you got to treat each situation on its individual merit. Do you know what I'm saying? Now, if you got a situation where a man's saying to you that this was his settings, then that's his settings, isn't it? You can't. Do you know what I mean? You can't put a different settings on him. You know what I'm saying to you? And the thing is, but it's true though. And to be honest, in England, the setup when it comes to them sort of situations might be slightly different, to America and that. You know what I'm saying to you? Because there's definitely situations where you can have mixed race children being brought up in completely white areas, white people, just white. So,
All right, let me put this
no
scenario
black
to you.
influence. They have no black influence or reference in it. So,
With the understanding of what we know of white supremacy, how do you think, forget what Danny Brasco is saying, how do you think people who defend the banner, the hill of whiteness, look at him, a mixed Irish black child, talking all this stuff to them? How do you think they look at him? From what you know of them.
I know some of them are gonna look at him like he's crazy, like what you're talking about. Some of them might look at him and be down,
They'll use him for a purpose, correct?
Obviously, and
Okay.
I'm sure he knows that. I'm sure
Okay.
I'm sure he knows that. He thinks he uses that as his trump card. Even in fact, he does. He embraces that. Because he believes that he can, as a mixed race person or whatever, he believes that he can say things that other white people can't say, but say the same message. So he definitely thinks that. That's one of his USPs in his movement. So yeah, he knows that. He's not that silly. He knows that. But then, he's not the first. I mean, there's I'm sure there's been a couple men in the past that have even been in flipping race anti-black groups like NF and whatever. I'm sure there was a black person in the NF. I might be wrong, but I'm sure there was, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I
So
mean?
safe to say then, because we're just rationalizing, it's safe to say that when we hear Danny Brasco speak, and I'm not doing anything malicious now that he's not here. I'm just putting two and two together. It's safe to say that we could pretty much chalk what he's saying up as just some politicized bullshit.
100%.
Okay.
No, 100%. 100%, man. You know
I
what I
just
mean?
want there to
Because
be a conclusion to this, because the thing is, those who are listening today, and this is what I did with Buddha and them, because you see, they would come up here and they would shout. Because, like I say, when I see bullshit, I normally just go off. But I like to every now and then switch it up and give people their say. And when you reason with them, you will let them speak, and they will, if those with ears to hear will hear. You see what I'm saying? So we've heard Buddha speak, and we've now heard Danny speak. And if you were under any illusion what these guys stand for, what they represent, what they defended, these let these couple of shows be your guide. Just rewind them. We didn't force them to speak, say anything. We didn't give them the out by disrespecting them. We didn't do nothing. They spoke. Am I wrong?
no, absolutely. Like I said, I just let you two flow because obviously today has got a hashtag mixed race. You know what I'm saying to you? So, and obviously he is a champion
He would be like a chief
of
if
the
we were gonna say they're their own people. He would be like one of the chiefs of the mixed race people. So based on his online presence. So one of the chiefs came by, and the chief spoke, and we were able to assess, and we hear everything he was saying, and it was not new to us in the black community. We know these struggles he's talking about. We understand his frame of reference, where it's coming from. We understand it. These are the dynamics that's been happening in our community in relation to Europeans from for the past 400 years. Most of us who are not born under a rock understand these dynamics. We understand the scenario that would make a Buddha be the way he is, or a Danny Frasco be the way he is. It's the white folks who are just using it for their benefit, acting as if they themselves found something new, and they're now the defenders of the middle mixed race. It's hypocrisy. It's hypocrisy, and it's not honest. And I hope Danny Frasco at least can understand that. Nobody chased him over here. Nobody disrespected him. We let him speak. And we used his words. So let's see what rehashing or rephrasing going to be done on any other channels that preview this. Let's get the popcorn out.
yeah. So, like I said, the thing is, yeah, and I know people are like, it doesn't even matter which whatever. One of the things that I've noticed though is, and I don't know how widespread it is because it may be, but in terms of yeah, and I do think there is something in it because I heard him say how Tommy's been on various black podcasts.
Not to cut you, when he said that, all I thought about was Raspek sitting there right across from Tommy Robinson. I was going to ask him, was that before Raspek joined Tommy or after?
Well, this is what it is. I wanted to ask, where else has he been? Like, who's other? I know he's been on RMT, and I know he's probably been. I don't know if he went back on Saros again, but I wanted to know who else he's been on. Like, who else is, and and is there like a method to, you know what I mean, trying to get the black vote, as it were? You know what I'm saying to you? Like, why are you going on to these black podcasts and all the rest of it? Like, how can we help you in that regard? You know what I mean? So
I see it because I asked him what was the mission statement, and I was trying to dig at him what was the purpose of it. Period I got from him is, in my opinion, it was just publicity stunt. It had nothing behind it, because when I asked him a mission statement, he gave me some bullshit about what Buddha would say. It's us who need to see things in a different way and change our ways. So I'm like, what that got to do with your movement? Your movement, we're not in your movement. Why you don't have your people doing something for your movement? Why it has to be a movement that's against us? You know what I'm saying? So I pretty much got my answer from that. That movement, or that whatever he's trying to do there, is superficial.
No, I mean, it's definitely nothing to benefit ourselves. 100%, because to really deal with this thing, you got to really, as you can hear from him, you know what I mean? It's definitely about, I mean, this whole thing about accepting the blame before, I mean, that is crazy.
Yeah. It's like I tell you, this information is not new. It's information you will hear in the right wing sector. They want us. They want us to let go. They want us to get over it. It's not about them changing. It's about us saying, you know what? These white folks won. Let's just get over it. Let them do what they want to do. It's us. The problem is not the white folks. It's us. And then they mock us and say we play victims. You got to know the tactics. If you listen to the white, because you got to study your so-called enemy. And if you listen to right-wing radio or right-wing, I don't just listen to people who I agree with, Nine Ether. I don't. You got to know what the arguments the people who are coming for you going to try to shoot at you. So I put my radio on. I listen to their arguments. I listen to them. They can get the views if they want. They can, but I need to know what the hell they're coming with. They have enough meetings off the grid where they meet up at the lodge and shit. I can at least listen to what they say on the radio. Trust me, you will hear the same type of rhetoric. Trust me. Buddha is not being original in his rhetoric. Frasco is not being original in his rhetoric. It's coming from somewhere. That's why I said, why are you imitating the Proud Boy? You see what I'm saying? That's who he's following. That's who he's following. And he wants to say he agrees with them, but not fully. These people stand for something, and they're not going to separate what they believe in. So when you're going to say you partially believe in them, that's bullshit. You support them. But you know.
Are they the ones that are related to Fred Perry, the clothing line?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
The Proud Boys.
No, I don't know about Fred Perry. I've never heard about Fred Perry. I don't know who Fred Perry is. But I know there's the
Proud Boys, North American far right. Is that them?
Yeah.
North American far right neo-fascist militant organization.
The leader is a Cuban mixed breed dude
that promotes and engages in political violence. This group's leaders have been convicted of violently opposing the federal government of the United States, including its constitutionally prescribed transfer of presidential power. It has been called a street gang and was designated as a terrorist group in Canada and New Zealand. The Proud Boys are opposed to left-wing and progressive groups and support Donald Trump.
That's where his rhetoric coming from.
While Proud Boys leadership has denied being a white supremacist organization, the group and some of its members have been connected to white supremacist events, ideologies, and other white power groups throughout its existence. Interesting.
Look at the type of uniforms, the shirts they wear, the type of hats. You will see that he's literally imitating them.
Okay.
I even broke it down on your channel. I said, why do you think he called himself Danny Frasco? He's a troll, man. He's trolling us from his name to his image that he's building. He has paid attention to some American far right dudes, and he's bringing it to Britain. That's what Danny is doing.
Okay, okay. All right. Well, I hadn't heard of them, to be honest. So I had to obviously hit the net.
They were all in America burning tiki torches, shouting, "They will not replace us." They were talking about the Jews. They're anti-Jewish, but guess what? Israel supports the right wing in America, and these guys are squarely in the right wing sphere in America. So it's like a band of of just crazy characters that are just molded together by the hate for black people, for the hate for Muslims, the hate for So they all just band together.
And it seems they only take men as well.
Well, no, there's women in there, but they're very chauvinistic. Let's say they want to portray themselves as the strong, manly man, white man.
Oh, it must have changed, because here it says women and trans men are not allowed to join the Proud Boys, and the unnamed president of the Proud Boys LA told the Los Angeles Times the group admits only biological men.
A lot of them are homosexual, sis.
No, I'm not arguing with you.
Trust me. Batty boy them. Because I'm telling you, it's a thing with the right wing where they want to make it seem as if the homosexual shit is a so-called left-wing issue only. When if you do the little research, you will find out that's not true. The thing is, gay people on the right wing are very quiet. You see what I'm saying? Because there's a bigger image and bigger fight that they want to fight, and it's white supremacy. You see what I'm saying? But if you look at the Republican Party and you look up log cabin Republicans, they have their own wing in the right sector.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, as far as that thing goes, that's that's in every crevice and corner, man. And I mean every.
But Danny Frasco, he's not new, man. He's literally copycatting the American craziness that's going on over here. And what thing I keep telling you, the white supremacy is not local, it's international. You will hear the same rhetoric. That right the other day there was this bill being passed in New Zealand where this woman had to jump up and do the something another. They call it this. You know what I'm talking about. It's the same right-wing politics that you hear the right wing in the United States talk that you will hear in New Zealand, Australia, South Africa. You will hear it anywhere the colonial powers went, where the majority are white, or if the majority are not white, you will hear the same politics from them. They are under attack. They must consolidate whiteness. They must, it's reverse racism. If it's in America, it's against black people. If it's in South Africa, it's against black people. If it's in Australia, it's against the Aborigine. It doesn't matter. It's them who are being victimized now, according to them. You will hear it. It's not new.
No, I definitely agree with that last point that you made in terms of, all around the world in different quarters. You know what I mean? You can see the squeezes happening, which, like I said, didn't it? Man, it all leads to the same, same places anyway. Because, like I said, regardless of what's being said now, as long as there's confusion and division below, at the top, they'll be able to just keep carrying out their agenda, innit?
You think this half-breed conversation is just happening in the UK or the America? It's happening in Australia too, between the native Aborigines, and it's happening in Canada between the native Canadians and the whites who went there and raped and created these. You see what I'm saying? These are not issues just unique to us as black folks. Everywhere the European, go to India, you will see the same caste system bullshit about white and black and half breed being spun. You see what I'm saying? It's the old song. We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world. They started the shit that we're dealing with. So, I mean, it's for these folks who are now calling themselves mixed to know that they just parachuted into a fight that's been going on for a while. You see what I'm saying? They're the ones who need to get educated on this subject matter, really.
Well, I mean, I think it's quite clear that Danny's got, he's got very limited knowledge. You know what I mean? I'm sure he just knows that, he just knows, or he just believes that one side sold the other, and he don't need to hear nothing more than that. Because, sometimes I think that some people suffer trauma from, anyway, let me not even do all that.
Nanita, I'm telling you, I'm here talking to Danny, and at some point I started feeling sorry for the dude based on what I'm hearing from him, because I see that he was willfully left unprepared to have these conversations. Honestly, I couldn't even blame him. This dude just confused based on what we know, sis, as older people who've been around for a while. You couldn't see the confusion in this dude.
No, but the thing is, of course, but he's I guess in a way he's actually telling, if he's telling you that he just grew up around English whiteness, then that's what he's telling you, isn't it?
Yes, that's one thing. That's one aspect of it. But you got to understand that this young man who grows up around English whiteness only is out there with a platform daily degrading our community.
I agree. Of course, I agree. Of course, he's definitely planting his flag, and he's, and that's what I really want to ask him. Like,
and he's doing it from a position of ignorance, sis. You and I just found that out.
Nah, at this point, I'm not blaming ignorance, because he's a big man and he's in his 40s, yeah. So at this point, it's not ignorance; it's just what he wants to do. You know what I mean? It's just the path that he's chosen. So I'm not gonna blame ignorance at this point, because he's now a father, in it. So I'm not gonna blame ignorance. I'm just gonna blame that this is his path that he's chosen, in it, for whatever reason. But no, I'm not blaming ignorance though.
Okay. I'm saying even in the lies he's telling, you can hear the ignorance.
When you say ignorance,
even the lies even the lies that he's telling, I'm like, is this where I just believe he's a liar, or just say, you know what, this dude just didn't know no better? Where do I draw the line?
For example. For example.
No, I'm talking in general. The whole conversation we just had with him, from him all right, let me give you an example of just him simply trying to build his whole argument on black people sold us. So that absorbs white people from everything they done after that.
I agree, man. I agree. That's crazy.
It's it's impossible for him to compensate. That's why I said, okay, I concede this to you, just to see if it's in him to move from that issue to address something else that might put the blame on white people. I did that on purpose. And no matter how much I concede just to move on, he would never attribute any blame to the white folks. You saw that, right?
Do you? Yeah, I did. Do you see? It's such a. It's such a delicate. Yeah, I hear you, bub. I hear you, man.
Because I saw that he wanted to make an issue over that, and I said, okay, let me take the issue away from him. Okay, I concede that. Let's move to something else. And he just wouldn't budge because he is rigid in his ideology. It's all about sticking it to us.
Mm-hmm. Well, as you say, let's have a. Let's I don't know if you.
But sis, me really have to run. Me have to go take care of something.
Yeah, all right then.
Me
Cool.
go listen from my headphone from the chat, but respect the reasoning. Respect.
Yeah, all right then. Bless up, EIE. Nice having you. And all the fire. All right, and even myself, man. Don't forget to let the people them know. Anyway, do you know what? Forget that, because that done. Right, but right. Let me see. What's this? Let's see how he thinks about something.
You understand who she will be, because obviously she's white and she'll be talking white, not black, speaking pidgin English. But the people, you notice as well, all of these radical people, right? They don't show their face. The only person really shows his face is Veli, right? He's a funny one as well. Want it to be like that, but this is a stream of a stream, so it's not the person who is in this, right? And I know that people are like, how does it work? As in, how does it work? But this is a stream of a stream. So this is Dupes, the queen of YouTube. It's not her stream. She's doing a stream on it. But you understand who she will be, because obviously she's white and she'll be talking white, not black, speaking pidgin English. But the people, you notice as well, all of these radical people, right? They don't show their face. The only person really shows his face is Veli, right? He's a funny one as well. I'd say he's a far left person rather than a black supremacist. But these ones that don't show their face, you got to be careful. But anyway, right? So it's gone on about half breed. This person, same person, has problems with calling me half caste, right? So let's get into it.
I can't even think of a panel I've been on where I haven't been called a street shagger.
Making these. Yeah, Roscoe. So hopefully your phone's cooling down and you're charging it and whatever. But my first question is, when have I ever had a go at you? Had a go at you for calling yourself half caste? I've definitely asked you, like, why do you call yourself half caste? 100%, because it's quite an outdated term or whatever. But I've never like had a go at you or told you can't call yourself this or that or whatever. I've just very simply asked you a question. So that's the first thing, you know what I mean? So I don't know if you're just doing this for sort of content and artistic license, but what have I said about you and being half caste, or you calling yourself half caste? I've definitely questioned it, because we ain't heard that term for a long time, but I ain't said nothing else apart from that, have I? But when you come back, you can tell me. Jump on, man. Yeah, stop fucking squealing in the chats and jump on, Bridget. Yeah. Big up at Jupiter. Saying what you will about her.
Nines is now in the comments, probably on the YouTube. Okay, let's go through it. You have your right to reply, even though you turned it off onto private for some reason. And you remember when you started saying to me how I have to put all my I'm hiding something, so I've got to put all my videos out. I put all my videos out. I've got nothing to hide about. I don't hide my face and I don't hide my videos, unlike you, because you know what you've been saying. You know how you roll around doing what you do. So yeah, we're going to listen to it anyway. And I'm going to hold everyone in the back room until I decide they can come on. Let's roll this.
But anytime I've been on a panel, I've never been called a half. So what does that mean?
Oh, look, she's well pissed off at that, and he's only doing it to get her up, get her back up. You see, I understand these people. I'm not under any illusion that Buddha likes me that much. Yeah, I'm not under any illusion. I understand that he's using me to get at her because
mostly no. Do your streams with your face. What's the problem? What's the problem with people who are going on these panels, Mr. Lottie? What's the problem? There's no problem. Anyway, you carry on watching because it's going to get wild. And again, any white person, there'll be £500 if you will come on a panel with your face or without your face, with you being known, and say these things to a half-caste person or a half-breed or however they want to say it, even a black person. Because what you're going to hear is wild.
Because it's hurt that she called him a mixed breed, and so he should be.
First lie, yeah. And Danny, I hope you're listening, you know, brother, yeah, because I need you to jump on, because if you're saying you're doing journalism and all of these things, then at the very least you need to base your things on facts, okay? All right. So as we know, it wasn't me that called him that, yeah. It was, as we know, it was EIE, yeah. But we're gonna see what this whole thing gets built upon now. But let's hear this. And thank you, Lottie. Lottie obviously says Nines has shown her face and she pretty in her real life. Come on, Lottie. The amount of doxing we've had, man. What?
So he should be. She's a fucking disgusting piece of shit. She's done it to my kids as well.
Right. Gummy. All right, let me just... Now, I know you're listening, Gummy, yeah? And like I said in my thingy bobby today, yeah? And my people, if it's not for you, it's just that in it. Go on, go cook your soup, you know what I mean? Like, don't get on to me. But what has anybody ever said to your children, Gummy? I beg. About your children. What does that mean?
It means that you fucking
Look at Jaffa. He's a shit.
Right? So Danny, you're reviewing a review of someone that's obviously just putting their 10 penny worth in it because they're not even listening to what's being reviewed. You know what I mean? When I'm asking what it means, someone's telling the people like what she thinks it means, which you know is going to be utter bullshit. But you're reviewing this. Yeah?
Little bitch. Look at Jaffa. Look at Jaffa. He's a little bitch.
I did ask you a biggie, because obviously I did hear, you know what I mean? So I asked you the very same thing.
Yeah.
That's why I asked you, what are you and them people that all right now? So what? Are you scared to talk it as it is? Because if
me,
so does that include you?
Because you've asked him for it. You've asked him for it. No one's not arguing with no one. He's over on his own bit, although you've rolled him up again, and he will start up again now because you've asked him for it. You've asked him for it. No one else.
Include you. That's what I'm trying to say. Because if that is the case, Happy, as Christmas is round the corner, just
over on his own bit, although
who are understanding the truth there in the house. Not many are going to come from YouTube. This is coming and showing the X crowd, the people who are understanding the truth, that now why are all the Tommy Robinson videos of black people saying how Tommy Robinson isn't racist, or demonstrations of Outside Talk TV saying why Peter Cardwell is wrong by saying people saying how Tommy Robinson YouTube. This is coming and showing the X crowd, the people who are understanding the truth, that now why are all the Tommy Robinson videos of black people saying how Tommy Robinson isn't racist, or demonstrations of...
Where are those videos, Danny? I think is this... I'm presuming that these videos is going to include some of the 5 people that you wanted to battle me and Big Idge and Divine and whomever with. Yeah, I'm presuming. But I would like to hear who those individuals are in terms of not thinking X, Y, and Z.
Of Outside Talk TV saying why Peter Cardwell is wrong by saying Tommy Robinson is racist. This is what the X crew are seeing. So we're just expanding that to say this is how, on their side, in their company where they're allowed to be saying this. Like YouTube, it's a far left organization. Of course, you put something on our side, on the right wing side, on YouTube, it will get shadow banned. You put all these mad left wing, black, 100% conspiracy because it's based on no fact, 100% Marxist agenda because that's who's giving it to them. You start doing that and that gets pushed out. That's out on YouTube. So YouTube is supporting at least the far left organizations, including all the communists, all the Marxists, and everyone else. So let's go.
Yeah,
Wait there.
shady,
We've got this one as well.
I
Here's
know
another
that's
one.
of them.
Right? I want you to introduce to the world, to X, Jordan M. You remember if you go onto the profile, you see the white Muslim. This is Jordan M. Am I the best person to talk to on this when I hate myself? How do I hate myself? Everyone hates me because I am a person who, despite the color, I don't see myself as a victim. But you, Jordan, you being a white Muslim with lineage going back how many hundreds of years you said, you turned your back on everyone from the Christian crusade to now, to invite into your life and into your social skills a religion that does actually hate you and only wants you to push its propaganda.
So, Danny, you just mentioned, and I know what. Oh, Danny, I beg, jump back on. Because you just mentioned the Christian crusade. Like, do you know what happened in the Christian crusade, Danny? Like, apart from the spreading of the actual Christianity, do you know any of the other bits, Danny, that went on with the Christian crusade? For you to speak so lovingly about it? Oh yeah, well, probably because you've already forgotten about what's happened.
That's fine for you. You want Sharia law, you want all of this. That's cool. But anyway, let's get back to this because these people are here to divert, but we'll entertain them somewhat. Let's go.
Everybody knows it. Everybody knows if Taffy saw Esau in the street, there'd be a fight. But
out, Bubs. I don't know who you're barling to, but that's no problem, man.
He's winding you up, man. He's winding you up, man.
Nah, he's not.
interactions with 9EFA.
Let's just get to the bit.
He was 100% on 9EFA's side because he was all for black betterment and everything else. And so because he used to come and sort of troll me a bit on her behalf, I would troll him a little bit and he would say, I've got to go and meditate. And I'd find it funny that I'd actually triggered him to the point of him leaving and meditating, right? But after a little while, I listened to him on other panels and I realised I moved him on. But I heard his backstory. I started to hear his backstory. And I realised that there's a part of Buddha that really wants to have his melanated side recognised.
Right, so this is it, right? So with this Buddha guy, this is what it's mainly about. It's about these radical blacks, okay, who hate me anyway. Because when I first come out on the scene with Black White Unite, they tried to discredit that. They tried to discredit what we're doing now. They didn't know the plan that's going to be in motion from Black White Unite all the way through.
So Danny, again, I hope you're listening, but just out of interest, has anyone said that they hate you? Like, have you heard anyone say, yo, my big man, like, we hate you or I hate you? Big up yourself, Slimmers. Like, this is the new digital politics kind of citizens. Like, it's a mad thing still because anyone could just say anything and just get the X crew riled up. But yeah, man's out here saying that he's been told that he's hated. That's a lot of energy still.
Oh, no, but that's his white side coming through. The old passive aggressive, Tommy Robinson, I'm a victim kind of thing. That's that. They all do that. That's standard for them, lot. They don't mind. They're shameless. They don't mind doing it. Oh, everyone hates me, but no one hates you, bro. Do you know what I mean? You got the most, like, out of everyone that's ever been on YouTube, I would say he's the most, like, individual person that there's probably not a lot of people in his group that agree with him or is him. He's like just one person. He's like the candle in the wind. Like he's the odd one out. And he's been greeted with so much kind of like dignity. People dignified him and said, all right, come and speak. Let's hear your side. Like even till today, even after all the mad things he's saying, referencing the Crusades, genocides happened in the Crusades. We know that. Ethnic cleansing
Do
happened in
you
the
think, because
Crusades.
EIE asked a question, so let me ask you, do
Go
you
on.
think it's just willful ignorance or?
No, I think it's about being in the right place at the right time. He was raised and groomed and created for this purpose. And the cards have just felt where they fell, and destiny just called him to say, step up and speak. And he's just the guy putting forward a very minority view. Yeah, that's what's making him relevant, because people are like, wow, he's saying something from a highly individual point of view that maybe, I don't know, Buddha and one other person can relate to. And because we've been talking to each other for so long, we're sort of drawn to these individual talking points where, oh, maybe this person can actually shine light on something and is worth listening to. Like, let's just
I
peel
don't know
back the
about
layers of all
shining a
the.
light. I mean, I definitely wanted to question him on some of his remarks made in this video. You know what I mean? That was my main thing. Obviously, him and he got into having their conversation, which I still think is an important conversation in terms of the whole mixed thing. Anyway, you know what I'm saying to you? Because I think there's so much, like I said, angst, this, that, and the other. You know what I mean? Or just. Yeah, just.
This is the thing, though, Nines. We need to peel back the layers of the madness to see if there is a core of truth in there. And he's been given that opportunity to do that. People have said to him, all right, let's take out your white mum. Let's take out the fact that he was raised in racist Kent Maidstone. Let's take out all these things and trim it all down, trim the fat off, and let's get to the meat and potatoes of, are you actually talking sense? Does what you say actually have any relevance? And can anyone else, even as obscure as Buddha, relate to what you're saying and benefit from hearing you? He's been given that opportunity to speak. Do you see what I mean? And like, he can't say people hate him. That's ridiculous. He's been greeted with love and affection from what I can see. He's been given an opportunity to speak and to have his point of view held up as, well, this is this guy's point of view. He's not been undermined. Like I said, oh, you're talking shit or you're crazy. Like Tommy Robinson's been undermined more than him. With Tommy Robinson, we could point out more things where Tommy's been a hypocrite and a liar and basically a gold-digging little skank that he is compared to this guy. This guy's been given more credit than Tommy for some reason. He just has. He's just come across as more genuine. And he's been given that opportunity to speak mainly by you, Noinifa. And I rate you for that. I rate you for that, because you're giving him the benefit of the doubt. You're saying, all right, if you're going to hang yourself with your own rope, yeah, that's on you. But here's the platform. Here's the opportunity. Like, you see what I mean? It's like you ain't really doing nothing to throw him under the bus. You get me? Whereas I would be setting him up to fail on every, because I know he's an Islamophobe. I know he's a hateful person that I would not like let him speak freely. But you let him do that, and I think that's admirable that you've got that kind of like belief that deep down there's some good in this guy.
You're taking the piss now.
No, wallahi, I'm speaking the truth. I'm not lying. I really believe that you can see the good in him, and you actually believe that given the time and the patience and like the right environment, you could actually bring him out of this like deep-seated hatred that's in him.
Don't be silly. 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 Don't be silly.
You're giving him you're giving him the benefit of the doubt, though, at least.
Benefit of what doubt, bab? I'm waiting
that he's not just basically made up this whole storyline just to get likes and views and run up a little channel and get some money out of this whole Tommy situation like Jupiter and Dave has. That he's actually got a genuine talking point that relates to him as a human being. I think that you see that too.
Right, I'm not 100% sure what direction you're going in, yeah? When I put the link in for him to jump on, because he was saying whatever in the chat, but more importantly, I wanted him to answer to some of this shit that he had said on his thingy bobby, yeah, where he referenced my show.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying to you.
Yeah.
because as you can see in the, but obviously EIE was here, so I just let them go at it and have their conversation and discourse.
I rate 100% rate EIE, not just for what he said, but his understanding of the whole situation. I'm talking about on all levels. On an individual, personal level, on a geopolitical level, on a supremacy level of Western expansionism and Western imperialism. Like, he gets it all from all angles, and like that's why he's like treating this guy with kid gloves, because he's like, he don't really get all the angles. Like, it's like I'm playing football with a little kid. Like, he don't know. It's as simple as that. EI is right. Like, there is some degree of sympathy for this guy because he's putting himself out there. And he's saying stupid things, and it's embarrassing, really. It's embarrassing, the things that he's saying. Like, you can't really, I don't know, come down that hard on him. Like you said, he's a fully grown man, you need to take responsibility. I agree with you. But like, at what point was his development stunted? What point was it just like stopped? Was it when he was indoctrinated with this racism? Do you get me? Like, there's this thing, Nines, that someone said the other day, yeah? I think it was that Tony Robbins guy. He said, look around the room and tell me how many yellow things you see. And you look around the room and he says, all right, look back at me. All right, I saw a teapot, I saw a plant pot, I saw this, I saw that. All right, he goes, all right, so you saw 10 yellow things in that room, yeah? And you're like, yeah. He goes, all right, how many brown things did you see? And you can't answer because your brain weren't looking for brown things. And this guy's been brought up like that. He's been brought up with a set of instructions of what to look for and what's important to him. And he's been told that by his white mum, predominantly. That's why he's got the point of views that he has. And he references back to his own life, but he don't realize that you were set up to fail. You were set up to arrive at the conclusion that you arrived at because that's the instructions you was given. And that's not the same instructions that Nanifa or Veli or me got. You got a next set of white supremacist instructions. That's what you got, yeah? Because ultimately, I'm not gonna go on a little rant here, but what we're looking at, like what thing he said, EIE said about the Proud Boys was very true. That there was a right-wing group of people that was infiltrated by Israel who offered them a lot of money. And half of them took the money and half of them didn't. And they split into two factions. And in America, that's why you got the two sets of right wing. They got the ultra right wing, who are the ethno-nats, as we call them. And then you got the right wing, what we call them, the civ-nats. What they call them, there's another word for what they call them right wingers. Neocons. They call them neocons, the new cons, yeah? And the new cons is the same as the ethno-nats, the civ-nats. And they're saying, it's okay for you, if you're white, it's okay for you to think that you're better than black people and better than immigrants, yeah? Because you're white. You might be Irish, yeah? You might be Jewish, yeah? You might not be fully white, but you're white enough. Coming out of the cold, innit? We'll bring you in. And that's the days that we're living in now. That's the expansion of white supremacy saying, okay, we need these lot now to be the bridge, to be the buffer zone between the elites, the ethno-nats, then you got the civ-nats, like people like Wendy and Jupiter, and then you got the rest of us, basically. And this is what they're trying to do. So this is what Tommy Robinson's all about. He's a Catholic trying to bring Irish, British-born white football hooligans into line with ethno-nats to say, all right, cool, we used to be at war with each other, yeah? But now there's a bigger enemy. Islam's on the doorstep. Islam's trying to come in here. So what we need to do, stop the African immigrants, stop the Arabian immigrants, stop the Muslim immigrants, yeah? Because they're the enemy. It's like Danny Roscoe said himself, they're changing the demographic. That's what his main thing, what he's saying is, they're changing the demographic. We should not accept any of these people, not one of them, he's saying. This is what he's, like, this is the underlying truth of Danny Roscoe. This is where he's coming from. He's saying, basically, if you're mixed race, like me, it's okay for you to take sides with the white side. It's okay for you to be a supremacist and an oppressor. We're bringing you in out the cold, bruv. It's your turn to come inside now. You don't need to be out there in the cold, fighting the unbeatable enemy. This is the mentality that they think that their system will never fall. They don't think Babylon's going to fall. That's really the ultimate difference between us and them. That we're saying a corrupt system left on its own will collapse. We don't even need to do nothing. We sit back and watch. It's going to fall apart. You get me? Because it's a corrupt system. But they're not saying that. They're saying, no, we're ruling over you and we're just going to keep expanding and keep growing and we're always going to be better than you no matter what you do because we've already got a head start. We've already got a head start and we're going to stay on top. That's their ideology. Someone like Daniel Roscoe, that's what he's saying. He's saying it's better for me to accept all the history, all the racism, all the slavery and say, okay, accept it. It's part of my history. You get me? Even though the Irish weren't really to blame, he's happy to take on the white people's burden of this historical guilt, and he's taking it on himself. But bro, you're half Jamaican, half Irish. None of this thing's got anything to do with you. But politically, he's saying, I'll take this on board because the benefits outweighs that. The benefits is what? I get to align myself with the elites and the ethno-nats and the supremacist ideology. I get to be on the winning side. That's what someone like Banksy thinks that, oh, I'll be on the winning side. I'm not going to be out in the cold. That's all it is, as simple as that. And this ideology, we might think, oh, this is all bullshit, can't just rant in. But when we look at it in real life, Palestinians, Sudanese, Congolese are being ethnically cleansed and eradicated as we speak on a daily basis. Think every time you go to bed and wake up, how many people died? And no one thinks nothing of it. Why? Because they're not white. They're not the ruling elite. That's all it is. And we've been conditioned into that. And it's sad. It's sad. When we look at who's behind it, the press, the media, demonizing people who even want to go on pro-Palestine marches, demonizing them. And now Danny Roscoe said, oh, the media, this, that, and the other, oh, talking points get muted. Yeah, because they let you have your talking points, Danny. They let you and Tommy be on TV and push your narrative. They let Nigel Farage say what he had to say and ruin up half the country. They let you do that. And now they're saying, you know what? You've done enough damage. We'll take you and put you on the back burner now. But now you're complaining. Now you're like, no, I'm not happy about that. But the truth of the matter is, it was BBC Question Time that had the leader of the NF on there, Nick Griffin. This is where all the ball starts rolling from there. From Nick Griffin onto BNP, Thingy Golden, yeah, whatever his name was, Golden, Jada Franzen, moved on to Tommy, yeah, little bit of Ali Dawah thrown in, and now we are where we are today. So the media has definitely had the input in bringing these right-wing people to the forefront and demonizing left-wing people who are saying, no, what about unity? What about peace? What about equal rights? What about civil rights? What about this? What about that? Like, no, you're demonized. You're like, now the new diss is, you're a lefty. You're a lefty. How's that a diss? I don't understand it. Yeah, I'm a lefty, yeah. I'm not a conservative. I'm not elitist. I'm a lefty. Of course I am. Why is that a diss though? He's a lefty. This is where we're at today. This is the situation of where we're at today. We got white working class people trying to align themselves with elitist ideologies, feeding off the crumbs of the master's table, thinking that they're better than people who just got here yesterday. But you ain't though, because you're living in the council flat, you don't own the house you live in, you don't own the land the house is built on, you don't contribute to your community, you just sit at home eating Uber Eats, McDonald's. Like, what are you doing? It don't matter, like, and they're like, well, this is, the land is our land, we want our country back. But what part of the country is your country? I don't understand. What, so because your skin's white, you automatically qualify for saying this country is our country. Oh, so then when we're talking about British values and culture, oh, so are you the embodiment of British culture? If that's the case, why is the majority of people, the majority of British people, rejecting you? Saying, no, these are the chavs. We had nothing to do with them. Why is that? And then they want to turn around to black people and say, well, join with us. Black and white unite. Oh, so you want black people who the only protection they've got is the off chance that police might want to come and save them if you're trying to burn their house down or their business down. You want them to stand with you, the people who stop cars in the street and tell people, are you black or white, before I drag you out the car. Now, this is the situation we're living in. Now, these people have this expectation of always being better than everyone. Where does that come from? Does it come from your values? No, because Muslims are showing that their values means that they're more successful than you in your own country, because they don't gamble, they don't womanize, they don't waste their money, they're family orientated, they're doing better than you. You're coming along and saying, no, but this is an alien culture. It's not fitting in with our country. If it weren't fitting in your country, how come these people doing so well? How come they're educating their children? How come their parents are at home with a mum and a dad in the same house? How comes? If it's not a good culture, it's just a fucked up time we're living in, man. Sorry, Nines, for ranting on, but I really do think that I do need to say these things, because these people like Daniel Rusko are dangerous people, because they're sort of building this bridge of white supremacy where it goes, the influence in society has gone from the elites to their closest ally, the ethno-nats, and then the ethno-nats have managed to kind of like taken their enemy and turn them into their friend based on white supremacy and based on the common enemy of Islam. And now they're trying to filter that right down onto street level, where people walking around looking at each other thinking, well, the whiter you are, the better your life must be, or the more opportunities you might have. Like, why should my life walking around looking at the people that I'm looking at my whole life now have to get reordered and refiltered into, white people have got a closer link to the authority? Are we that much under oppression from this authority that we must realize that, oh, they get to dictate who gets jobs, who don't get jobs, who gets housing, who don't get housing? It should be based on the rules that we've all been living by all this time. But no, they want to pull them rules out from under your feet now. And I'll tell you, sorry, forget about equal rights, forget about civil rights, forget about this, that, and the other. We want to make it about, let's make our country white again. So you're changing the whole criteria of life. You're making it based on skin color. Okay. So when black people say the same thing, then when they say, well, we need to insular protect ourselves. If in this situation where skin colors become the predominant factor, then people of a similar skin color need to stick together and help each other and support each other through these times. And then all of a sudden, no, but now you're the racist. That's where Jupiter comes in and starts telling you that you're a racist for trying to protect yourself, for being oppressed under a white supremacist ideology. Like, am I making sense, or am I just chatting shit? Like, tell me, please. And we'll go on mute for a little while.
Alright, sorry about that. Bloody hell, calm. Big up yourself. Sorry, on the phone. Oh boy. Alright, big up everyone that's in the building still. But I might have to do something, you know. I might have to cut this right now still. Oh boy. Alright. Right. Yeah, I may have to come back and do a part 2 to this, because or even just yeah, I might need
to unite the kingdom, all the way through to 100,000 people of all ages, creeds, colors, whatever, coming under with a flag, supporting the country, supporting the freedoms that we have. Because you got to remember, we've got people like Jordan M., the white Muslim here, who supports people like Tahir Ali in wanting the blasphemy laws. These are all together. They're all trying to change our society and change our culture. So when we get 100,000 people coming out and all you can see is Union Jacks, you can see England flags of many styles, but majority of them English, British, then that's what they're scared of. So these people now, so they hate me anyway, right? So this Buddha guy, we've had our run-ins. I'm not saying that I'm defending him or not, as I don't know what happened, yeah? But all I know, I've had my run-ins with him. He doesn't agree with my stance on a lot of things, no doubt. But the thing is, now he's turning away to what they want him to be, and they all want him to be this kind of oppressed character, like they want all the blacks. It's not him specifically. They want all the blacks to be oppressed. They want all the blacks to say that it's a white man who's oppressed me. That's why I can't do nothing, because they don't want to blame themselves. They don't want to say to themselves, well, it's my problem, my life shit. The blacks have got a way out. They're saying, well, it's the white man because 400 years ago, he took away something, and now I want a reparation, and that's why my life's rubbish. They don't say about the Africans selling them. They don't say about how all the people now in the middle of Africa, you go to the deep Sudan, right, where you've got BP drilling, you've got English companies mining from there, right? You've got them showing how to do it as well. And what do you see? You see the same thing. You don't see an evolution. So in my opinion, even if you give all the money back there, nothing would happen, because the mentality is different. So now when people are saying, well, hang on a minute, now we're evolving the mentality and saying, hang on a minute, there might be something on there. White people and black people might be yin and yang. They might need each other in whatever circumstances. Yeah. Let's look into it. Let's look into all the times where I've said it's been racist or whatnot. And that's what they don't want. They don't want that. So they will go all out to try and do some Maoist struggle session to embarrass you, to make you feel small, to make you feel like, yeah, actually, I should belong to a tribe that I don't belong to. I disrespect my tribe, they tell me. Well, what tribe do I disrespect? I'm half caste. 50%, straight down the middle, this side and this side, 50%. So whose tribe am I disrespecting? And that's what they can't handle. And that's why these people, they hate the half caste people. You go to Jamaica.
Wow, Danny Roscoe, this is what you're out here preaching, bro. Now, isn't that interesting? Wow. Wow, Danny Russ. So that's what you're out here preaching, that we. Wow. That was a rousing speech still, Danny Roscoe. I can't even lie. I know your thing's charged up by now, you know, Roscoe.
There might be something on there. White people and black people might be yin and yang. They might need each other in whatever circumstances. Yeah. Let's look into it. Let's look into all the times where I've said it's been racist or whatnot, and that's what they don't want. They don't want that. So they will go all out to try and do some Maoist struggle session to embarrass you, to make you feel small, to make you feel like, yeah, actually, I should belong to a tribe that I don't belong to.
That's quite an interesting sentiment that you just made there, Roscoe. Some Maori struggle session. You know what I'm saying to you? So what that show, which is, again, it's very interesting, actually, in more than one way, because you look at that as a struggle session, which is basically the indigenous, you know, fighting for their rights to basically party, you know, on their own land, etc., etc. But interestingly enough, this is the same thing that yourself and the right-wing people are doing in England, right? It's the same kind of thing. So how is your thing not a struggle session also? You see what I'm saying to you? That's a very strange. Yeah. How is the Maori thing a struggle? I mean, even just the way that you think about sort of left politics as like struggle history and struggle. That's a really weird way to perceive something, man. I don't know if it's easier for you to perceive it like that, to be able to sort of balance off your days, but these indigenous people are going through, I mean, and you know, this is what I'm trying to say. No empathy for anything or anyone else except the Queen's head, man.
I disrespect my tribe. They tell me, well, what tribe do I disrespect? I'm half caste, 50%, straight down the middle, this side and this side, 50%. So whose tribe am I disrespecting? And that's what they can't handle. And that's why these people, they hate the half caste people. You go to Jamaica, they like to talk about Jamaica. Go to Jamaica, you're a red, right? You're a red. Are you, as a red, right? Are you more favorable than a dark-skinned Jamaican? Of course. They will then say that's down to slavery. I say it's down to attitude. It's about having a more balanced outlook. Again.
Oh my God, Danny Roscoe. Yeah, this is what I'm trying to say. It's just talking. Oh, Danny Roscoe. I can't believe you said that, bro. Oh, Roscoe, are you serious? Hold on, let me rewind this. Roscoe, you don't. This is like a Buddha situation all over again. I'm not even being funny, but you're speaking about things that you have no idea about. You know what I mean? You're talking about it with such confidence and you know what I mean? Like you're 100% correct, and you're not, bruv. You're just not, man. Like you're a red and whatever. You're just. Where are you getting these references from, man? Because we know you haven't been to. The thing is now, Roscoe, yeah. Where are you even getting these references from? Because we've already established that you didn't go out with no Jamaicans or black people. You've not been to Jamaica. You see what I'm saying? So where are you getting? What are these things that people are telling you? Because this is ridiculous what you just said. This is ridiculous. Hold on a second. You're a red, you know. Oh, man.
Circumstances. Yeah. Let's look into it. Let's look into all the times where I've said it's been racist or whatnot. And that's what they don't want. They don't want that. So they will go all out to try and do some Maoist struggle session to embarrass you, to make you feel small, to make you feel like, yeah, actually, I should belong to a tribe.
Oh wait, does that mean that he finds the New Zealand Maori dance? Do you find that embarrassing? Do you find that embarrassing, the haka dance, Robsco? Do you think they should be ashamed of that dance? Oh, What's good, boy?
Tribe that I don't belong to. I disrespect my tribe. They tell me, well, what tribe do I disrespect? I'm half caste, 50%, straight down the middle, this side and this side, 50%. So whose tribe am I disrespecting? And that's what they can't handle. And that's why these people, they hate the half caste people. You go to Jamaica, they like talking.
So you know there where you say these people, who are you talking about, Roscoe? Because you're throwing out, you lot are just deadly, man. Like you're just throwing out all these people. Who are you talking about? Who's these people? Like who are you throwing under that umbrella of these people? And what are your reasons?
About Jamaica, go to Jamaica, you're a red,
This
right?
is wrong.
You're a red. Are you as a red, right? Are you more favorable than a dark-skinned Jamaican? Of course. They will then say that's down to slavery. I say it's
right. So you've got the people from Jamaica telling you what it's down to. Yeah. You who have never been to Jamaica and has very little knowledge of Jamaica, as just confessed by yourself, you're saying, nah, fuck that. It's not down to slavery. It's down to your attitude.
It's down to attitude. It's about having a more balanced outlook. Again, yin.
A more balanced outlook. Yo, Roscoe, jump on, man. You're talking shit, man. And you know why it's dangerous? Because as you keep saying, like you're broadcasting to X, this, that, and the other, but you're broadcasting just ignorance and foolishness. Because where are you getting this knowledge and information from, Danny? Because, like, for real, especially regarding this whole red situation, where are you getting this from, bro? This is madness.
And yang.
Yin, what?
Right.
Yin and yang. What are you talking about, boo? What are you talking about, yin and yang? This doesn't make no sense. I'm gonna have to come back, man, because I'm actually.
Let's get back to this anyway.
This is crazy.
Okay. And for her to kick him in the teeth like that, I think is pretty wicked. Now he might come on and say I'm talking absolute nonsense and everything else, but that's how I see it, and that's why I think that she's being even more wicked. Because if she hasn't got the perception to see that, I think she's a nasty cunt. And maybe that is my maternal instincts that kicks in with a lot of people, and it gets me into a lot of trouble because I do try to fucking mother people, even though I don't realise I'm doing it at the time. But I just think that what she's done is nasty to somebody that wanted to be a part of something, you know.
Right? At no expense to yourself, yeah? But, all right, cool. So me and Buddha were having a conversation, yeah? And there was a scenario, right? And I said something, and I think he asked me, right, if I had my mixed race male, just because
I created, yeah, with a white woman, keep it up to speed. The whole thing between these two, from what I found out, is that the use of the word byproduct. No, they had a baby. My child, I created, yeah, with a white woman, isn't my byproduct, right? It's the same way as my child isn't colored, right? She didn't know many colors. She's like.
So, Roscoe, I know you're listening, yeah? Do you, and obviously you know what you said, yeah? Do you still maintain this stance, Roscoe? Yeah, because yeah, I'm gonna have to come back and do this because I got to go. Yeah. So there's no point in me just because that's not gonna make no sense. But Roscoe, you have to come back and answer this because in this you've lied, you've made up narratives, this, that, and the other, and yeah, what's the time? We'll have to come talk about it, but I've actually got to go. To be fair, so you kind of got away, man, because you and EAE got to do your thing. But we shall come back. We shall come back. Not sure when, but come on, Africa, man. Go to something. Sometimes it never goes the way we want it to go. Ho, ho, ho. Yeah, because I need to be able to be here to answer to this. All right, people, listen. Next time, I will I'll have to come back to this. Hold on once.
I don't know. Olive, if you got to give a color to it, right? Me, I'm not colored, right? So these people, they stop the word colored, right? I have no problem with it myself, but I'm using their terms. I'm not colored, yeah. I'm either brown, or if you want to say black, or you want to say half caste. That's what I like to say anyway, right? But colored, it means no difference. But they change colored to dual heritage, to mixed heritage, to person of color, or some rubbish like that. That's the okay terminologies you can use, right? So he's saying, now listen, you're saying it's a byproduct, you know? Then when they type it in as in byproduct, a byproduct as BI means incorrect. And that's how she typed it. And these people.
Oh my, bro. These lies, dude. Roscoe, you're hiding in the chat, Roscoe. But we're gonna come back, man. We're gonna come back. I'm not even gonna just fucking scream. I didn't even know. Roscoe, and all who sail with you, man. But listen, people, I'll be back. I got some stuff to do. Yeah, Chief. All right, slap the like button, and we'll meet again. But yeah, man, let me come back because it's a shame still, man, because it'd been nice to finish this off, but I got to go. I'll be back. Oh boy. I can't even find the thing, man. Yeah, anyway, so bless up the people that remained, and yeah, do the courteous thing, hit the like button. But yeah, shame.